Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had blue flames and became overpowered? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Two boys walked through the woods together. Both were about 4 years old. The taller had blonde hair and red eyes and was Katsuki Bakugo. The smaller had green hair and green eyes and was Izuku Midoriya. Izuku walked with his head down, a glazed expression in his eyes. Bakugo had brought his friend out to play to get his mind off his troubles. He knew that sitting at home with his mom would not help. Katsuki knew it had only been a few weeks since the news had come. The hero knight's son had been killed in a fight with villains in the United States. He had been known for his work as part of the international hero team the Revengers and had ranked highly in international hero polls. What most people did not know was that his true name was Hisashi Midoriya and that his wife and son were Izuku Midoriya and Izuku Midoriya. Bakugo remembered when the government men had come to Izuku's house. The boys had just returned from playing in the park and were coming up the stairs when the man in the black suit delivered the bad news to Mrs. Midoriya. When Izuku heard it, he had burst into tears. Bakugo's mom had taken the boy to see them. Uncharacteristically concerned, she had done everything she could to comfort her friend. Bakugo shared that worry and managed to talk the moms into letting him take Izuku to the park. It had seemed like a good idea at the time. Now, looking at his friend's face, Bakugo was at a loss for words as the pair came out of the woods and into the playground. He tried to think of something to say, and then he asked Izuku if he had gotten his quirk yet. Izuku shook his head and said that the doctor had told them it could happen any day, and that he hoped it would be something cool like Bakugo's. He faltered and then began to cry. Izuku fell to the ground with tears streaming down his face. Bakugo reached out to pat his friend on the head, but as soon as he touched him he pulled his hand back because Izuku felt unusually hot. The spiky-headed boy stepped back on reflex. The air around Izuku began to heat. His tears turned to steam, and then his small body erupted in blue flame. Izuku's eyes glowed bright blue as fire shot off his body into the sky like something out of an old anime. Bakugo was dumbstruck and wanted to help but had no idea what to do. His friend had become a blazing pillar of fire. A deep baritone voice then asked what was going on. A giant man with red hair and a red beard stood nearby, built like a bodybuilder and wearing a serious expression. The spiky blonde boy thought he knew the man but could not place him. Bakugo ran up to the man and, in a mix of panic and concern, explained the situation before begging the man to save his friend. Bakugo pleaded with the man to save Izuku. The man said that fire was his specialty and told them to stand back. The giant man approached the blazing child. He recognized the boy as Izuku, the son of Hisashi and Izuku Midoriya. He noticed Izuku's hair shifting from teal green to a dark blue as the flames roared higher. That was strange, but more important was the massive fire nearby. Several trees had caught fire and the wind was shifting. This could be dangerous and needed to end immediately. The man shouted Izuku's name firmly and clearly. Izuku looked at him with panic and shouted that he could not stop and told the man to get away, calling him Uncle Enji. The man insisted that Izuku could control it. Izuku pleaded that he could not and begged for help. The man Endeavor told him that he could tell Izuku was scared and that fire could be dangerous. Endeavor formed a controlled flame in his hand and said that if fire were controlled it could help people and even save lives, urging Izuku to be a hero and put out the fire. Those words about being a hero awakened a resolve in the small boy. That was what his father had been, and that was what Izuku wanted to be. He calmed down, wiped his eyes though the tears had evaporated, and drew a deep breath to steady himself. He felt the fire within and first tried pushing it down, but that only made it flare. Endeavor told him not to push it down and to clear his mind and see the fire going out. Izuku's emotions, pain, grief, sadness, anger threatened to overwhelm him, but Endeavor's calm, controlled voice became his anchor. Suddenly Izuku found himself in a vast white space. The only thing there was a small blue flame that hovered and took the form of his father. The image spoke to him with unmoving lips, telling him that as one light goes out, another is lit. The apparition of Hisashi told Izuku that he was proud of him and urged him to stand up and be the hero he was meant to be. The image reached out, and Izuku placed his small hand in his father's strong fingers. He felt a strange energy pass into him and then stood up as the white world faded. Back in the real world, with Endeavor standing in front of him and Bakugo behind him, Izuku stood with his fire extinguished. The area around him showed scorch marks and a few trees were singed, but all the flames had been put out and Izuku showed no signs of injury. Endeavor had used his mastery of fire to extinguish the heat faster than seemed possible, a display that reminded him of Hisashi. Bakugo rushed to his friend and, relieved, asked if he was all right. Endeavor watched the boys for a moment, then took out his phone and pulled up Izuku Midoriya's contact information. The kind woman answered the phone and froze when Enji was on the other end. Enji explained the situation, and Izuku grew very worried. Enji told her to hurry and bring her husband's medical records, then gave her the address of the nearest hospital and asked her to meet him there. She agreed and rushed to do as he had instructed. Enji told the boys that he had just called Izuku's mother and that she would meet them at the hospital. The two reacted very differently. Bakugo protested loudly that they were not taking his friend anywhere and that he did not need a hospital. Izuku, before passing out, reassured Bakugo that Enji was his uncle. When Izuku collapsed, Bakugo became frightened and asked if he was all right. Enji admitted he had feared this outcome and explained that containing a critical manifestation of a quirk at such a young age required medical attention. He told Bakugo that Izuku would be fine but needed a doctor immediately and instructed the boy to go home and leave Izuku in his care. Bakugo agreed, stormed off loudly vowing that Izuku had better survive, and ran away. Enji found the young boy odd but a good friend, a reminder of himself when he was younger. He scooped Izuku up, flames surrounded his feet, and he launched into the air like a rocket. He knew he would have paperwork to deal with for using his power out of costume, but it was an emergency. A few minutes later Izuku arrived and burst into the hospital, frantically asking the front desk where her son was. The weight of the past 2 months pressed on her. She had lost the love of her life and now something had gone wrong with her son. If anything happened to him, she felt she would never recover. Enji entered the hospital and greeted her. Izuku demanded to know where her son was and whether Enji had brought the files. She handed him the requested records, and Enji flipped through them and nodded. He instructed a nurse to get the files to Izuku Midoriya's medical team immediately. The nurse took the records and hurried away. Izuku pressed Enji to tell her what had happened. Enji recounted the events carefully but withheld the detail about Izuku's changed appearance, wanting her to absorb the news gradually. Overcome, Izuku sank into a chair and said it was all too much. She thanked Enji for saving her son. Enji sat beside her and said that helping was his job. He was a hero. When Izuku asked why Enji was there, he explained that Rei had asked him to check on her because she had not heard from Izuku since the funeral. Izuku admitted she had not been coping well and had been holding herself together only for Izuku. She said that Hisashi was gone and she did not know how to continue. Enji recalled how Hisashi had described Izuku as the strong one and spoke of Hisashi's courage and their friendship. He reminded her that Hisashi had fought to make a better world for her and their son and called him a good man. Izuku smiled through her tears and thanked Enji, telling him he was a good man as well. A short, kindly doctor with hat-shaped hair entered and introduced himself as Izuku's physician. He informed Izuku that Izuku was stable but unresponsive and that they believed his quirk had manifested. Izuku looked at Enji, understanding immediately why he had asked for the medical files. The doctor said the records were useful because they showed similar symptoms. The team administered a corresponding treatment and Izuku had stabilized. When the doctor asked whose records they were, Izuku answered that they belonged to her husband. The doctor nodded and offered for her to see her son. Izuku thanked him. Enji warned Izuku to be prepared for a change, and when she asked what he bent to speak in her ear, the information startled her. A nurse escorted Izuku to room number 42 and opened the door to reveal Izuku in a hospital gown on an examining table while the doctor finished his tests. Enji had been right. The change was noticeable. Izuku retained features from his mother, but with blue hair and blue eyes he bore a striking resemblance to his father. Izuku's shock melted into a tearful smile. It felt as if a part of Hisashi remained. In that moment she felt a new surge of strength. Where she had almost fallen apart before, she now knew she would raise her son to be a good man like his father. The doctor reminded Inko that they would have to monitor Izuku until he awakened, noting that his brain waves were strong and that awakening could be soon. Inko recalled that Hisashi had been unconscious for a week the first time his powers activated and asked for a bed so she could stay by her son's side. The doctor agreed to arrange it and exited the room. Enji left the hospital and called for his driver. As he rode away, his mind turned over several concerns. Izuku's flames resembled Hisashi's but seemed different and more powerful for such a young child. Inko was strong, but she had no experience handling a fire-type quirk of that magnitude. An idea occurred to Enji, though he knew it would require a significant favor from Rei and the children. He would need to discuss it with his wife, since nothing in their home proceeded without her agreement. This was going to be big. A short while later Enji returned to the Todoroki estate, a large wooden house built in a classical Japanese style and set in heavy woods for privacy. He slid open the front door and was greeted by the smell of dinner. Rei must be preparing it. He walked toward the kitchen and found her washing vegetables at the sink while several pots bubbled on the stove. Rei was of average height, with long white hair down her back and a simple house dress. Enji thought she looked beautiful. Rei turned and smiled at him with a playful look in her brown eyes. She asked why he was standing there staring and put her hands on her hips. Enji responded that he was just enjoying the view. Rei teased that she had never thought someone cutting vegetables counted as a view. Enji insisted that it did when the person was the most beautiful woman in the world, calling her not only his wife and the mother of his children but his hero. Rei's humor was cool and sharp at times, and Enji had learned to take it in stride. He stepped forward, wrapped his wife in a huge bear hug, and kissed her forehead. Rei smiled and, balancing on a small icebox to be eye level with him, gave him a warm, affectionate kiss. She called his answer good. Rei said that their children were playing out back and that her mother was watching them. Enji said he needed to talk to her. Rei asked how Inko and Izuku were. Enji explained what he had seen during his visit to the Midoriyas, and Rei listened intently, picking up the worry in his voice. She admitted she had been worried too and had sent Enji to check on them. As he described the boy's situation, Rei began to understand what her husband wanted to do. Enji confirmed that he wanted to bring Izuku to their house, not permanently but for the summer, because Inko would need help with Izuku's new quirk. Rei agreed that the first months after gaining a quirk were the hardest and that she remembered their own children's early struggles. Enji recalled Tuya sneezing and accidentally setting his sword collection on fire. Rei mentioned Natsuo and Fumi freezing parts of the house and Shoka making snowballs in her crib. They both acknowledged how Izuku's fire resembled Hisashi's and how dangerous it could be without proper training. Rei remembered Hisashi telling her about a close call when his power nearly caused a serious accident before he learned control. She asked whether Enji had considered the risk to their family. Enji said he had. The west wing of the house was separated from the rest of the building, had been fireproofed and was outfitted with the best suppression system they could obtain. Rei nodded and, after a moment of thought, agreed that they had to help Hisashi because he was family and they owed him much. Enji agreed that they would have to tell their children. Rei said she would go get them and left the room with purpose. A short while later Rei returned with 4 children in tow. The oldest, Tuya, had Enji's azure eyes and Rei's hair color and looked about 12. Next came their daughter Fuyumi, 11, who resembled her mother with a streak of red in her long hair. Natsuo was a tall 8-year-old boy. The youngest, Shoka, was 4. She had white hair like her mother but cut short with a red streak on the left side and the same azure eyes as her father and brother. The children smiled at their father, rushed to him, and hugged him. Enji smiled back and asked Tuya about the bandage on his right forearm. Tuya explained that he had been practicing keeping his protective ice field up while using his fire and had lost control for a moment. Enji noted that dual processing was hard to master, that accidents happened, and that Tuya should keep training. He examined the dressing and asked who attended it. Tuya said Fuyumi had applied burn cream and wrapped it. Enji praised Fuyumi for looking after her brother and teased that if Tuya did not learn to take care of himself, someone in the family would have to become a hero to keep him safe. Enji then turned to Natsuo and asked how school had been. Natsuo said it had been really good. One of Enji's children announced that they had gotten an A on their test. Enji praised the effort and told them that with hard work they could become anything they wanted. The smallest girl, Shoka, ran up to her father and asked him to look at what she had made. She held her hands together and formed a small ice sculpture of a cat. It was lopsided and the face needed work, but Enji was impressed. Shoka had a natural gift with ice, and unlike some of her siblings there was no sign of numbness or frost damage. Enji thought she would become something special as she grew older. Enji complimented Shoka on her work, and Shoka asked if she could be a hero like him someday. Enji said he had no doubt she could and encouraged her to keep training every day. The girl smiled. Tuya, wearing a goofy expression, suggested that he and Shoka could form a fire and ice agency. Shoka rejected the idea, saying she had no interest in teaming up with someone who hurt himself when using his power. Tuya looked hurt but continued to tease his little sister. Enji ended the squabbling and told the kids he had something to say, then related the events of the day. Tuya asked if the man they had attended the funeral for was the same person Enji had mentioned. Enji confirmed that it was Hisashi and explained that Hisashi had been a good friend to their mother and him. Shoka asked why Hisashi had never visited, and Tuya answered that it was because Hisashi had been a global hero who saved people all over the world. Enji continued, explaining that Hisashi's son had recently manifested his quirk and that the boy had a powerful fire ability like his father's. Enji said he planned to invite the boy and his mother to stay with them for the summer so he could help train the boy to control his power, and he asked if that would be all right. Tuya enthusiastically approved, standing on the table and calling Enji awesome, excited at the chance to practice with another fire user. Shoka told Tuya to get off the table and stated that she was against having another fire user who couldn't control his power in the house, but acknowledged that it would be unheroic not to help someone in need and gave her approval. Natsuo and Fuyumi agreed as well. Enji said he was lucky to have such caring children and that he would make the arrangements. Rei added that she would call Inko to see how she felt. Shoka returned to her seat with an impassive expression, though inside she was stewing. She did not like the idea of another boy coming into the house and imagined he would be a loudmouth goofball like Tuya. This would not be a fun summer for her. The next day, Inko awoke in the hospital to a kind nurse's voice. The nurse told her she would check Izuku's vitals and that the doctor would stop by to assess his progress. Inko walked to her son's bedside and found him still unconscious. She kissed his forehead and told him that she was his mother, that she was proud of him, and that she needed him to come back to her as soon as possible. She wiped tears from her face and went to the bathroom to freshen up, though she still had the same clothes from the day before. She held on to the hope that they would be going home soon. The thought of Hisashi not waiting at home crossed her mind briefly, but she forced herself to focus on Izuku. Everything else could wait. Her phone rang. The caller ID showed Rei Todoroki. Rei asked how Izuku was, and Inko explained there had been no change and that she did not expect him to wake for at least another 4 days. Rei listened, mentioning that she had been friends with Hisashi and knew his history. Rei and her husband Enji then offered for Inko and Izuku to come stay with them for the summer. Inko declined at first, worried about imposing since they already had children, but Rei said they had discussed it with their kids and they were all on board. Rei explained that Enji wanted to help Izuku learn to control a fire-type quirk, since Hisashi could not, and that they felt they owed Hisashi a great deal. Inko felt guilty and grateful. She had been so consumed by her own loss that she had forgotten how close others had been to Hisashi as well. Her voice cracked and she accepted the offer. Rei said the West Wing would be ready by the weekend and that the doctors should be finishing their screenings by then. Inko thanked her and said she would pray for Hisashi to keep watching over them, promising to take care of their son. 4 days passed. Inko had changed into fresh clothes, and the Bakugos had stopped by several times to visit. During one early visit, Mitsuki insisted on taking Inko home briefly so she could shower and change while Katsuki and his father stayed behind to keep watch over Izuku. The waiting made Katsuki restless and helpless. On the final day, Katsuki marched up to the bedside, took a deep breath, and shouted for Izuku to wake up. His father Masaru scolded him gently that this was a hospital and Izuku needed rest, but Katsuki insisted that his friend had to get up so they could compete again, and so Katsuki could prove he would be #1 hero. Izuku's eyes fluttered open, and he asked whether Katsuki really thought his quirk was impressive. Masaru nearly jumped from his chair with the surprise. He quickly called for the doctors and then called his wife with the good news. Mitsuki and Inko rushed back to the hospital, both overwhelmed with relief. The nurses escorted Inko to Izuku's room while the Bakugo boys were asked to wait in the lobby until the doctors finished their assessments. Mitsuki stayed nearby with Katsuki and Masaru. Inko entered the room and saw her son awake and alert. His eyes were now the same shade as Hisashi's, and the sight brought tears to her face. Inko told Izuku that she was all right and that she was simply overjoyed to see him awake. She remarked that he looked almost like he had seen a ghost, and then told him that with the change in his hair and eyes he now resembled his father. Izuku asked to see, and Inko requested a mirror from a nurse. The nurse handed one to him, and Izuku studied his reflection for a long time. Izuku asked whether his mother was angry with him. Inko asked why she would be angry and gently reminded him that he had almost set the park on fire, so he would need to be very careful from now on. Izuku nodded solemnly. He then asked if he could still become a hero with this power. Inko reassured him that he could and said she believed he might become even greater than his father. Izuku said his father had told him the same thing. He proceeded to tell his mother about the vision he had during the incident in the park and how his father's words had given him the strength to put out the fire. Inko grew teary and said that sounded like Hisashi, that perhaps he was still with them in some way. Izuku smiled in response. A doctor cleared his throat. Inko apologized for the outburst and turned toward him. The doctor informed her that Izuku was in very good health and that his power had caused no internal harm. Inko asked about the changes to his hair and eyes. The doctor explained they had been concerned by the sudden shift. His records showed he had previously had green hair and eyes, but they had found no harmful internal changes. The only notable finding was a slightly elevated body temperature, which the doctor said was common in children with fire-based quirks, as they often run a bit warm. Inko remembered how warm Hisashi had been and thought of his comforting embrace on cold winter days. She always found it so comforting. The doctor explained that they would keep Izuku one more night to make sure he was all right and that they would conduct the standard quirk screening the next morning. Inko agreed to the plan. The next morning the doctors completed their tests and called both mother and child into a standard exam room to deliver the news. The doctor explained that, as expected, Izuku's quirk was fire-based. He could emit large amounts of heat and light and was strangely immune to fire and heat. There was also evidence that he could absorb fire to some degree, which might explain how he had extinguished the park blaze. Inko observed that it sounded very similar to her late husband's ability, except for the absorption, which he had not demonstrated. The doctor confirmed that the husband's records showed no absorption and asked Inko to describe her own quirk. She demonstrated by moving a lollipop from the doctor's BRST pocket into her hands and explained that she could move small objects toward her. The son accepted the candy and unwrapped it. The doctor said that children often inherit stronger versions of a parent's quirk or combinations of both parents, and that Izuku appeared to have a stronger version of his father's power. The doctor added that they had decided to call the quirk Inferno. When Inko asked if Izuku would be all right and when they could go home, the doctor reassured her that the boy had stabilized and posed no threat, then recommended an outside quirk counselor and provided the contact information. Inko nodded, thanked him, and followed him to sign the necessary forms. After what felt like forever filling out paperwork, the pair took a cab back to the Midoriya home, a normal two-story house down the street from the Bakugos. The building had large windows facing the rising sun. Downstairs were the living room, kitchen, and a guest restroom. Upstairs were the master bedroom and bathroom, Izuku's room, a guest bedroom, and a standard bathroom. Inko sat Izuku down and told him that his power was much like his father's. The news made the boy happy, but she reminded him that his father had taken many years to learn control and would have wanted to teach him, but could not now. She also told him that his uncle Enji and Aunt Ray had offered to let them stay with them for the summer and that Enji had offered to help train him. Izuku knew that Enji was the pro-hero endeavor and one of the country's best, second only to All Might. He imagined the training and excitement caused his hands to flare with small flames. He quickly suppressed them before anything caught. He agreed to the plan as long as his mother approved. That evening Inko phoned the Bakugos to explain the situation. Mitsuki was being pestered by a young Katsuki until she finally told him to leave them be. Inko said they would be staying with friends for the next 2 months so Izuku could learn to control his fire ability. Katsuki overheard and erupted in outrage, declaring that Izuku had no right to train without him and vowing to train 1,000,000 times harder. Inko laughed at his outburst and was relieved to see he seemed back to his usual self. Mitsuki told Inko to enjoy herself, take good care of Izuku, and keep them updated. Mother and son boarded a train bound for the Todoroki mansion. After disembarking, they were met by a chauffeur in a dark limousine who drove them to the estate. The two were awestruck by its size. Their apartment had felt like an outhouse in comparison. Rei and Enji met them at the front door, and the 4 Todoroki children were present as well. They all looked a mixture of eager and nervous, while Shoka wore no expression but felt annoyed inside. Enji and Rei gave the Midoriyas a tour of the house and then led them to the west wing. Enji pointed out that everything there was lined with a high-grade fire retardant and reassured Inko that it was safe and would not affect their health. He also explained that the whole wing was fitted with water and chemical fire extinguishers, which comforted Inko. Then asked Izuku if he was ready to start training. Izuku practically jumped for joy, and in his excitement his hair flared with harmless flames. A few embers sparked and extinguished harmlessly on the mats without causing damage. Enji turned to Inko to confirm she was comfortable with the arrangement, and she agreed. Enji said that Tuya and Shoka should already be practicing and led the way. Izuku ran after him with a wide smile. Inko watched him go and smiled back, thinking how long it had been since she had seen that expression. Hisashi's death had been very hard on them both. She could not make sense of Izuku's visions of his father, but she knew that if there were a way to guide the boy from beyond, Hisashi would have tried. She recognized that same spirit in Izuku and resolved to help him become as good a man and hero as his father had been. In a distant city's building, a group of showy figures met. One of them asked about the months since Night Sun's death and whether any heroes like him had appeared. A man with a glowing scar answered that none had, and he found that infuriating because he had expected Night Sun to be a greater challenge. A woman cautioned that they had been lucky the man's taste for excessive violence had not exposed them, since that could have compromised their long-term plans. The scarred man admitted that their reckless, frightened brother's actions had been effective and warned that the Revengers had been closing in. One of the brothers observed that if they had continued their pursuit, they would have been exposed. Another asked if there had not been a more effective, quieter way to deal with him. A different brother dismissed that suggestion as stupid and reminded the others how powerful Night Sun had been, saying that the chosen method had been the only option. Someone else noted that Night Sun's death had not been public and that the Revengers had also been neutralized, praising the outcome and thanking his brother. The first brother acknowledged the thanks and steered the conversation to a new matter, asking what they thought of the man calling himself All for One. One of them labeled him the self-proclaimed Demon Lord and wondered whether they should bring him in for use. Another objected, warning that he could not be trusted and that his ambitions extended beyond his station. For once, a different brother agreed with caution but suggested keeping him under observation, since taking action now would draw unwanted attention after Night Sun's death. They agreed that no punishment would be levied for how Night Sun had been handled because it had served their purpose, and the oily voice among them reported that cleanup had gone well and that much new information had been gleaned. They resolved to watch events as they always had and always would. 11 years passed in the blink of an eye. Izuku grew into a powerful young man. Training revealed that he had been born with a combined quirk. He possessed his father's firepower and a variant of his mother's telekinesis that allowed him to control his own body. This combination let him fly without using his fire, so his quirk registration was updated and his ability was renamed from Inferno to Fire Flight. By this point he could move freely and quickly, though he still could not match Endeavor's movement speed. Despite admiring All Might, Izuku's primary inspiration was his father. He spent more time studying old clips of his father than the famous All Might rescue footage and shaped his fighting style around what he learned. His main techniques centered on fireball attacks of varying sizes, and he developed an area of effect burst of heat that could knock opponents off their feet. He had also incorporated other fire constructs into his style after watching other heroes. His hero worship was rooted in emulation rather than longing. Physically, Izuku had blue hair and blue eyes. His body was lean and fit from training with endeavor and his own efforts. One drawback was his height. He remained rather short at 5 foot. His personality was outgoing and energetic, since he had never faced the scorn of being powerless. He remained selfless to the point of recklessness, a tendency that worried those close to him. His mother, Inko, never lost herself to guilt because of his powerful quirk. She was closer to her son and encouraged his heroic pursuits. Training with Tuya and Shoka under endeavor had made Izuku close to their family, and he considered the Todoroki siblings his own, often calling Tuya big brother. Bakugo, who in another timeline might have become cruel due to his explosion quirk, was here cocky and hot-headed but not cruel. He and Izuku quickly became friends and rivals because of Izuku's power. They trained together often and pushed each other to grow stronger. Bakugo developed his signature howitzer impact and explosive flight earlier thanks to Izuku's influence, and he took to calling Izuku Firefly because of his fire and flight powers and his small stature. On a bright sunny day, Izuku ran down the street, his muscular legs propelling him toward school. He was stopped by the commotion of a villain apprehension. Heroes were containing a giant villain, and the crowd grew irritated at the delay. Izuku watched the action and pulled out his notebook to take notes. He identified the hero on scene as Kamui Woods and, excited, outlined how Kamui's power worked and how he might adapt similar ideas to create flaming ropes to bind villains. An old man with star-shaped growths on his head smirked and teased that Izuku was a real fan, guessing that he wanted to be a hero. Izuku returned the smile and declared that he did not just want to be a hero but intended to be the best. Eventually he arrived at school and the day proceeded as usual until the final PRD. A white-haired teacher stood at the front of the class with a stack of papers and announced, lightheartedly, that a career aptitude test could be handed out but that it was obvious most of the students wanted the hero track. The class demonstrated their quirks with enthusiasm, and the teacher reminded them that no power usage was allowed at school. Bakugo sat at the front, leaning back with his feet on the desk, declaring his determination to be the #1 hero and scoffing that others would be lucky to be sidekicks. The class grew angry at Bakugo's comments, but no one moved against him. A classmate warned Bakugo to calm down and suggested that his attitude could lead him toward villainy rather than heroism. Izuku Midoriya then spoke up, confronting his rival, and the blue-haired teen smiled confidently at Bakugo. The teacher pointed out that both Midoriya and Bakugo had applied for the UA entrance exam. The class fell silent, with some reminding them that UA had a very low acceptance rate. Bakugo loudly insisted that both he and Izuku would get in, proclaiming that Izuku would have the joy of watching him become a greater and richer hero than All Might, while Izuku retorted that he would become the #1 hero. The PRD ended and Izuku began organizing the notes he had taken earlier. Bakugo knocked on his desk and invited Izuku to the arcade with him and the others. Izuku declined because he had to meet his girlfriend. Bakugo rolled his eyes and said he didn't know what Izuku saw in her. The boy with stretchy fingers approached, followed by another classmate. The stretchy-fingered boy asked if that was the girl Izuku had been seen with around the neighborhood. Izuku confirmed. The second boy grinned and commented that she was attractive, then made a crude gesture as he wondered aloud what a girl like that was doing with someone like Izuku. Izuku had heard that kind of talk before and it did not bother him. He suggested the boy ask her instead. The boy protested that he could never talk to someone like her. Bakugo smirked and pointed out that she was Izuku's girlfriend, not the boy's. Izuku packed his notebook into his bag. When the stretchy-fingered boy continued, Izuku stepped in front of him, brought his fingertip close to the boy's face, and produced a small blue flame. He warned the boy to watch his words and gestures when talking about another person's partner. The boy looked frightened, raised his hands in surrender, and apologized. Izuku let the flame die and warned him not to let it happen again, his tone flat but his eyes making the point clear. Bakugo dismissed the others, telling them to go ahead. They left dejectedly, obeying him. Bakugo apologized to Izuku for their behavior and promised to speak with them later. Izuku accepted the apology and bumped fists with Bakugo. Bakugo told him to pass along a greeting to Izuku's girlfriend. Izuku checked the time and hurried off. His girlfriend disliked being kept waiting. Nearby, a thief had just robbed a store and was fleeing with the money, but a tall, athletic man in the crowd shifted into an imposing, heroic form and announced his presence to the citizens. The transformed man moved to intercept the robber in a swift, showy confrontation typical of hero work. Izuku ran to the alley where he was to meet his girlfriend. He had changed out of his school uniform into a white button-down shirt, black pants, and dress shoes. She preferred he look presentable. He saw her from behind, tall and athletic, nearly a head taller than him, with short snow-white hair and a streak of red at the right side, tucked neatly behind her ear. She wore a simple sleeveless gray dress and black shoes and carried herself with quiet grace. Izuku called her name, and she turned. Her expression was impassive, her blue eyes cool. She told him he was late. He gave a small defense that he was only a few seconds late. She insisted that late was late. He could tell she was upset. She asked him to explain why he had turned down her father's and brother's offer to recommend him to UA. Izuku admitted he had done so and explained how it had gone. He had met with her father and brother, and when they offered to help, he had declined because he and Bakugo wanted to earn a place at UA on their own merits. He worried that if Bakugo and he used her family's influence, they would be viewed as carrying favors rather than their own achievements. She had been nearby when he met with her family and had heard what happened. Her voice rose as she asked why he had not told her sooner. Izuku said he had planned to tell her but not at that moment, then tried to explain he had expected her reaction and feared she would call him an idiot. She accused him of taking advice from Bakugo, which annoyed her, and he defended Bakugo while reiterating their desire to qualify independently. She pushed back, challenging the explanation and suggesting it sounded like he was embarrassed or hiding something. They both stood there, the tension between them belying the deeper trust they shared. Shoka demanded to know the real reason, asking if he had abandoned his dream of going to UA and becoming the #1 hero. Izuku decided he should tell her the truth, even though he expected she would not understand. As his girlfriend, she deserved that honesty. Izuku admitted that she was right and that her assumption was not the real reason. Shoka nodded with an impatient look, as if daring him to tell her something new. Her eyes stayed fixed on him, searching for any sign of a lie. Izuku took a deep breath, leaned against the alley wall, and hung his head. He confessed that it felt wrong to accept recommendations from Uncle Enji or from his older brother Tuya. If someone were going to recommend him, it should have been his father. Shoka's icy expression softened. She approached and placed a hand lightly on his shoulder, understanding how hard losing his father had been. She knew that most days he managed, but that big moments like this still hit him hard. Shoka expressed sympathy and said she believed his father would have encouraged him to take the recommendations if he were still alive, and that she wanted him to pursue his dream. Izuku wiped tears from his eyes and explained that his father had gotten into UA without a recommendation, and that he wanted to prove he could do the same. If he did not, he felt he could never be a greater hero than his father. Shoka shook her head in frustration. She realized she could not change his mind. He had already made his decision. She remembered a childhood night when she had stayed over at his house and had quietly watched him replay an old clip of Night Sun taking down villains and saving a town. That clip had been broadcast worldwide and was one of the few times the man had been seen in action. She understood how often Izuku compared himself to his father, especially given their similar abilities. It was understandable, even if it would complicate his chances of getting into UA. Shoka relented. She told him the date was not cancelled and that he was coming, insisting he would not be allowed to skip it. Izuku smiled and told her that no one could refuse a date with the most amazing girl in the world. Shoka felt a warm rush, steadied herself, and replied that she was amazing. But there would be no more dates for the next 10 months. Izuku reacted with stunned disbelief. Shoka explained that the 10 months were a punishment for lying and a PRD for him to prepare for the entrance exam without distraction. She ordered that he call her every 2 days with an update and make sure he studied and slept, not just trained. Izuku agreed. Shoka tolerated the separation because she had preparations of her own to make, and she knew Izuku could be as distracting as she could be. Izuku promised he would get into UA, and Shoka warned him that her threat of consequences was serious. He understood from her expression that it was not empty. When Izuku asked where she was taking him, Shoka said it was a small family restaurant known for some of the best soba in town. Izuku approved and asked about dessert. She said they also had excellent cheesecake. He joked that if the soba was good enough, the evening might end on a pleasant note. Shoka accepted his arm and they set off toward the restaurant. The two teenagers walked arm in arm and drew a few curious looks from passers-by. Many people assumed Shoka was older than her 14 years because of her height and build, and with Izuku being shorter than her, they seemed an odd pair. Shoka did not care about the stares. Those strangers did not know the person he was inside. One of the first outside her family to tell her she was pretty, someone who made her feel beautiful when she felt awkward, and someone so devoted to becoming a hero that he pushed himself constantly. To Shoka, Izuku was exceptional. Their path was suddenly blocked by 3 older boys, all large and muscular. One of them leered and asked why a classy girl like her was with someone so small, suggesting she should be with real men. Instinctively, Izuku stepped between Shoka and the boys, declaring that she was with him. The boys mocked his size and challenged him. Izuku rolled up his sleeve, and Shoka felt a flicker of concern not for his safety, but because using his power publicly was against the law. Izuku asked Shoka for a piece of blue ice. She replied with a sharp, teasing remark that made it clear she understood the seriousness of the situation, then extended her hand. Ice formed in her palm, clear, perfectly blue, and without a single bubble, bright as the midday sky. A tense, anime-like confrontation began as the group prepared to defend themselves and push the bullies back without causing lasting harm. Shoka shaped the ice into a tube about 2 inches in diameter and 7 inches long. In a cold, measured voice she explained that blue ice was the hardest naturally forming variant of ice in the world and in most cases sturdier than concrete. She added that this piece was stronger than normal because she had reinforced it with her quirk, giving it a strength equal to steel. She held the blue ice up and placed it in Izuku's hand for everyone on the street to see. Izuku gripped the ice and flexed his forearm mildly. The muscles of his exposed arm tightened, then the ice began to fracture. Within a minute it broke, the pieces falling to the ground with a dull clunk. One of the men nearby scoffed that it was just a trick and there was no way Izuku was that strong. Izuku cracked his knuckles and asked if any of the so-called he-men wanted to test him. The 2 men met his gaze and found it devoid of fear, lit by a bright intensity that gave him an almost otherworldly presence. They decided there were easier targets and hurried away. The crowd stared at the boy for a moment before looking down and moving on. Shoka praised his cleverness and noted that he had never planned to use his quirk, reminding him that using it openly was against the law and would look bad while they were out. Izuku agreed, rolling his sleeve back down, and they exchanged a warm, teasing moment when Shoka complimented the way he carried himself. She extended her arm for Izuku to take and he smiled. A large explosion cut through the evening, and smoke began to rise nearby. Shoka turned to see it and guessed immediately that it was a villain attack. Izuku's voice hardened as he identified the source by sound and color, certain it belonged to Kanchan, the explosive hero everyone recognized by his bright orange blasts. He took Shoka's hand and pulled her toward the danger. She hesitated only long enough to catch up, glad she had worn flats. They arrived at a scene of devastation where pro-heroes were already working, keeping the crowd back and rescuing people from buildings that had caught fire. As they pushed closer, they found what they feared most: a villain with a liquid body holding a boy in his grasp. The boy shouted angrily, and Izuku and Shoka both realized the captured hero was Kanchan, unmistakable with his spiky blonde hair and rasping voice. Shoka pointed out that the way the villain held him suggested he was seriously threatened and needed help. Izuku agreed but hesitated, aware they were not licensed to use their quirks and that reckless use could make the fires worse. Together they formed a plan. Shoka would use her freezing ability to free Kanchan, and Izuku would act as a distraction by absorbing the surrounding flames so they could escape. A skinny man near the back of the crowd offered to help, and a young blonde girl with glasses agreed to follow his instructions. They listened as he laid out a brief plan and nodded. Meanwhile, Izuku ran into the middle of the scene in full view of the villain while Shoka moved around the side out of sight. Izuku activated his power. His blue eyes glowed, and he began to draw the flames from the surrounding buildings toward himself. Lines of embers and light streaked through the air and gathered around him, and his sleeves were singed as the flames were absorbed. The surrounding fires died down, leaving the onlookers and other heroes astonished. The villain studied Izuku with sudden curiosity, reassessing his target. At that moment Shoka struck. The goo surrounding Kanchan froze instantly, and she struck the frozen mass repeatedly until it cracked and Bakugo was able to pull free, gasping for breath. Shoka called for Izuku and he rushed over. The two grabbed the blonde and began hauling him toward the alley entrance. The villain recovered and launched an attack. Izuku wrapped an arm around each of his friends and prepared to fly them to safety. The skinny man and the blonde girl executed their plan. A sudden gust from the alley blasted through and sent Izuku and the others tumbling out. They landed in a soggy patch of grass, mud. Splattering and rain began to fall. The three untangled themselves, checked for obvious injuries, and were guided to a nearby ambulance by a pro hero. As the rain cleared, a large figure stepped out of the alley, All Might, the #1 hero, standing in his classic heroic pose. All Might beamed with a giant smile, and he announced that the citizens need not fear because he had arrived. The crowd erupted at the sight of the #1 hero, marveling that he could change the weather with a single blow. A short while later, All Might remained surrounded by reporters and flashing cameras, every angle of the #1 hero seized eagerly. The Sludge villain had been subdued in a flashy, anime-style takedown, secured in a containment pod, and loaded onto a transport bound for prison. The teens were examined and declared physically fine. The heroes and officers were preparing to reprimand Izuku and Shoka for using their quirks without a license when Shoka invoked the name of the #2 hero to get their attention. She added that Izuku had received special training from Endeavor and was applying to UA. The officers and heroes, impressed by the claims, turned their scolding into praise and told the teens how promising they were. Bakugo drew a different kind of attention. The heroes commended his bravery and the strength of his quirk, and some even offered him opportunities to be a sidekick in the future. Their praise only made him more frustrated. He felt he had not earned any of it. He had been captured and had done nothing heroic while others had saved the day. He vowed to himself that he would never be helpless like that again and that he would be #1 no matter what. There was one thing on Bakugo's mind more than the humiliation: gratitude. He walked up to Shoka and told her sharply that he had not needed her help and that he had been fine on his own. Shoka looked at him flatly and said that it had not seemed that way to her. Bakugo snapped at her to be quiet and then, taking a rough breath, he thanked her. Shoka was surprised, though her expression remained composed. She thought she might never see him say something like that. She accepted the thanks, and she chose not to mention that she still found him rough around the edges. Bakugo turned to Izuku and, with wet eyes, vowed that he would never be helpless again and that Izuku should take note. Izuku smiled and told him that he understood, then the two bumped fists and shared a small, genuine smile. Bakugo said his goodbyes and headed home. Shoka brushed at her dress to remove dirt and took out her phone to send a message. Izuku asked what she was doing. Shoka replied that his place was nearby and she was messaging his mother, Inko, to say she was stopping by to change. Izuku glanced down at his clothes and agreed that he looked a mess. Shoka clarified that she was getting cleaned up and that he was to go to a nearby restaurant for takeout. Izuku protested that he would look ridiculous, but Shoka smiled and told him he would manage. After all, he had gotten into her good graces. Izuku resigned himself and set off. A young girl who had watched from earlier had already left the scene. She had seen two kids her age run in to help and been impressed. She hoped she could do something for them someday. Checking her phone and realizing she was running late, she hurried toward the restaurant she had planned to visit. At the restaurant, as Izuku had feared, many people stared. The manager hesitated to serve him, but a girl stepped forward and vouched for him, explaining that he had been one of the students who helped rescue the boy during the recent villain incident. The manager was skeptical at first but relented after other customers confirmed the story. The chef agreed to serve him on the condition that he change into proper clothes before returning. Izuku thanked them and bowed repeatedly. The girl who had spoken introduced herself as Aizawa and explained that she had come to try the restaurant's famous cheesecake. She described the pastry with bright enthusiasm. Izuku laughed and explained that he had been distracted by events earlier. Eri noticed his loyalty to his girlfriend and commented that Izuku's devotion was sweet. He blushed at the compliment but kept talking about his friends and the day's chaos. Eri found his loyalty endearing. When the owner brought Izuku's takeout and reminded him to dress appropriately if he came back, Izuku offered a grateful bow and left with his order. He said goodbye to Eri and hurried out the door. Eri sat at the table for a moment longer, replaying the villain attack in her mind. Midoriya's body had glowed blue when he absorbed the fire. She suspected he might be a fire user. She remembered her father mentioning a hero who used blue flames and wondered if there was a connection. Even if there was none, the blue-haired boy would still make a fine hero. If she was going to share space with him, she would need to improve. Within 15 minutes, the hurried teen was home. He paused by the front door with a worried look on his face. Most boys had to deal with a mother who didn't like their girlfriend. Izuku didn't have that problem. His mother liked Shoka. That created a different worry. Izuku fretted that they might team up on him. It hadn't happened, but there was always a chance, and he often wondered if they'd take different sides. He suspected he was overthinking it. He put his key in the door and turned the handle. Voices came from inside. He entered hesitantly, holding his bag of food like a makeshift shield. Inko and Shoka both noticed him and looked pleased. Inko stood up quickly and rushed over to her son, delighted to call him her future hero. She hugged him tightly, surprising him with how much force such a small woman could generate. Fortunately, the food was not damaged. Izuku felt bewildered and unsure what to think. Inko told him that Shoka had been explaining his adventure, noting that he had put out a fire by himself and rescued Bakugo from a villain. She told him she was impressed and proud, and compared him more and more to his father each day. Izuku smiled and handed the food to his mother. He leaned in to whisper something to her, and she nodded in agreement before going to the kitchen to plate the meal. Izuku walked to the couch where Shoka was sitting. She had changed into a simple blue t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers, her usual style. She preferred pants because skirts made her feel exposed, though Izuku suspected she was mostly self-conscious about attention. To her athletic legs, she reserved dresses for special outings. He thought she looked good in anything. Shoka asked whether everything was okay between them, and Izuku replied that it was. She then tapped her phone and said she had decided to amend his punishment. Izuku's phone chimed, and he opened a message from Shoka that contained an attachment. The document turned out to be a detailed training and recovery plan his girlfriend had arranged with her father. It included workout times and durations, a meal plan, and even schedules for sleep and breaks. Parts of the plan were highlighted in red. Izuku asked what the abbreviation RWS stood for. Shoka, amused, explained that it referred to supervised rest sessions. She and Inko had agreed he couldn't be trusted to rest on his own and would need someone to ensure he actually took breaks. Izuku thought back to last year and the time he had dislocated his arm during hand-to-hand training. Shoka and her brother had had to intervene then. He said he wanted to become the best and that he couldn't do it without working harder than everyone else. Shoka responded that his dedication was one of the things that had made her fall in love with him and that rest was just as important as training. She placed her hand over his to reassure him that recovery mattered. Izuku admitted she was right and that it was hard for him to slow down. Shoka said she had scheduled rest days and would be there to ensure he took them. He accepted the arrangement and apologized for not telling the truth earlier. She told him not to do it again and accepted his promise. The disagreement ended, and they smiled at each other. Shoka stood and gave him a gentle kiss on the top of his head, then told him to change and discard the shirt he was wearing. Izuku agreed to be ready in 5 minutes so they could head out to the backyard picnic table. Shoka wondered whether they would be eating with his mother. Inko returned carrying the kids' food on a tray with plates and utensils and said she would be fine if they wanted a takeout picnic for themselves. She encouraged them to enjoy the time together, reminding them that once they started at UA there might be fewer chances for date nights. Shoka thanked her. Izuku came out in a sleeveless t-shirt, jeans, and gray sneakers. Shoka felt a little flustered and quietly told herself she was lucky to have him. They carried the food out to the backyard table together, and Izuku set the plates. They talked about the coming weeks, and Shoka laughed at one of Izuku's jokes, having gotten past her earlier irritation. Izuku felt relieved. He apologized again that her dress had been ruined earlier. Shoka said Inko had been able to save it but that she hadn't put it back on because she didn't want Izuku to feel underdressed. Izuku smiled and felt content. Izuku told Shoka that she still looked amazing. Shoka replied that she was just dressed normally. Izuku insisted that her normal was still exceptional, and Shoka called him sweet. At that, the girl from earlier came to his mind not because he wanted to see her, but because of the argument he had had with Shoka before. They needed to be open and honest with each other. Izuku believed he had done nothing wrong and thought he would never see Aizawa again, but if he did, Shoka would be upset. Izuku greeted Shoka and then explained everything that had happened at the restaurant, his meeting with Eri, how Eri had helped him get the food, and what they had talked about. Shoka fell silent for a long moment. Izuku worried she would stand up and leave, but she stayed. Shoka asked whether the girl had been pretty. Izuku asked what that had to do with anything, but Shoka repeated the question. Izuku admitted he was a poor judge and said he would not call her pretty so much as not ugly, but then added that every girl had to compete with Shoka and no one stood a chance. He told Shoka that to him she was the only pretty girl in the world. Shoka nodded, she liked that answer. Shoka thought over what he had said. If Izuku had called the girl not ugly, then she was likely attractive, and the idea of some pretty girl laughing at his jokes and smiling at him made Shoka feel a little jealous. She shook the thought off. She trusted Izuku and knew he would not do anything improper, and he would likely never see the girl again. Besides, she had just been angry with him for not being honest, so she could not scold him for telling the truth. The way he had complimented her had touched her, and she could not stay mad. Shoka thanked Izuku for telling her. Izuku said he tried not to make the same mistake twice. Shoka agreed that he was a good boyfriend who seemed to read her moods easily and complimented her often without asking. That made her feel giddy inside. Most importantly, he never asked for more than she was willing to give. Her sister Fuyumi and their mother had told her how lucky she was. Most teenage boys were not as virtuous. Shoka agreed. She trusted him. Shoka reminded Izuku that their time was limited. Only a few months remained before entering UA, and their schedules would get much busier. Becoming a hero was hard work, and she intended to be the best. She warned Izuku that being her boyfriend would not mean she went easy on him. Izuku said he looked forward to the competition. Shoka recalled their first meeting, when she had said she had no interest in being friends with someone who could not control their power. Izuku admitted that had been cold and hurtful, and Shoka acknowledged she had been extreme but had changed a lot since then. She confessed that sometimes she still felt like the lonely, insecure little girl she had once been and wanted to be stronger and more confident, the kind of hero who protected people. Izuku reassured her that she already did protect him from himself. Shoka replied that if she could do that, protecting the world would feel easier in comparison. Izuku admired her direct manner. It let him know where he stood with her. They talked about several other things as they finished their dinner and moved on to dessert. When Shoka finished, she declared the meal delicious. She gave Izuku a brief, affectionate goodbye as they prepared to part. They shared a warm moment before separating, both smiling as they breathed out small clouds of condensed air into the chilly evening. Shoka said she needed to go because her father would worry if she were late. Izuku offered to walk her to the train station, and she accepted. Shoka went to say goodbye to Inko, who presented her with the cleaned and pressed outfit and the spotless shoes she had mentioned. Shoka asked Inko to store the outfit with her other clothes just in case, and Inko agreed and told her to be careful on the way home. Shoka promised she would. After sending Shoka onto the train, Izuku walked home in the setting sun. He took out his phone and reviewed the training schedule, feeling lucky to have such a thoughtful partner at his side. He felt the weight of the work ahead but welcomed it. He told himself that it was time to begin and for a new day to rise. Over the next 10 months, Izuku and Bakugo both followed Endeavor's training schedule. It was grueling, but both began to show results. They did combat training together twice a week, spent 2 days each week working on their own, and rested on the weekends. Shoka appeared as promised to make sure Izuku rested and stayed on top of his studies. He had been keeping up. Izuku was a diligent student. One weekend the couple went to a movie and got ice cream. Shoka had chosen a cheesy romantic comedy that Izuku did not usually enjoy, but he went because he knew she liked these kinds of films. He was not bored, he spent the whole time watching Shoka. She looked exceptional that day in a simple white sleeveless blouse and a dark blue skirt, and he found her presence comforting and uplifting. After they got ice cream mint chocolate chip for Izuku and cookies and cream for Shoka, Shoka asked how he had liked the movie. Izuku reacted with a cough when a large bite of ice cream went sideways, and then admitted that he had not really been watching the film. Shoka pretended not to notice, but she asked what he had actually been watching. Izuku told her he had been watching her. Shoka smiled brightly and offered to elaborate, but Izuku declined, saying not to in public. Shoka accepted that with a straightforward shrug and then suggested that perhaps she dressed up to make the date more enjoyable for both of them. Izuku assured her he would have come anyway, and Shoka pointed out that she had dressed with him in mind and that both of them had gotten what they wanted from the evening, including the ice cream. Izuku laughed and called her fun. Shoka responded that of course she was. They walked home talking about training. Izuku described how it was going, and Shoka said she would be going in for the UA recommendation trials and interview in about 2 weeks. She admitted she was nervous. Izuku told her she had nothing to worry about, though she remained uneasy. As they walked back toward the Midoriya home, they passed Takoba Municipal Beach Park and stopped, surprised at what they saw. On the beach, a young girl with long blonde hair and aqua eyes was crushing garbage into solid cubes, some as big as refrigerators, and hauling the large cubes off the sand. Overseeing her work was a tall, athletic man with blonde hair in a blue tracksuit, speaking into a loudspeaker and urging the girl to move faster. The two teens watched, and then Izuku recognized the girl when she turned and called his name. Melissa answered and waved back, then spoke to the man, who lowered his loudspeaker when he saw Izuku and Shoka. Melissa ran over at full speed, out of breath, and asked what they were doing here. Izuku pointed out that he lived nearby and that they were just heading back. Melissa turned to Shoka and commented that Izuku had been right. Shoka really was beautiful and taller than she had pictured. Shoka, unused to being complimented by another girl, kept her expression neutral and introduced herself. Melissa laughed at Izuku's pet name and then began to explain how she had met the tall blonde man and how her life had changed. Melissa's memory went back 6 years. At 8 years old, she had been living with her father on Island. Her father was the world-famous David Shield, who had won major recognition for his research into quirks and had built support devices and costumes to help heroes use their powers more effectively. It had felt odd to Melissa that a man who had devoted his life to researching quirks had a daughter who was quirkless. The news had been difficult to accept at first. Some friends had pulled away out of fear, but that had passed, though the adjustment had not been easy. Melissa had wanted to become a pro hero, as many kids did, and she admired All Might above all others. He was the greatest hero in the world and a symbol of peace, and he had been a friend of David Shields for a long time. Melissa had grown up calling him Uncle Might. She understood that being without a quirk might prevent her from becoming a pro hero in the traditional sense, but the memory of that earlier time and the people who had influenced her stayed with her as she explained how meeting certain individuals had set the course for her life. The whole experience left Melissa unsure what to do. She still wanted to save people, but she had no idea how. That morning she had come with her father to his lab for a Take Your Child to Work day. She had watched him run data on a new device, which had bored her, and then they went to his examination room full of scanners and machines used to study quirks. Melissa asked her father why they were there. David Shield explained that he had an appointment with the number 2 hero in Japan that day. The girl asked who that was, and David told her it was the flame hero Endeavor. Melissa then asked whether Endeavor had a problem with his quirk. David clarified that the appointment was not for Endeavor himself. The tall man smiled at Melissa and said she would see. A short while later the door opened and a giant man entered the room, wearing a dark blue costume with flaming accents. His beard and shoulders seemed to glow with fire. He greeted Dr. Shield and thanked him for meeting. David asked whether the patient was present, and the large man stepped aside to reveal a small boy with blue hair and eyes, dressed in a sleeveless shirt and shorts and looking around in wonder. The boy asked if this was the place his uncle had told him about. Endeavor looked down and corrected him, telling the boy he was Izuku and asking to be called Endeavor when he was in uniform. Izuku apologized and addressed him more formally. The boy then looked at David and Melissa with a concerned expression. David introduced himself, saying hello and noting that he must be Izuku Midoriya. He added that Izuku's uncle had told him a lot about the boy. Izuku hoped what had been said was good. David complimented the boy's quirk and asked if it was true that Izuku could absorb fire and Izuku confirmed that he could. David expressed that the ability made Izuku special and asked permission to take scans and other information. Izuku agreed and pointed at Melissa to ask who she was. David explained that Melissa was his daughter and his assistant for the day, about the same age as Izuku. Melissa approached and greeted him, and Izuku smiled, a reaction that sent a warm, unexpected feeling through Melissa. David asked Endeavor and Izuku several technical questions, then requested a demonstration of the boy's power. Endeavor instructed Izuku to do as they had practiced, and Izuku took a deep breath and activated his quirk. Blue flames burst to life in his hands. He shaped the fire into a ball, launched it into the air, and made it hover there, the orb casting a bright blue light over the room. Melissa reacted with amazement and asked whether he could completely control the fire. Izuku explained that he could not yet. He could make simple constructs for now and was still training under Endeavor. David noted the unusual dark color of the flames and said he needed to take measurements. He operated the control console and watched probes emerge from the walls to scan the floating orb. The results surprised him. The flames produced more heat and seemed more cohesive than normal fire. Endeavor was unsurprised and remarked that Izuku's father had shown similar traits. David pulled up the files Endeavor had sent and confirmed the numbers were consistent, though the quirk was less developed. David then asked to observe Izuku's fire absorption. Izuku raised his arms and absorbed the fireball. The flames stretched into a long ribbon and flowed into him, disappearing beneath his skin. David examined the readings and noted that the files stated Izuku's father had not been able to absorb fire. Endeavor confirmed that the father had exceptionally precise fire control but had not been able to absorb heat. David requested body scans, and both adults agreed. He placed Izuku on a large whole-body scanner with 3 rings over the bed. A series of lights blinked as the machine ran. David said he needed to go to the next room to retrieve the results and invited Endeavor to accompany him. Melissa moved to follow her father, but he suggested she remain with Midoriya, and she sat down by the scanner. The scan took several minutes. While the machine ran, the children talked. Izuku kept perfectly still. He had been through scans before and knew he could speak without affecting the process. Izuku asked what Melissa preferred to be called. Melissa explained that she had no quirk when Izuku asked about her ability. Izuku reacted with surprise and, without judgment, told her he had never met someone without a quirk before. He did not see it as a problem. Melissa admitted that people usually reacted with shock or disappointment, which she disliked. Izuku said he was glad to be the first to react differently and then asked if she wanted to be his friend. Melissa accepted, and Izuku cheerfully added that he now had 2 girlfriends. When Melissa asked who the other was, Izuku said Endeavor's daughter, Shoka, was one of his best friends and described her as cool. He explained that her quirk involved ice and that she could freeze a whole room quickly. An observer noted that she had azure eyes that glowed when she got emotional, and another replied that she sounded cool. Meanwhile, in the next room, Endeavor and David examined the results. Endeavor asked his scanner what it had detected. The scanner reported that the boy had an incredible amount of muscle for his age. David confirmed he had noticed, recalling that the boy had bent one of his smaller weights as if it were made of aluminum foil. Endeavor worried aloud about how much stronger those muscles could become as the boy grew. David asked about the boy's quirk. The scanner replied that the fire output was visible, but there appeared to be something else, another ability layered underneath. Endeavor explained that quirks sometimes combined, and that it was not unheard of for multiple factors to function separately at first. He compared the situation to his oldest son, who had initially shown overwhelming firepower and later manifested an ice ability that protected him from his own heat. David recalled seeing a similar boy at the UA first-year sports festival and confirmed that he was Endeavor's son. Endeavor said the boy was promising and would be a great hero. Regarding Izuku, Endeavor admitted there was no way to know what the hidden power might be until it emerged and suggested it might be best not to tell the boy, lest he try something dangerous to trigger it. David deferred to Endeavor's judgment. A sudden boom came from outside and Endeavor's hero instincts flared. He pushed David down as an explosion ripped through the building. The blast sent fire and debris through the corridors and left the area badly damaged. Endeavor helped David to his feet and warned that it sounded like an attack. David panicked and searched for his daughter Melissa, insisting she was powerless and needed help. Endeavor blocked him, explaining that the wreckage would make searching dangerous and that he would extract David and then find the children. David hesitated but agreed. Endeavor raced down the hallway toward the rooms where the kids had been. He prayed that Izuku was all right and resolved that he could not let Hisashi's only son die there. Partway down the corridor, he spotted Melissa carrying Izuku on her back. The boy was unconscious but not visibly injured. Melissa was bruised and breathing hard. She explained that the explosion had filled the room with fire, that Izuku had absorbed the flames and then passed out, and that the ceiling threatened to collapse, so she had carried him out. Endeavor acknowledged her courage, took Izuku from her, secured Melissa, and flew them to safety. Outside, David exhaled with relief when Endeavor brought the children to the open area. Endeavor assured him that Izuku would be fine and directed David to have the children checked by medics who were arriving. Endeavor then joined in the evacuation and worked to contain the fire. A large figure landed on the site with a booming proclamation that he was there to help. The crowd gasped at the arrival of All Might. David explained that All Might had come for a costume upgrade and that villains had appeared on the island and caused chaos. All Might had taken out the boss, but some underlings were still active. Endeavor concluded that one of those villains had likely caused the explosion and asked All Might if he was ready to continue. All Might affirmed that they still needed to capture the remaining villains. Endeavor told David to look after the boy, and David agreed. The two heroes took off to handle the remaining threats. Shortly afterward, the villains were subdued. All Might and Endeavor learned that David, Melissa, and Izuku had been transported to the hospital. David and Melissa were cleared by medical staff, and Izuku was being monitored because he remained unresponsive. Outside the hospital room, Endeavor and All Might stood together while Melissa sat beside the bed and David remained close. Endeavor made a call and spoke with the doctors before the two men entered the room. All Might expressed relief that David and Melissa were safe. David inquired about the villains, and All Might confirmed they had been captured. The men fell silent when Melissa began to cry. Melissa, tearful and distraught, blamed herself, saying that Izuku would not have been hurt if not for her. Endeavor stepped close, lowered himself to meet her eyes, and asked what she meant. Melissa explained that Izuku had sensed the explosion coming, jumped off the scanner, and pushed her to the ground. A huge fireball had filled the room and Izuku had absorbed the flames before passing out. She sobbed and apologized. Endeavor placed his large hand on her shoulder and asked if there was more, and the girl looked up at him with tearful eyes, unsure how to answer. Weeks passed. Shoka attended the recommendation trials and performed as she had expected, outshining the other candidates and earning a spot. One of the successful candidates was a tall, energetic young man with a brown crew cut who introduced himself as Inasa Yurashi and demonstrated a powerful wind quirk. Shoka found him a bit over the top but remained polite, introducing herself and congratulating him on his victory in the trials. Inasa thanked her exuberantly and then recognized her last name, realizing she was Endeavor's daughter. She told him she was. Inasa asked if Shoka wanted to be friends and rivals, and said it would be an extreme honor for him to compete against such a worthy student as her. Shoka was surprised. Most people either put her on a pedestal because of her powerful quirk, thinking they were unworthy of interacting with her, or were jealous and outright mean. This young man was being kind. He reminded her of Izuku in many ways. She thought of Melissa's shield then. She had always believed Izuku was special as a person, but after meeting both Inasa and Melissa she began to question those assumptions. Maybe she had been wrong. Later that day Shoka called Izuku to tell him the results. She had been accepted for the next school year at UA. Izuku was thrilled and insisted he had known she would get in. Inko overheard and said they needed to celebrate, and Shoka calmed them both by saying they would celebrate as soon as Izuku passed his test and got in, which both mother and son agreed to. Shoka also told Izuku about the guy she had met, making it clear the exchange had been purely friendly. She felt it was fair to tell him. Izuku thanked Shoka for her honesty and said he was glad she had met a nice person. He then asked if she was looking forward to her outing with Melissa. Shoka admitted she was nervous, and Izuku understood, knowing she had not had many girlfriends. He encouraged her to relax and be herself, suggesting Melissa might become her first friend. Shoka thanked him and resolved to try. The next day, Shoka met Melissa at the Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall to pick up everything she needed. Melissa arrived casually dressed in a pink checkerboard shirt, khakis, brown boots, and a pair of glasses. Shoka wore a blue t-shirt, black pants, and white tennis shoes. The two complimented each other's outfits and then got down to shopping. Melissa asked what they were shopping for and produced a phone with a long list that included everything from hygiene items to underwear. Shoka noted that Melissa had not been exaggerating about needing a lot. Melissa explained she had been busy with training and had to persuade her uncle to let her come that day. They moved through several shops. Melissa bought some things and left others, and most of the conversation focused on practical advice about different products. It was a completely normal girls' outing. Melissa then probed deeper, asking how Izuku and Shoka had met. Shoka explained that her parents had been schoolmates of Izuku's father, Hisashi, and that Izuku's quirk had awakened after his father died. Melissa said she had heard about that from Izuku when they first met and that they had connected over similar experiences. Melissa admitted she had lost her mother when she was young, and Shoka softened, recognizing the same look of loss and loneliness she had seen in Izuku. Shoka expressed sympathy, and Melissa said it had been hard but that her mother remained with her in memory. Shoka told her she sounded like Izuku, and Melissa thanked her for the compliment. Returning to Melissa's story, she said that her father had brought Izuku and Inko to stay so he could help Izuku control his power. When Melissa asked if it had been love at first sight, she meant whether Shoka had felt an immediate connection, and Shoka kept her voice steady while admitting she had been 4 at the time and had resisted the idea of a new kid. Shoka remembered the day vividly. As a young child, she had watched her father bring Izuku to the family training room. Normally those sessions were the time she and her brother Tuya spent each day with their father. Tuya had been all in on being a hero, and Shoka had wanted to be a hero too, but unlike her brother she did not aspire to be exactly like their father. Now she worried that her father's attention might be further divided by this new child and that it might slow her progress, though she could not say that aloud after he had just lost his own father. During the training, Izuku managed to scorch his shirt, prompting their father to say they would need fireproof gear. Izuku created a simple fireball and threw a controlled fire punch impressive for a first day. Shoka was impressed by the power of Izuku's flames. They were stronger than what she had seen from her father and brother, and he did not burn himself or overheat like they sometimes did. Tuya and Izuku seemed to click immediately, talking about different heroes and training. At the end of the session, Izuku introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya and said he and his mother would be staying for a while, expressing a shy hope that they could be friends. Shoka, still guarded, replied that she already knew because her father had introduced him earlier, and then she told him she had no interest in befriending someone who could not control his power. She left the room, leaving Izuku stunned. Tuya put a hand on Izuku's shoulder and told him not to take it personally, explaining that Shoka struggled around new people but would warm up in time. Izuku sensed something different in Shoka, but he accepted Tuya's reassurance. A month passed. The three trained together, but Shoka kept her distance. Finally, one day Izuku confronted her in the gardens where she watched birds playing together and asked why she had been pushing him away. Shoka did not look up at first, and Izuku insisted he saw her loneliness in spite of her distance. Shoka's azure eyes went wide with surprise. Shoka asked what had made him think she was lonely. Izuku replied that he could see it in her eyes and that she looked like someone who needed a friend. Shoka was not an emotional person, but at that moment she began to cry. Years of bottled-up feelings spilled out as she told the boy everything, not knowing exactly why she trusted him. She explained how her powerful quirk had made others jealous, how people treated her as if she were untouchable, and how most of them recoiled from her because her body emitted cold rather than heat. Izuku had only seen someone this vulnerable once before, when his father had died. His mother had broken down in grief then. He understood that sometimes nothing could be fixed with words alone. He crossed the distance and held the sobbing girl, offering a comforting embrace. Shoka was startled at first. She had never been hugged by anyone outside her family, but she relaxed and let the tears fall into the boy's shoulder. After a few minutes she steadied herself and apologized for seeming cold. Izuku reassured her that she had been trying not to get hurt. When she clarified that she meant her body literally emitted cold and that some boys called her a zombie, he said simply that the temperature had felt nice. He had not felt cold since his own quirk had activated, and it had been refreshing. Those words brought Shoka back to the present. She explained that after some more tears and explanations, she and Izuku had become friends. Melissa raised her glasses and dabbed at her own eyes, teasing that it was obvious and asking if Shoka had fallen for him. Shoka admitted she had become very attached but did not call it love yet. That feeling had developed slowly over the next few years and had been solidified by another emotional event that she preferred to leave for another time. Melissa pressed for the story, and Shoka agreed she would tell it later. Shoka told Melissa that she was easy to talk to. Melissa replied that her father said the same thing. The two girls smiled. Shoka felt unexpectedly at ease. Only her sister Fuyumi had made her feel similarly before. Melissa then asked to be accepted as Shoka's second friend, and Shoka agreed. They finished shopping and went to eat. Freed from the tension that had hung over her earlier, Shoka enjoyed the rest of the outing. Izuku had been kind, but it felt nice to talk to another girl about ordinary things. She wondered whether Melissa had a quirk that made people relax around her. Melissa simply seemed calm and easygoing in a way Shoka could not fully explain. By the end of the day, Shoka had learned more about her new friend. Melissa's father was a scientist working on quirk support items, and Melissa had developed her quirk later than most. Her power allowed her to amplify her strength and speed, but at first she had injured herself when she used it. With time and practice she had improved, though she still had a long way to go before she mastered it. Shoka understood why Izuku had been drawn to Melissa. He had a way of pulling good people into his orbit. Shoka had not yet figured out how that charm worked on Bakugo. They parted with wishes for good luck on the entrance exam. While Shoka's next 4 years felt settled, Izuku, Bakugo, and Melissa were just beginning their own challenge. A month of preparation passed and it was time for the UA General Entrance exam. Izuku and Bakugo rode the train to the UA campus. Izuku gaped at the sight of the grounds and excitedly told Bakugo how many great heroes had once studied there, barely able to contain his enthusiasm. Bakugo told him to tone his excitement down and to remember their purpose for being there. Melissa arrived running up to them, and Izuku was relieved to see her. Bakugo, ever sharp-tongued, teased Izuku about collecting admirers and asked whether the girl Shoka knew about it. Melissa smiled and said she had met Shoka a few weeks ago and found her delightful. Bakugo shrugged, uninterested, and pushed forward toward the testing hall while warning them to move or be left behind. The three of them were guided into a large lecture hall for the written exam. The test was difficult, covering everything from basic hero laws to advanced principles of hero conduct under pressure. Izuku left feeling uncertain but hopeful that he had passed by the skin of his teeth. After the papers were collected, a tall man with taller hair and a distinctive leather costume entered. He wore a loud presence and a device around his neck. He announced that they had completed the first stage of the exam and that the real challenge, the physical exam, would begin next. Izuku excitedly mentioned that he listened to the man's radio show, but Bakugo interrupted with a rough nudge and told him to be quiet. This was not the time for fan talk. The man passed around handouts and explained that the physical test would involve facing off against robot villains, each assigned a point value from 1 to 3 based on difficulty. Examinees would defeat as many robots as they could to accumulate points, and those with the highest totals would pass. He also pointed out that each examinee card indicated a specific testing site and that was where each person should report. Bakugo ground his teeth at the difficulty of the setup. Izuku studied his card and Bakugo's and noticed their examinee numbers were adjacent but they were assigned to different testing fields. Bakugo suspected this was to prevent examinees from helping each other, and Izuku scoffed that it would not stop them. The two bumped fists in a quiet show of solidarity. At that point, a tall boy in glasses stood up and politely excused himself to address one of the staff members. The proctor acknowledged him. Present Mike called out examinee number. A confident student pointed out that the handout listed 4 types of villains when the instructor had said there were 3, insisting that exemplary students could not accept such an error from the top hero course in Japan. He then turned and glared at Izuku, telling him to stop his fanboy ranting because it was distracting. Bakugo reacted angrily and snapped that only he could talk to Firefly like that. Present Mike waved both boys down and they returned to their seats. Present Mike thanked the examinee and acknowledged the point, explaining that there were indeed 4 villain types, the final one worth 0 points and intended as a trap to be avoided. He instructed everyone to proceed to their testing sites and reminded them of the school motto, rendered as, "Further Beyond." The two rivals wished each other luck. Bakugo warned Izuku that he would be furious if he failed, and Izuku promised he would see him at UA. A short while later, Izuku arrived at the battle site and found himself among over 100 test takers, many of whom wore special gear to augment their quirks. He had no special items but had changed into a combat suit. Endeavor had provided heat-resistant material that let him use his power without destroying his clothes. The suit was simple, an armless blue shirt with a high collar, light brown cargo shorts, and blue combat sneakers. Izuku scanned the crowd. Melissa Shield wore a pink tracksuit and metallic support bands on her limbs. The tall, stuffy boy was chugging orange juice. A short girl with rosy cheeks took deep breaths to calm herself. Even Izuku felt eager to begin. When the gate to the battle stage opened, Izuku launched himself into the air with Melissa right behind him while many others hesitated. Present Mike reminded everyone that there were no starting sounds in real combat and urged them to move, prompting the crowd to begin running. Izuku flew over the stage and found 3 enemy robots, 2 one-pointers and a 3-pointer. He formed 3 large fireballs and destroyed them for 5 points. He quickly located more bots and took them out. Seeing a kid with laser powers struggling after dispatching a 3-pointer and being swarmed by more bots, Izuku decided to help. He flew down, grabbed the kid, and cleared him from the danger. He then covered the boy in a controlled layer of flame and, on impact, released the fire in a sweeping wave that overwhelmed the surrounding bots. The attack threatened to grow beyond his control, but Izuku managed to call the fire back to himself. He reflected that he had nearly lost control and reminded himself to refine the move. If there had been more bystanders, the outcome could have been worse. After signaling that the kid was all right, Izuku flew off. Melissa used her increased speed to race through the stage, dispatching robots and assisting other test takers. By her count, she had accumulated 45 points. She wondered whether a combat-focused test favored only the best fighters and whether the school's mission to create true heroes included hidden parameters, but she resolved to keep going and behave like a true hero. In a dark control room, 3 observers watched the test. Endeavor had requested permission to observe as an esteemed graduate of the hero course. Beside him sat Principal Nizu, a small, animal-like man with features reminiscent of a mouse and a bear. The other observer was Toshinori Yagi, the hero All Might. All Might asked Endeavor if he was enjoying his first time attending the test. Endeavor grunted that he saw several promising candidates but that most were hopeless. All Might noted that Endeavor's daughter had already passed the recommendation interviews and asked why he was present. Endeavor explained he was proud of his daughter and believed she would become a great hero like her mother, but that he had also come because his nephew was taking the test. He pointed out Izuku in the crowd and clarified that, although not blood-related, the boy had been raised calling him uncle and he regarded him as such. All Might recognized the boy's power in action and recalled seeing him on the beach talking to Melissa. He also remembered, vividly, a past fire in which a small child had helped contain flames and saved someone dear to him. All Might asked if this was the same boy from that fire, the one he had brought to Island, and Endeavor confirmed that it was. Nizu asked whether the boy's flames connected him to Night Sun. The name struck All Might with a jolt. Endeavor affirmed that Night Sun had been his dear friend and that the boy, Izuku Midoriya, was his son. All Might reflected that Night Sun's power had been impressive and that his heart had left a strong impression during their early years. Endeavor added that, after what had happened to Night Sun, the World Hero Commission had buried the connection to keep him safe, a decision All Might thought was probably wise given the tragedy that never identified the villain responsible for killing Night Sun and his team. The three men shared a moment of solemn silence. Enji then turned to All Might and waited for his thoughts. Someone observed to Toshinori Yagi that his presence here meant he had chosen a successor. All Might watched the last few years pass in his mind. After the fire at David Shield's lab and his final battle with All for One, he had decided Melissa would be the successor to One for All. The injuries he suffered in that fight had been severe, and only Aries' fledgling control over her rewind quirk had been able to mend him. He had emerged from that day a different man. He and Mirai Night Eye had discussed the need to name a successor at length. He knew he had to prepare the world for a future without him at the forefront. He brought Endeavor into that inner circle because, as the most powerful hero after him in Japan, Endeavor would be crucial once Toshinori's power faded. Shota Aizawa was included as the one responsible for Eri. They all worked harder to make sure society could endure when One for All was gone. All Might pointed out the image of Melissa on the screen and said that she had the heart of a true hero. Night Eye acknowledged that she was David Shield's daughter and approved the choice. Another voice noted that the candidates gathered here included the son of a global hero, the daughter of the number 2, the successor to One for All, and young Eri, and remarked that it would be an interesting year. Toshinori admitted he was in awe of the potential assembled. Nizu, after taking a sip of tea, announced that they were at the halfway mark and it was time to raise the challenge. A technician at the control console hit a red button, and the arena lights flashed. On the testing field, Izuku Midoriya counted that he had earned 58 points and took a breath. He had 5 minutes left to add to the original 10, so there was still time. Melissa's shield appeared behind him. She reported that she had 57 points. They agreed they should look for a few more opportunities to score. The ground suddenly shook and the stage filled with the roar of grinding gears. A giant shadow fell over the field. Several test takers ran toward the danger. The boy in glasses urged everyone to clear the area because they couldn't handle whatever was coming. A panicked voice cried for help. Izuku followed it and found the short girl from the entrance pinned under fallen rubble while a 0-point robot advanced straight toward her. He exchanged a look with Melissa. She understood at once and asked if she should get the girl clear while he tried to stop the robot. Izuku confirmed he could try, though he warned it would be difficult. They nodded to each other and ran. Melissa reached the trapped girl first and used her strength to free her. The girl was conscious but had a badly twisted ankle, so Melissa lifted her and began to move her toward safety. The robot, however, closed quickly, and Melissa could not run at full speed while carrying the injured student. Izuku launched himself into the air and concentrated his fire quirk, his body glowing dark blue as he formed a growing orb of flame in his hands. He poured everything he could into the attack until the orb became massive, then sent it barreling into the robot. The impact shattered the robot's outer plating and sent sparks and broken mechanisms scattering. The machine collapsed in a shower of sparks and twisted metal, its systems failing. Izuku smiled at the result, but the effort had taken its toll. He felt dizzy and knew he had pushed himself too far. He tried to land and stumbled, then lost consciousness. Melissa moved to steady him but had to pull back because his body was still scorching. He hit the ground with a heavy thud. An air horn blew. Mike announced that the test was over and that medical staff would attend to anyone who needed help. A small, elderly woman in a nurse's coat stepped onto the field and reassured the students that they had all done well. A nearby student with a laser-type quirk explained that she was the youthful hero recovery girl and that she was the reason UA could manage such demanding entrance exams. Recovery girl approached the girl with the twisted ankle, kissed her forehead in a quick, grandmotherly gesture, and righted the ankle with her healing touch. Melissa carried Izuku to the hero and laid him down for examination. Recovery girl inspected him carefully and concluded that he had simply overexerted his power and would be fine. She expected him to wake in a minute. Izuku came to and asked what had happened and where the robot was, piecing together that he had fainted. Melissa and the rescued girl were relieved to see him awake. He apologized for causing worry and explained that using so much fire at once tended to leave him dizzy. Recovery Girl handed him a small recovery treat, which he ate, and it helped him regain his strength. The rescued girl introduced herself as Ochako Uraraka and thanked both of them for saving her. Officials called for everyone to leave. The test had ended. After the chaos settled, the waiting began. Preparation had been the easy part. The uncertainty afterward was the hard part. Eventually, the plain white envelope from UA arrived. Izuku went to his room and stared at the envelope. He hesitated before opening the letter, aware that the contents would change his whole future. He thought of his mother Shoka, his uncle Enji, and Bakugo. So many people had helped him reach this point. Whatever lay ahead, he would not face it alone. He owed it to them to be brave. He tore the envelope open and a small metal disc fell out. The device projected a holographic screen into the air. The holographic principal introduced himself energetically as everyone's favorite man-bear-dog-mouse hybrid and also as the principal. Izuku remembered Endeavor telling him the principal wasn't human, but he had not mentioned how energetic he would be. The hologram identified Izuku Midoriya and announced that he had passed the written exam with flying colors. The principal then explained that Izuku had also aced the practical, earning a total of 54 villain points. Izuku felt elated to have passed, but the projection continued. The principal explained that the school had not been grading only on the ability to fight villains. He clarified that UA aimed to produce great heroes and that combat was only one important trait. That was why the exam had awarded rescue points to those who acted as heroes should. Saving people was a hero's primary duty. Izuku had suspected there might be a hidden scoring system during the test, and it made sense to him now. The projection announced that Izuku had scored 52 rescue points, giving him the top score among the new first years. The screen changed to show the top 10 list, and Izuku's name sat at the top, with Melissa in second and Bakugo in third. He was happy to see his friends had made it as well. He left his room to find his mother pacing nervously. He smiled at her, and she immediately broke into tears, wrapping him in such a tight hug that he nearly gasped. Later that night he called his mother. She was overjoyed and promised she would come over the next day to celebrate. He told her he looked forward to it, then lay in bed smiling and whispered that he had done it and hoped his father would be proud. Izuku woke early on his first day at UA. He dressed in his new uniform, ate breakfast, packed his school bag, and his mother wished him luck as he ran out the door to catch the train. He met Bakugo at the station and they rode together. Izuku was unusually quiet, which prompted Bakugo to ask about the Ice Queen and whether she would walk in with him. Izuku explained that they had agreed to keep their relationship quiet for the first day. They would have enough going on without announcing it. Bakugo told him he sometimes did not understand him, and that most guys would be envious to have a partner like his. Bakugo then asked what class he was in. Izuku said his schedule read 1A, and Bakugo replied that he had the same class. Pleased they would have competition. They arrived at the classroom and found the door massive. Bakugo commented that even a very tall girlfriend would fit through it. At the same time, Shoka had already arrived at school and met up with Melissa, who was also early. They were in the 1A classroom and had met several classmates. Melissa mentioned that another recommended student was a girl named Momo Yayarozu, who seemed nice but a little serious. Everything seemed to be going well. No one had commented on height or looks, although one boy with a lightning bolt in his hair tried to ask someone out and was turned down. When Izuku and Bakugo walked in, Bakugo took a seat at the front and put his feet on the desk. A tall boy quickly zipped over and told him it was improper to put his feet on school property. Bakugo rudely told him to get lost, and Izuku stepped in to calm the situation. A bouncy brunette then arrived, visibly excited to see Izuku, which made Shoka feel a touch of possessiveness. A gruff voice interrupted, warning that if anyone was there just to make friends, they could leave. The students looked around and saw a man wrapped in a yellow sleeping bag at the front of the room. He stood up, unzipped the bag, and introduced himself as Shoto Aizawa, their homeroom teacher. His appearance startled everyone. He did not look like a conventional hero. To their surprise, he pulled a stack of gym uniforms from his bag and instructed them to put one on and meet him on the sports field. A pink-cheeked girl became worried that they would miss the orientation, But Aizawa, speaking in a flat yet commanding tone, told them they did not have time to worry about that. He explained that they had 3 years at the school to become heroes, and it was his responsibility to make sure they and others did not come to serious harm. The class fell somber at his words. Everyone knew he was right, so they grabbed uniforms and went to change. Izuku and the other students assembled on the field. He noticed there were only 19 students present while there had been 20 seats in the room. Someone was missing, but he could not worry about that now. Aizawa told them they would be taking part in a Quirk assessment test that day. Up until now they had only taken written exams, but the school had yet to truly push their quirks to the limit. The assessment would consist of 8 tests to give Aizawa an idea of their strengths and areas needing improvement. Several students still looked confused, but Izuku understood that these tests would establish a baseline for their development and potential. Despite his looks, he was actually really smart. Aizawa told the class that some of them still seemed confused and asked Midoriya what his farthest softball throw in middle school had been. He tossed a ball to Izuku and instructed him to try it now with his quirk. Izuku examined the ball, noting a metal ring that looked like a sensor and the faint texture of a chemical treatment on its surface. He summoned fire in his hand. The treated ball did not burn, which gave him an idea. Izuku took a deep breath, focused his flame into a thin layer around the ball, wound up, and threw with everything he had. When he released it, the fire propelled the ball into the air and out of sight. Aizawa's phone displayed a reading of 710 meters, and the class stared in amazement. Mina Ishido reacted that it would be fun to have a physical test where quirks could be used. Aizawa's eyes narrowed, and he warned them that the person who came in last would be expelled. Panic swept across many faces. Uraraka objected that they had only just arrived and it would be unfair to send someone away after one day. Aizawa countered that the world was full of unfairness, earthquakes, tsunamis, and deadly villain attacks, and it was a hero's job to combat that. He let the silence deepen as his point sank in, then reminded them that UA was not bound to tradition and he ran the class as he saw fit. He challenged anyone who could not accept the risk of expulsion to leave, insisting that only those prepared to be real heroes belonged there. The tests began. Izuku, Bakugo, Shoka, and Melissa performed well. Their versatile powers earned them high marks across multiple events. Aizawa required Izuku to repeat several events, once while flying and once normally, explaining that he needed a complete view of what the boy could do. Izuku complied. When all the events concluded and the scores were tallied, the students waited nervously to learn who might be sent home. Aizawa displayed a holographic scoreboard. Momo Yaoyorozu topped the list, Shoka ranked second, and Izuku, Bakugo, and Melissa all placed within the top 10. At the bottom was Minoru Mineta. The small boy protested that it was unfair, which puzzled Izuku. Aizawa then deactivated the hologram and announced that no one would be expelled. Many students expressed surprise and accused him of lying. Aizawa offered a wry explanation that the threat had been a rational deception to motivate their best performance. Momo remarked that she could not believe no one had seen through it. Aizawa dismissed the class to change and reminded them to pick up a syllabus before tomorrow. As most students turned to leave, he asked Shield and Midoriya to hang back. He told Shield that he had noticed the student holding back during the test and that his performance lacked the dynamism shown in the entrance exam. Shield explained that he still struggled to control his full power and feared bone injuries without the special support items he had used during the entrance exam, which were currently being adjusted. Aizawa approved of the caution and advised Shield to work toward greater control rather than relying on support gear. Shield agreed and was excused. Aizawa then addressed Midoriya and confirmed that Night Sun had been his father's hero name. Izuku acknowledged that it had been his father's name and asked how Aizawa knew. Aizawa explained that UA kept extensive records and that Izuku's father had been a graduate and an exemplary hero. He told Izuku that he had once worked with the man when he was a young hero. Aizawa recalled that Izuku's father had led a raid on a street gang, executing a well-planned trap that captured the criminals cleanly and with minimal collateral damage. Izuku smiled at the account. He had heard about his father from family, but these details offered a different perspective on him as a hero. Aizawa noted that while many idolized All Might for his spectacular style, Izuku's father represented the kind of quiet, effective work all heroes should emulate. He added that he would not go easy on Midoriya because of that legacy and, after seeing the day's test results, he expected great things from him. Izuku promised that he would not disappoint. Before Aizawa could walk away, Izuku said there was something else he needed to share and explained that he and Shoka were in a relationship. Aizawa listened and told him that it was not his business but that UA had no rules against such relationships. He warned only that it must not interfere with training or schoolwork. With that, Aizawa dismissed him. Izuku changed out of his gym uniform and prepared for the next day. Izuku Midoriya and the other boys finished earlier than the girls and headed back to the classroom to relax before going home. On the way, Izuku saw Aizawa speaking with a girl who looked about his age. She had a lean, athletic build, long periwinkle hair, ruby-red eyes, and a small horn on the right side of her forehead. She wore the UA uniform with unusually long sleeves for summertime and stockings, which was not unheard of among the students. Izuku realized with a small start that she was the same girl he had met at the restaurant after the slime villain attack. He remembered she had said her last name was Aizawa as well and wondered if that was more than coincidence. Katsuki Bakugo noticed Izuku staring and warned him to be careful. Bakugo teased that Izuku shouldn't assume anything and implied he might already have a girlfriend. Izuku deflected with a grin, and the two speculated whether the girl might be the one who had an empty seat beside her or why she hadn't participated in the tests that day. They decided Aizawa probably had a reason and that they would find out later, then continued back to the room. When they arrived, Mineta and Denki Kaminari were chatting together like old friends, talking about the many attractive girls at UA and sharing exaggerated complaints about one of the students being cold and unapproachable. Mineta complained about being rejected by the white-haired Todoroki and called her intimidating, while Kaminari agreed and teased about her elite demeanor. Izuku suppressed his irritation and exchanged a quick, conspiratorial look with Bakugo. Bakugo silently asked what Izuku had in mind and agreed to follow his lead when Izuku suggested they have a little fun with the two. Izuku and Bakugo approached Mineta and Kaminari and joined the conversation. Mineta bragged about the girls and challenged Kaminari's bravado, proposing a small bet of 10,000 yen that Todoroki would reject Kaminari before he even asked her out. Kaminari, wanting in on the action, raised the stakes and said he would not only ask her out but also get her to hug him, promising that Mineta and Izuku would owe him 20,000 yen each if he succeeded. Izuku and Bakugo shared a private laugh at the ridiculousness of it. Shoka and a group of girls were walking toward the classroom as well. One of the girls who had spoken with Izuku earlier explained to Shoka that she had come to thank Midoriya for helping during the entrance exam, which reassured Shoka. A flicker of jealousy crossed Shoka's mind at the sight of so many pretty classmates, so she told the others about her relationship with Izuku. The girls stopped in the hallway, surprised, and began asking questions. Shoka answered what she felt comfortable with and ignored the rest. As they neared the classroom, Mina Ishido warned Shoka that the questioning would probably continue. Inside the room the boys were split into small groups, and Shoka saw Izuku and Bakugo talking with Mineta and Kaminari. Izuku asked the girls if they could borrow Todoroki for a few minutes. The girls complimented his manners and agreed. Izuku whispered to Todoroki to grab her books and meet him in the hallway. She complied and set her books down, asking what he needed. Izuku asked Todoroki for help and explained the bet with Mineta and Kaminari. Todoroki asked if this had to do with those two boys and listened as Izuku described the challenge. At first she hesitated, saying she did not approve of underhanded tactics on their first day, but then revealed she had already told the girls about her relationship with Izuku earlier, which made her more comfortable joining the ruse. Izuku admitted he had hoped attending the same school would make things easier and that he simply wanted to be her boyfriend. The admission moved Todoroki, and she agreed to help. With everyone watching from the doorway, Todoroki stepped forward, cleared her throat, and announced loudly that she would go out with Izuku Midoriya. She then hugged him briefly and stepped back with a warm smile to make the point clear. Mineta and Kaminari stared in disbelief as the scene played out. Bakugo, having anticipated the outcome, took the money from Mineta and Kaminari and hurried out of the room. The other girls were touched by the display and shared quiet reactions. Mineta and Kaminari looked shocked and embarrassed. Bakugo returned to the couple and told Izuku he had the money, teasing him with the nickname the losers had used. Izuku felt a flush of pride despite knowing the stunt was a little shameless. They considered leaving while the impression lingered, but Bakugo said they should not leave yet, and Izuku watched him with curiosity as the moment settled around them. Shoka demanded to know why, her voice full of indignation. The two boys had been told they were tricked. Izuku and Bakugo laughed, and Shoka found herself smiling as well. Her boyfriend was unpredictable in the best way. Izuku handed Shoka a paper, and she called him her hero as she tucked it with her books, lacing her arm through his. The trio walked toward the exit. A short while later Melissa joined them and the group took the train together. The second day at UA began. The class arrived before the bell. The girls gathered around Shoka, peppering her with questions about the revelation from the previous day. Melissa's shield told everyone to calm down. Kaminari and Mineta pressed Izuku for details, and Bakugo told the two boys to stop complaining. They had been fooled, end of story. Aizawa slid the door open with a bang and warned that once the bell rang they should be in their seats. Everyone quickly sat, and Aizawa nodded. He announced that before normal classes began, there was an explanation about the empty seat in the room. He explained that the two freshman classes normally started with 20 students and that the principal had asked him to speak to the class. He invited the person in. A 15-year-old girl walked into the room. She had a lean, athletic build, pale skin, light blue hair, and a small horn on the right side of her forehead. Izuku and Bakugo recognized her immediately. She was the girl Aizawa had been speaking with the day before. Aizawa introduced her as Eri Aizawa and said she was his daughter. Aizawa went on to explain that Eri's acceptance to UA had been unusual. She had not gone through the normal entrance exam but had been admitted by special recommendation from the principal and the staff. He added that Eri had insisted on introducing herself and telling her story. Eri bowed and recounted that she had been held captive by a villain who experimented on her quirk. She was rescued by All Might and a group of heroes and had spent time at UA to learn to control her ability. Aizawa had then adopted and continued training her. When the staff asked if she wanted to join the hero course that year, she said she wanted to learn how to save people the way she had been saved. The class listened in silence and then burst into an outpouring of emotion. Some students cried and cheered, others said it was the most moving story they had ever heard. Ida stood and offered an enthusiastic, awkward round of applause. Everyone expressed how pleased they were to have Eri in their class. Aizawa brought the excitement under control and announced that classes would begin. Present Mike then entered to start English. The day continued into the afternoon, when it was time for hero studies. All Might entered the room in his usual booming manner, proclaiming his presence with theatrical energy. The students cheered at seeing the number one hero teaching at UA. Melissa's uncle had already told her he would be teaching to both keep a close eye on her progress and to pass on what he had learned as a hero to the next generation. All Might told the newcomers to prepare, announcing that training started that day. He activated a mechanism in the lectern and several shelves folded out from the wall to reveal the students' hero costumes. He explained that the costumes had been designed by professionals according to their submitted forms and instructed everyone to change and meet at ground beta for training. The class changed and soon arrived at ground beta, a mock city used for practical training, similar to the fields used in the entrance exams. Izuku and the others wondered how UA could afford such elaborate facilities. All Might complimented the students, saying clothes made the hero. Izuku's costume was a blue sleeveless top and pants with a utility belt for medical supplies and equipment. He wore black gloves and black and blue combat shoes designed to protect both him and the environment when his quirk was active. The suit fit snugly but did not restrict his movement, and he took a moment to adjust to its feel. Shoka approached him in a black outfit with red stripes, white boots, and a white waist-length jacket with pockets. The letters AO were stitched on the shoulders. Izuku told her she looked cool, and Shoka responded with a dry, amused remark. When Izuku mentioned he had been surprised by the practicality of her outfit, Shoka explained that skirts were impractical in the field and she preferred gear that let her focus on the job. She returned the compliment with a teasing, friendly remark, and Izuku felt genuinely flattered. Uraraka ran up and praised their appearances, admitting she wished she had chosen a slightly different style for her own costume. She noted that the fit was not entirely what she had imagined, but she was confident she would get used to it. The helmet made her look like the most girly astronaut in the history of the world. Izuku observed that, tightness aside, the space theme suited her power and asked whether she changed gravity. The girl confirmed that she did, and Izuku mentioned that he had seen her in the entrance exams from the air, pointing up to emphasize it. The girl nodded and then asked Midoriya why his suit had no sleeves and whether he would get cold while flying. Izuku explained that he did not get cold often and that his suit had no sleeves because he could absorb and create fire. When he used his power, the flames were drawn along his arms and sleeves would be incinerated. Shoka reacted with wide-eyed amazement, and the girl let out an annoyed breath and added that he had gone through dozens of shirts during training when he was younger. All Might called the class to attention and announced that they would be split into teams of 2. One team would play villains while the other played heroes. An armored student, Ida, raised his hand and asked whether that meant they would have battle trials like the entrance exams. All Might said it was a good guess but explained that he was moving them ahead to prepare them for the kinds of confrontations they would face as pros, which often happened indoors in shady back rooms, sewers, and old warehouses where villains tended to congregate. The frog girl voiced concern that the exercise sounded advanced, and All Might replied that it was better to prepare now. The class nodded in understanding. All Might produced a paper and explained the rules. The villain team would have a mock device and would be given a 10-minute head start to hide it. After that, the hero team would have to find it. Matches would last 15 minutes, the villains winning if time ran out or they captured the heroes, and the heroes only winning by capturing the villains and securing the device. Izuku thought the setup sounded like the plot to an old action movie. When the teams were chosen, Izuku was paired with the new girl, Eri. Shoka was teamed with Mizo Shoji, and Bakugo ended up with Ida. All Might then drew ball to decide which teams would be heroes or villains. Izuku's team was chosen to play the heroes and Bakugo's team the villains. All Might instructed Bakugo and Ida to go hide their weapon, and the boys left to do so. While they waited, Izuku took the opportunity to get to know his partner. He asked Eri about her power. Eri explained that her quirk, called Rewind, created an energy capable of reverting biological life forms to a younger state. Izuku asked how far back she could rewind someone. Eri said that, according to measurements, she could remove up to 30 years from a healthy person's life, with damaged or ill bodies requiring fewer years to rewind. She added that the effect was permanent and that if she was not careful she could rewind someone out of existence, and a sad look crossed her face as she acknowledged the danger. Eri admitted that sharing this information often frightened people and kept them away. Izuku asked whether she could rewind him to before an injury if he were hurt right now. Eri replied that she could, but it was meant for serious, life-threatening injuries. Using it on sore muscles after a workout would revert the body to its previous, less trained state and undo gains. Izuku then asked about limitations, and Eri pointed to a horn and explained that it served as the vessel for her power. The horn stored energy over time, but it only grew so large, and once her power was exhausted it took about a week to build back up. The more severe the injury, the more energy it required. Izuku asked whether her power had any offensive abilities. Eri said it did not, and that her power was primarily for repair after battles. She then showed the support items on her wrists, high-tech restraining devices that generated metal, whip-like tentacles she could use for mobility or offense. Eri mentioned that Mr. Aizawa had taught her to fight with them. Izuku thought it was good to know and reflected that, although Bakugo could be annoying, he certainly did not want to turn him into a child. He took a moment to examine Eri's costume. A red jacket with white accents over a knee-length red shirt, white leggings, black boots, and a belt. The material appeared thick and armored, and her capture bracelets were almost hidden in her sleeves. When Izuku asked whether the loud blonde, Kaken, was Eri's friend, she confirmed that they had grown up together and warned that Bakugo was an amazing fighter who would not be easy to beat. Eri said she had a plan for their match and nodded in a disarming way when Izuku said he wanted to hear it. Izuku laid out a simple plan. They would enter on the lower floor and work their way up, expecting Bakugo to head straight for him. While Izuku held any threat in place, Eri would search for the weapon. Eri listened without interrupting but asked why they would not just fly up and check the windows first, since that seemed faster. Izuku explained that although he could check from the air, doing it quickly enough to remain unseen would not be feasible. A brief pause followed as they prepared to begin. A teammate observed that not much got past Kaken. The partner acknowledged the point. At that moment, All Might announced that the heroes' test had begun and wished them luck. The hero pair opened a window and climbed in, moving quickly down a dark hall. They knew time was limited but had to be careful in case the place was booby-trapped. Suddenly, an explosion shattered the uneasy silence. Bakugo shouted a challenge for Firefly to reveal themselves, creating explosions in his hands to draw attention. Izuku scanned the hallway and confirmed Bakugo's presence. He told his partner to head back down the hall and move upward while he handled the blonde bomber. She nodded and took the other route. Izuku stepped into the hallway with a purposeful swagger. Bakugo called him out by name, and Izuku replied that defense had never been Bakugo's style. Both boys smiled, then charged. Bakugo delivered a powerful right strike. Izuku intercepted it, then used the momentum to execute a shoulder throw. Bakugo rose and propelled himself with explosions, maneuvering around the hallway. He got behind Izuku and struck with a mid-level blast. Izuku grimaced from the hit but acknowledged the shot. Izuku noticed Bakugo's improved maneuvering and realized his rival was faster than before. Knowing he could not hold back, Izuku activated his flight power and ignited his fire, surrounding himself in an aura of blue flame. Bakugo wore a sinister smile and taunted Izuku, saying he wanted his best effort to prove nothing if he held back. They rushed at each other and clashed again. In the control room, All Might and the rest of Class 1A watched the match in awe. Everyone except Shoka was surprised. The icy girl had known both boys for a long time and understood their strength. Momo voiced her amazement at how powerful both combatants were, moving through the air with fluidity and constantly checking each other's attacks. All Might agreed, noting their quirks were powerful and their control advanced for their age, skills that some professionals never achieved. The two continued to trade blows. Mina Ishido pointed out that the heroes' team faced a significant disadvantage. They had only 15 minutes to reach the weapon and capture the villains. All Might reminded them he had designed the exercise that way to teach speed and decisiveness. Melissa approached Shoka and commented that she had not realized Izuku could fly. Shoka explained that Izuku had not discovered his flight ability until he was 10. The blonde added that when they had first met at 8, it had not seemed like Izuku was using fire to propel himself. Shoka clarified that his flight was separate from his fire. His family history suggested a rearrangement of inherited powers that allowed Izuku to move himself rather than other objects. Kirishima reacted that it seemed unfair that both of them could achieve aerial movement, and Shoka pointed out that Bakugo depended on controlled explosions for propulsion. Momo observed that moving like that required complex calculations. Too much force would slam one into a wall, too little would leave one grounded, and conceded that Bakugo's development of that style to keep up with Izuku demonstrated intelligence and talent despite his rough personality. All Might and Endeavor's assessment that the two had potential was reinforced, though both still had much to learn. All Might shifted his attention to another screen and watched Aizawa's daughter making her way to the upper floors. The image reminded him of a frightened child covered in bandages, but he acknowledged she was no longer that frightened little girl and silently tested what she could do. Back in the field, Izuku and Bakugo alternated attacks blue fireballs against explosive counters for several minutes with no clear advantage. Eri had reached the upper floors and found Ida and the weapon. Ida stood in a room before the target, talking to himself and explaining that, to succeed in the exercise, he needed to embody villainy. He then struck an exaggerated pose and declared himself a villain in an overly theatrical manner. Eri had tried to remain serious, but Ida's overacting made her giggle. She stepped into the room, no longer hiding. The hallway where the two boys fought became a wreck, torn through several rooms. Izuku had the edge now, thanks to superior speed in the air. Bakugo realized time was running out and decided he had to end it with a decisive move. He warned Izuku that he wanted to see how much punishment he could take. Bakugo raised his arm and explained that his gauntlets were functional and not just for show. He pulled back a handle and revealed a pull pin. All Might warned over the mic that using a large-scale attack would be dangerous for both of them and ordered to stop or he would end the match. Bakugo responded in a theatrical, villainous voice, assuring All Might that Izuku would be fine if he dodged. He pulled the pin and triggered a giant explosion. The hallway filled with fire and smoke, and the blast waves tore through walls and windows. As the smoke cleared, Bakugo moved in for an attack, but Izuku was nowhere to be seen. Eri called out to draw attention, and Izuku turned to see. A powerful punch struck Katsuki Bakugo in the chest and blue flames erupted from the fist, sending him flying backward. Another blow struck his face and he slumped unconscious. Izuku Midoriya stood over his friend. His costume shirt was ripped and burned from the explosion, but he was otherwise unharmed. He wrapped Bakugo in capture tape and, as an extra precaution, taped his mouth shut. As he turned to find his partner, the arena announcement declared the hero team victorious and asked both teams to report to the control room for a review. Izuku thought the outcome had been quick and guessed that Aizawa must have taken out Tenya Ida. He wondered how she had done it. Robo-medics moved toward Bakugo, but Izuku waved them off and said he would handle it. He slung Bakugo over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes and headed for the control room. On the way he ran into Tenya Ida and Eri. Eri asked whether Bakugo was all right. Izuku replied that Bakugo was fine, just unconscious. Ida made several precise, robotic motions with his arms and noted that it was good to hear, then asked why Izuku had taped his mouth shut. Izuku explained that it had been for the best and urged them to trust him. The three of them, still puzzled, went into the control room together. A group of girls surrounded Eri to praise her. Izuku wondered what they were talking about. All Might noticed Midoriya's confusion and played back a recording of Eri's takedown of Ida. The footage showed Eri first attempting to ensnare Ida with whip-like support items, but he was too fast. Then Eri raised her hand and Ida froze in place for a few seconds. She quickly wrapped him with wrist-mounted shooters that launched a quick-drying capture foam and then took control of the dummy weapon. Midoriya asked how she had frozen Ida, since he had thought her power rewound things. Eri explained that her power normally rewound things, but doing so was draining and required a lot of control. She had discovered she could instead freeze beings in place for a few seconds. She had not yet mastered the ability, but in the exercise she had no choice because Ida was too fast. Others in the room agreed that the pause-like ability could be very useful for capture. All Might praised the observation but said a full review was necessary and that they would need to untie and wake Bakugo. Izuku suggested waking Bakugo first and then removing the restraints. When All Might asked why, Izuku demonstrated by slapping Bakugo across the face. The slap sounded like a whip crack and left a red imprint on the blonde's cheek. Bakugo came to, screaming muffled words that everyone assumed were complaints and insults. Izuku told him to calm down and said he would untie him. After a few tense moments, Bakugo quieted and Izuku removed the tape. All Might then asked who deserved MVP of the match. Momo Yaoyorozu stepped forward and declared that Tenya Ida had been the MVP. Her analysis explained that although Midoriya and Bakugo showed tremendous combat ability, they had become too focused on their fight. Bakugo had charged off and left his partner to defend the bomb alone, and the size of his explosion could have put heroes and civilians at risk. Midoriya had defeated Bakugo, but it had taken too long and their actions caused extensive damage to the building. Aizawa had won her match but exposed her position to the enemy, which could have been lethal. Ida had been the only student to take the exercise seriously, protecting the weapon and preparing for the hero's counterattack. Ida felt a swell of pride at Yaoyorozu's praise. All Might thought that Yaoyorozu had a keen eye. He added that Ida could have eased up a little, but otherwise the analysis was sound and a true master began with the basics. The students, especially Midoriya and Bakugo, were impressed. Both acknowledged their mistakes. They realized that hero work was no longer a game and that, once graduated, real lives would be on the line. All Might examine the extent of the damage and considered the mechanics of Midoriya's final blow. Midoriya's file noted he could absorb fire and heat to power his attacks, but the concussive force of that blast should have caused far worse structural damage. The most likely explanation was that Bakugo must have contained the force of the explosion. How, All Might wondered, remained unclear. Ashido asked whether they should start the next match. All Might selected the next group and sent the villains to set up. The next match paired Shoka and Shoji as the heroes against Hagakure, who had invisibility, and Ojiro, who had a tail. The villain team went to prepare while the heroes waited on the field. Eri approached Bakugo as he lay recovering. Bakugo looked dismissive and called her remote. Eri scowled and offered to fix his bruises if he wanted. Bakugo shrugged and said it was nothing, but told her to go ahead if it bothered her. Eri, who still struggled to understand typical boy behavior, hoped his attitude was an exception. Regardless, she felt his wounds should be tended. She gathered herself and activated what little power she had left for the simple task. Her horn glowed with bright white energy and the light encircled Bakugo. Ordinarily the bruises would have regressed, but this time they did not. Bakugo remarked that her healing ability needed work and called her short, then turned back to the screen, unfazed. Eri was confused by the failure her power affected living things, and she had successfully treated minor scrapes and damage before. A quiet uncertainty settled over her as she tried to understand why the expected healing had not taken. She had healed more serious damage, like cancer. Her power had never failed before. She thought she would have to bring this up to her father and All Might after class, but she did not want to disrupt the rest of the matches. It would be good for them to see. As the villain team finished, the heroes were released to find them. Shoka turned to her partner and told him to wait outside and not to enter no matter what he heard or saw. The multi-armed boy looked confused and asked if she was sure. Shoka said it would be safer for him that way. The tall girl walked into the building. She knelt down, placed her hands on the ground, and felt her cold azure eyes glow as she unleashed her power. Within moments the whole building was covered in a layer of ice. She walked up to the top floor, where the foes were guarding the bomb. One of the villains with a tail tried to break free and attack, but Shoka simply walked past him and warned that attacking would bring a painful surprise to his feet. The invisible girl complained about the cold. Shoka noted it briefly and kept moving. Shoka walked up to the bomb and placed her hand on it. Back in the control room, the students reacted in stunned silence. Shoka had finished the match in under 2 minutes and they could hardly believe it. Izuku and Bakugo exchanged a look. Neither was surprised. Both knew that Shoka's ice was outrageously powerful. Bakugo considered his classmates and admitted to himself that the only one he had truly seen as a threat before was Izuku, but after this display he realized Shoka was far more than he had expected. If he and Izuku did not watch her, they might end up playing second fiddle. All Might awarded the match to Shoka's team. Shoka snapped her fingers and the cold vanished as the ice liquefied. The assistant robots brought towels and blankets for the villain team. After everyone was checked out, the two teams returned to the control room for a review. Shoka received praise for her performance. All Might commented that she showed real control and strategic thinking, ending the threat while ensuring her partner did not get caught in the attack. Shoka appreciated the opinion of the number one hero, but there was one opinion she valued more. She thought about asking him now but decided to wait until later. While the next match was being prepared, Bakugo approached Shoka. He told her, in his flat, gruff way, that she had done well and, despite his tone, called her Ice Queen. Shoka thanked him and reminded him not to call her that. Bakugo looked forward and vowed that he would catch up to her strength, then returned to talk with Izuku. Shoka reflected that the remark had been the kindest thing he had said to her and allowed a small flicker of hope. All Might called for the next match to begin. Melissa and Uraraka would enter as the heroes, facing Yaoyorozu and Mineta as the villains. The villains were setting up inside the building. Shoka was impressed by what she saw as Momo created steel-plated devices to block the door to the weapon. Aizawa asked if she thought Momo's quirk was truly that versatile. The girl nodded and said Momo had shown in previous tests that she could build a device to give her the best score, and she was curious to see how Momo performed here. Aizawa added that the match would depend on whether Yaoyorozu could find a way to counter Melissa's brute force. Eri agreed. Shoka had been irritated when Eri had shown up at Class 1A that morning. She knew this was the child Izuku had met at the restaurant. When Izuku had described the girl as not ugly, Shoka had realized he had been understating things. Seeing Eri now, Shoka found her absolutely adorable, like a doll brought to life, and the new information raised questions about Izuku that she planned to ask later. The match started. The hero team entered through a window and made their way through the building until they reached the villain hideout. Uraraka fell back down the hall to take cover while Melissa centered herself and prepared to strike. Shoka and Eri watched the monitors, unable to hear the exchange. On screen, Melissa hauled off and punched a hole in the door. Momo's steel plating crumpled like aluminum foil. Uraraka rejoined Melissa and both entered the room. Melissa blinked out of the cameras for a moment, and Eri worried aloud. Shoka suggested that Melissa might be moving faster than the camera could track. When Melissa came back into focus, Momo and Mineta were tied up and Uraraka had secured the bomb. All Might awarded the match to Melissa and Uraraka and commended them afterward. He told them that sometimes the best tactic was to move fast and take out the enemy before they could react, but he warned Melissa to be careful when breaking down structures because it could cause a collapse. The rest of the matches continued. Each team performed well and received appraisal from All Might, who provided insights that impressed the students. When the exercises ended, All Might gathered everyone at the front gate to ground Beta and congratulated them on completing the workout with no major injuries, telling them they had the makings of true heroes. Azui thanked All Might for his positivity and joked that Aizawa could be a buzzkill. Eri agreed that she loved her father but his teaching methods could be discouraging. All Might beamed and said he strove to bring unbridled enthusiasm to his alma mater, struck a heroic pose, announced the last lesson of the day, and then rushed off at full speed to demonstrate how a hero makes an exit. Several students complained that he acted as if he had somewhere to be and that they would never be that fast. All Might reached a door and locked it behind him. His body began to emit white smoke, then he shrank by about 2 feet as his muscles deflated. All Might admitted that he could barely hold his muscle form for one class anymore and that his time limit was getting shorter. He was not surprised. He had known that passing his power to Melissa would cause this, but he had not expected it to happen so quickly. He hoped he had enough energy left to keep up appearances until Melissa graduated, though he feared that at this rate he might not. In that case, he would have to hope the current heroes would step up. The class changed and returned to the room, everyone exchanging compliments about the matches. Shoka and Eri received several praises. Shoka pulled Izuku aside while several of the girls gave the pair starry looks. Shoka asked what was up, and Izuku asked what she had thought of his match. Izuku smiled and admitted he had gone a bit over the top but gave extra credit to Shoka for not going easy. He added that their classmates now knew who they were dealing with. Shoka thanked him and then brought the conversation to Eri. Izuku looked confused and asked what she meant, and Shoka gushed that Eri was adorable, noting her big eyes, long hair, and athletic build. Izuku said that he had noticed but that it did not change how he felt. Shoka reacted with surprise and asked him to explain. Izuku stated again that Shoka was the only girl for him. Mina Ishido revealed that she had been listening and was so moved by the comment that tears came to her eyes. Hagakure also overheard and called the two of them cute. Both teens realized they would need to put more distance between themselves and the rest of the class in the future, and they shook their heads at the attention. They both agreed silently that their classmates could be overwhelming, but they were not wrong, they were cute together. Ishido offered to take Shoka to the train station, but she then popped up and spoke with enthusiasm that the girls had decided to have tea at a nearby cafe before heading out. Izuku looked surprised at Shoka, and Shoka said it sounded like fun. The two exchanged looks and silently agreed that it was fine, and Izuku gave her a smile to show he was happy she was making friends and told her to have a good time. At the nearby cafe, the Class 1A girls pulled 2 tables together so they could sit as a group: Shoka, Eri, Uraraka, Ishido, Hagakure, and Melissa. Momo, Jiro, and Azui had opted out, not because they did not want to spend time with the others, but because they sensed Ishido and Hagakure wanted to press Shoka for information about her relationship with Midoriya. The 6 girls ordered and began talking. The conversation started with compliments about the training and then turned to Eri. Hagakure bluntly asked whether Aizawa was Eri's dad. Eri considered how to answer and explained that he had been one of the heroes who saved her when she was young and had adopted her because it was the most logical thing to do. Uraraka expressed surprise that he had said that, and Eri nodded, mentioning that at the time she had no control over her power and had not been trained. She added that Aizawa had been the only one who could stop her if she had lost control. Melissa recalled that Izuku had said Mr. Aizawa's hero name was Eraserhead and that he could remove people's quirks temporarily. The girls asked whether he had trained Eri, and Eri confirmed that he had, though it had been difficult since her power only affected living things. Ashido perked up and recalled that Eri had mentioned her ability was called Rewind. Eri clarified that it had started out that way but had grown since then, noting that during the exercise she had frozen Ida in place. She explained that she could control the flow of time on living things, rewinding or freezing them, but she could not fast-forward anyone and had limits. Her pause lasted only about a minute, and her rewind was powerful but required caution because of the risks involved. Ashido beamed and said it was still cool, and Eri thanked her. Their tea arrived and they drank for a few minutes. Ashido's curiosity finally got the better of her. She slammed down her teacup and demanded that Shoka spill the details. Shoka stayed unfazed and joked that if they hit the table that hard, they would all spill it. Ashido clarified that she wanted to know about Midoriya. Hagakure joined in, insisting she meant details about Shoka's relationship. Shoka stated plainly that they were together. The other girls wondered if she was being purposely evasive, but Melissa interjected that they probably wanted specifics. Shoka asked what they meant, and the girls grew impatient until someone asked how long they had been together. Shoka answered that it had been almost 2 years, which relieved some of the probing. When asked whether it was hard being with him, Shoka admitted that Izuku had his moments, but he was a good person and was usually fun and enjoyable to be around. Uraraka remarked that it sounded like Shoka really cared about him, and Shoka confirmed that aside from being a hero, he was the most important thing to her. The phrase warmed the girls' hearts and briefly quieted their curiosity. The gossipers exchanged a satisfied look and decided not to press further for the moment. The conversation shifted to clothes and food, which Shoka welcomed. It felt odd talking about her relationship with anyone other than Izuku. Then Uraraka asked whether Shoka's father was Endeavor. Shoka confirmed that he was, and the others reacted with surprise. Melissa was not surprised. She had known Shoka was the youngest child of Endeavor from what Izuku had mentioned in his messages, but she chose to keep that information to herself. Shoka added that her father had not brought work home but had trained her and her brother Toya from a young age. Mina's eyes widened as she realized that Toya was the number 8 hero, Flash Fire, and expressed amazement that 2 top 10 heroes came from the same family. Shoka confirmed this. Shoka shook her head and explained that their father never pressured any of them to follow his path. He had seen potential in her and Toya and had encouraged it. Hagakure asked whether their father was her inspiration and whether he was the reason she wanted to become a hero. Shoka clarified that, although she respected her father's power and abilities, he was not the reason she wanted to be a hero. When Hagakure pressed who was, Shoka revealed that her mother was her inspiration. Everyone reacted with surprise. Shoka went on to say that her mother had been the hero Snow Angel. Hagakure, impressed, reacted to the name and commented on Snow Angel's reputation and style. Uraraka noted that Snow Angel had been inactive for a long time but still ranked highly among influential heroes. Shoka agreed and added that her mother had stepped away from the hero life when Toya was born because she always said her children came first. When asked why her mother inspired her despite retiring before Shoka's birth, Shoka clenched her hands and recounted a painful memory from when she was 4. She described how her mother had taken her shopping one day after Shoka begged to go along. A villain had attacked the shop, seized the money, and prepared to leave until he noticed Shoka. The villain reacted to Shoka's eyes, calling them reminiscent of Endeavor and threatening to attack. Shoka described how her mother intervened, used her power to freeze the attacker in place, and stared him down with an icy glare, warning that anyone who harmed her family would answer to her. The ice holding the villain changed color, and the scene left a lasting impression on Shoka. After that moment, she realized that her mother could have been the top hero but had chosen her family first, and she knew she wanted to be a powerful hero like that. The other girls were moved, reacting together with admiration. As the evening drew late, they exchanged caring goodbyes and went their separate ways, each wondering what UA would bring the next day. The following morning, the students of Class 1A arrived at the UA campus to find the front gate swarmed by reporters asking about All Might. The students were besieged with questions about how he was doing as a teacher, whether he kept up with his hero work, and what he was like as an instructor. Uraraka told a reporter that the number 1 hero looked even more muscular in person. Ida gave a formal, precise assessment that the number 1 was as inspiring as one would expect. Kaminari and Kirishima put on a show for the press. The scene changed when Aizawa arrived with Eri. The reporters demanded a comment from the scruffy hero. Aizawa's tired eyes glowed red and his glare made the reporters back away. He ordered them to leave. One pushy female reporter pressed on, insisting on a quote and asserting the public's right to know. Aizawa refused, arguing that giving an inch would mean more intrusion, and he instructed them to stop distracting his students. He waved his students toward the front gate. The woman pressed forward despite his warning, and a cameraman shouted a warning. Suddenly, a massive wall of steel plates shot up from the ground and snapped into place, forming a thick barrier around the school. The sudden deployment of the UA barrier had nearly caught the charging reporter in its path. She later complained that the measure was careless and potentially dangerous. The barrier was a defensive protocol designed to protect students and staff, since UA trained future heroes who could be targets for villain attacks. It deployed automatically to keep anyone without a student or staff ID from entering the grounds. Once inside, Class 1A gathered for homeroom and Aizawa took his place at the lectern. He announced that he had reviewed the results of the battle training and commended Midoriya and Bakugo for exemplary performances, while reminding them both to keep their mission priorities in mind. The 2 boys nodded in agreement. Aizawa then turned serious and told the class that they needed to select a class president. The students briefly panicked, worrying whether the announcement implied greater disciplinary stakes, and the tension in the room was palpable. Aizawa left the class to deliberate and pulled his sleeping bag over himself to nap, instructing them to make a decision before he woke. He was blunt about the importance of the role. At UA, being class president meant more than extra duties. It signaled leadership to hero agencies and could influence placement and recruitment after graduation. The students debated for several minutes until Ida called for order and suggested a vote. Kirishima pointed out that many would simply vote for themselves, and Azui agreed, noting that they had only recently met and could not fully judge whom to trust. Ida defended the voting idea, reasoning that anyone who received multiple votes would likely be worthy of leading them. Izuku supported the plan, arguing it was better than continuing to argue without progress. They proceeded to write down their selections and tally the votes. Most students had voted for themselves, but 2 students had received multiple votes. Melissa received 3 votes, and Momo Yaoyorozu received 2. Melissa was surprised to have received the most votes. Everyone accepted the decision except Bakugo, who threw a tantrum after learning he had only 1 vote and demanded a recount. Several classmates asked whether he really expected anyone to vote for him. When the lunch bell rang, the group headed to the cafeteria. As Izuku stood, Shoka approached and asked him who he had voted for. Izuku explained that he had voted for Melissa, believing her performance during the battle exercise showed she would be a good leader. Shoka said she had voted for Yaoyorozu, admiring her analytical mind. When Izuku asked why Shoka had not voted for herself, Shoka replied that she was not interested and that extra responsibilities would take away from training. Izuku agreed, neither wanted distractions from becoming stronger. In the lunchroom, the class split into groups. Melissa ate with Ida and Uraraka and told them how surprised she was to have been chosen. Ida admitted he had voted for her, saying her effective strategy during the combat exercise proved she had what it took to lead. Uraraka remarked that she was surprised Ida had not voted for himself, noting his presidential bearing with his glasses and posture. Izuku and Shoka collected their lunches, a bowl of pork cutlet rice for Izuku and a plate of cold buckwheat noodles for Shoka, and headed toward a table where Eri sat alone. Shoka suggested they sit with Aizawa. Izuku noticed Shoka seemed slightly concerned about Aizawa, and Shoka admitted she had been a little worried but that Aizawa seemed nice and that she wanted to get to know her. They approached Aizawa, who looked up as they joined her. She asked whether they really wanted to eat with her. The pair nodded, and Aizawa invited them to sit. Shoka asked Aizawa how she was doing, and Aizawa replied that she was fine but a little overwhelmed by the crowd, having been educated at home and in private training for much of her life. When Shoka asked whether that had been because of her power, Aizawa confirmed that her father and the principal had felt it best for everyone that she gain control before attending school normally. Shoka noticed the large apple on Aizawa's tray and asked whether she liked apples. Aizawa said they were her favorite fruit. A sudden, powerful alarm sounded throughout the dining hall. Panic rippled as students began to run. Eri identified the alarm as a level 4, and Shoka asked what that meant. Aizawa explained that it most likely indicated a villain attack. Students rushed past to evacuate, and Eri prepared to follow. Izuku had a strange feeling and stopped her, prompting Eri to protest. That rules required evacuation. Shoka gave Eri a firm look, and Eri sat back down. The three moved to a window and saw the source of the commotion. Reporters from earlier had somehow gotten onto campus and were causing the emergency. Realizing they needed to inform classmates, the trio ran toward the packed hallway and pushed open a set of double doors. The corridor was jammed with the entire student body, everyone pressing toward the exits in a panicked crush. Eri voiced concern that students might hurt each other if the chaos continued. Shoka agreed that the crowd had lost control. Ida then rose above the crowd, using his engines to propel himself forward and spinning until he came to rest on a set of pipes above the exit sign, striking a pose that made him resemble a person on an emergency exit sign. Eri and Izuku barely suppressed laughter at the sight while Shoka remained impassive. Ida announced that there was no villain attack and that the disturbance had been caused by the press. He added that the teachers were handling the situation and urged everyone to act calmly and orderly, reminding them to behave like UA students. His words calmed the crowd, and the students filed out in an orderly fashion. The three teens were impressed, though they suspected Ida would earn a new nickname for his dramatic appearance. Back in the classroom, Aizawa had awakened from a nap and Melissa and Momo stood before the group. Melissa thanked everyone for choosing her but then nominated Tenya Ida for class president, praising his swift action during the emergency and how he had brought everyone under control. Ida became visibly emotional at the nomination. Momo noted that she had received more votes than he had, and the class agreed to name Ida president. Many students began referring to him as Emergency Exit. A short time later, a meeting of UA staff convened in front of the campus barrier, where the principal examined a section of the protective field. The metal had been reduced to a pile of rust and iron filings. The short, bear-like man spoke in a spooky tone that this was how the reporters had gotten in. Aizawa wondered aloud whether it had been someone's quirk. The short man agreed that was the most likely explanation and asked whether it was a random attack or a deliberate first strike. The other educators shared the same concern. They understood the gravity of the situation even if they could not fully comprehend its scale. This was only the opening salvo of a conflict that would change the world. Above the campus, a large round object shaped like an eyeball hung in the sky. Cloaked from sight, it stared down at the activity among the UA staff. Meanwhile, in a dark room, a figure received images transmitted by that object and observed that the game had begun, wondering what the child might be planning. Another voice noted that the child never went straight to the goal. The first figure agreed that the unpredictability made the situation more interesting and said they were eager to see what would transpire. The next day classes went on as normal. Academic courses in the morning, math, language, social studies followed by hero studies in the afternoon. Aizawa took his place at the lectern with a more serious expression than usual and informed the class that they would be going to an off-campus location for hero studies, instructing them to change and meet at the bus stop. He held up a card labeled Rescue. After exchanging their school uniforms for hero costumes, the students went to the bus stop. Ida organized everyone into 2 lines to board efficiently, but the bus's open layout made his plan less effective, and he felt foolish about it. The students chatted among themselves until Azui addressed Melissa, asking about the similarity between Melissa's quirk and All Might's. Melissa listened as the class regarded her with interest. Izuku had noticed the parallels as well, the way her quirk enhanced speed and power and produced strong bursts of air pressure, reminiscent of the number 1 hero. Kirishima then reminded Azui that All Might did not injure himself when using his quirk, and the remark eased much of the group's curiosity. Izuku, however, suspected Melissa was hiding more and exchanged a look with Bakugo that conveyed mutual understanding without words. Izuku chose not to press Melissa. He trusted she would share what she wanted when she was ready. The Kanda then turned to Izuku, with Shoka prompting a question about a hero named Night Sun who had a fire-based quirk similar to Izuku's. Shoka reached over and took Izuku's hand supportively, and Izuku smiled. He confirmed that Night Sun had been his father. The reveal drew a collective gasp from the bus. Kirishima stood and called it manly, while Ashido asked who they were talking about. Izuku explained that Night Sun had been an internationally known hero, almost as popular as All Might in his time, and that he had passed away. The bus fell silent. Shoka stroked Izuku's back. She expected the topic to affect him and knew he did not like to talk about it, but this time he did not look down. Kirishima apologized for bringing the subject up, and Izuku reassured him, saying he was actually grateful that people still remembered the hero his father had been. The atmosphere relaxed as the students processed the moment. Shoka reflected that Izuku surprised her sometimes with his ability to find genuine happiness even after such a loss, and that hearing his classmates acknowledge his father had clearly meant a great deal to him. Aizawa observed the exchange, then noticed the training facility coming into view and announced their arrival. Everyone exited the bus in an orderly fashion. The facility was a large dome set on manicured grounds, and a person in a spacesuit stood at the entrance. Uraraka exclaimed her admiration for the hero 13 and her quirk, noting 13's track record of using black hole to save many people. Ida commented on Uraraka's admiration, and Izuku agreed that 13 had an impressive rescue history. 13 greeted them and welcomed them to the special training center used for rescue training, officially called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint but commonly referred to as the USJ, which made some students think of Universal Studios Japan. She then gave a speech about the dangers of quirks, reminding the students that many people underestimate those dangers because society imposes restrictions and safeguards. She warned that her quirk, black hole, could be lethal if misused. Izuku and Shoka felt the weight of her words. Both possessed offensive quirks and were reminded how crucial it was to control their powers to avoid harming others. When Aizawa asked about the number 1 hero's absence, 13 indicated that All Might had overexerted himself saving people earlier that morning on his way to work and was resting but would join them when he could. Aizawa bristled at the news, thinking that All Might's heroism and tendency to push himself recklessly would require another conversation later, but he focused on the students in front of him. They represented the future, and with the top hero's strength waning, they would face the world's challenges sooner than they might expect. Aizawa led the students into the dome. Inside, the facility was divided into zones, each representing a different type of disaster. 13 explained that she had designed the complex to train students on how to act and respond during various emergencies. Every kind of disaster a hero might face was present in that moment. Several dark portals appeared, emitting equal measures of darkness and fear as new figures emerged. The figures were human in appearance but varied wildly. Some had large heads and small bodies, others had extra limbs. Kirishima asked if this was part of the exercise. Aizawa ordered everyone to stand back and explained that these were not part of the exercise, but villains. A stunned silence fell over the area. None of the students had expected to be confronted by actual villains so soon. A particular student looked terrified. Aizawa turned toward 13 and told her to get the students to safety while he handled the situation. He pulled on his goggles. Eri stammered and protested that he could not do this, arguing that his power was best used in ambush and that there were so many villains he could get hurt. Aizawa, with a stoic look, told her that a true hero could not rely on only one trick and instructed Eri to protect her classmates, saying that this was his job. Eri nodded reluctantly, understanding that this was what he did and that she was learning to do the same. Aizawa ran forward and leapt toward the horde of villains. Using his scarf, he captured opponents and neutralized them with disciplined strikes. He used his erasure ability to block their powers, creating openings which he exploited. Confusion spread among the villains, and Aizawa used that to his advantage. 13 led the class back toward the main entrance. As they neared the gate, A shadowy figure appeared and commented that there were many heroes but All Might was not present, and that they had come to kill the number one. Izuku was shocked to learn that the villains intended to kill All Might. All Might was the most powerful hero in the world. It felt impossible, but the villains would not have come this far on a whim. Izuku worried that they might have a plan. Bakugo and Kirishima jumped forward and attacked. The shadowy figure dodged their blows as if vanishing like mist, but the confident look in the villain's eyes shifted to concern. The shadowy man's hollow voice declared that his master's plan would not work with so many heroes and commanded the intruders to be gone. In response, several portals opened and began skinning up students. Izuku was one of those taken, swallowed by darkness and transported to a different zone. When the darkness cleared, Izuku found himself in a fire zone that looked like a city set ablaze, smoke and debris clouding his vision. A group of fire-based villains attacked, some with the ability to create fire and others to manipulate it. They launched a wave of burning projectiles at him. Izuku activated his power and absorbed the flames, surprised by their weakness. The villains exchanged nervous words and tried a second, larger wave to overwhelm him, but Izuku absorbed those flames as well. He flew forward and struck with rapid, powerful blows. Each villain fell unconscious after only a few hits. Izuku retrieved restraint tape from a pouch on his belt, tied up the villains, and moved them to the side of the alley. He had prepared those restraints as part of his costume, knowing his offensive power was not ideal for holding foes. He reflected briefly that while he liked his fire ability, Shoka's ice power was a more versatile all-around asset for a hero. Heavy clouds of black smoke hovered above. Izuku decided it would be unwise to go airborne and risk being blinded or suffocating, so he stayed near the ground where the smoke was thinner. He considered searching for Shoka and their friends but decided against splitting up. He trusted Shoka to handle herself if the villains were as weak as these. He wondered why such weak opponents had been brought to attack UA unless they were meant as distractions, with only a few truly dangerous assailants. Images of a man covered in hands, a teleporter, and a hulking figure with a bird-like beak flashed through his mind. The hulking figure seemed especially dangerous. Izuku resolved to return to the front gate as soon as he could. In the landslide zone, Shoka had frozen a large group of villains who had attacked en masse. Her power was designed to handle crowds. One final villain charged from the debris and she immobilized him instantly, leaving his head free so she could question him. The frozen man trembled and said he did not know how they planned to kill All Might, only that they had been told to attack the heroes. Shoka suspected he might be lying, but his lack of training and the general weakness of the attackers made her think he might be telling the truth. Most of the villains she had faced had only rudimentary control of their powers and little combat training, so she believed her classmates would likely be okay. She decided the decisive battle would be at the entrance and set off toward it with determination. Bakugo and Kirishima were in another zone fighting random villains. The two quickly subdued their opponents, with Bakugo acting like a one-man wrecking crew. He unleashed explosions on the large group of villains like they were going out of style. Normally a good fight helped calm Bakugo, but not this time. Every inferior opponent made him angrier. These intruders had invaded the school, put his friends in danger, and worst of all, ruined a chance for him to outdo Izuku in training. They would pay. Kirishima fought at the blonde's side and found himself impressed. Bakugo's reflexes were ridiculous. One lizard villain cloaked himself and tried to sneak up with a dagger, but Bakugo saw him from the corner of his eye and took him out before he could strike. The rocky teen was amazed. Bakugo stood there, growling quietly, and then stated that he was going back to the gate. He started to leave, and Kirishima moved to stop him. Bakugo glared at him as if daring him to interfere. Kirishima urged that they should find their classmates first, since they could be in trouble. Bakugo pushed past and told him that if he wanted to waste time, he should go ahead. He argued that the large group of villains would likely be at the same level as those they had just fought, so their classmates would probably be fine. The one to worry about was the mist villain, who had a teleporting ability and could get in and out. If they took him out, it would end. Kirishima found himself impressed. Bakugo, who often acted like an unthinking rage monster, was thinking and planning. The redhead remembered Todoroki's remark that Bakugo was smarter than he appeared. Kirishima grinned and declared that he liked Bakugo's style, praising his trust in their classmates' abilities and pledging to follow him. Bakugo simply huffed and walked on, and Kirishima followed loyally. Meanwhile, Melissa teleported to the shipwreck zone and nearly drowned when she landed in the large artificial lake filled with villains. She was rescued by Sway, who had already pulled Mineta from the water as well. Sway used her frog-like abilities to move swiftly through the water and brought them to the sinking ship in the middle of the zone. One of the many disaster simulators built by Class Sway placed Melissa on the deck gently and also brought Mineta aboard. Melissa caught her breath and thanked Sway, admitting she had thought she was done for. Sway answered in her usual flat tone, ending sentences with a distinctive sound that Melissa noted. Sway then asked what they should do next. Mineta suggested hiding and waiting for professional help, panicking at the sight of real-life villains. The girls exchanged disappointed looks, and Mineta, sensing their disapproval, explained nervously that he had not expected to face real villains in his first week. Melissa asked for an explanation of their powers so she could plan. Sway described her frog quirk. She had the abilities of a frog. She could leap high, swim fast, and had a long tongue, along with a mild irritant in her mucus. Melissa noted how useful those skills would be in the shipwreck environment. Mineta explained that his quirk allowed him to remove sticky spheres from his head that would adhere to surfaces for extended PRDS. The girls were unimpressed, but the information was useful. Before Mineta could react further, they realized they were surrounded by villains. One enemy unleashed a powerful water-slicing attack against the sinking ship, making an already bad situation worse. Mineta panicked and began throwing his spheres into the water. None hit the villains, instead landing harmlessly in the water. Still, the villains seemed hesitant to approach the orbs, and Melissa realized the enemy did not know what the spheres could do. That lack of knowledge explained why Sway had been placed in the shipwreck zone, where she had the advantage. A plan formed in Melissa's mind. She turned to her classmates and outlined it quickly. After she attacked, Mineta should throw all of his spheres into the water, and Sway should be ready to leap in. Both classmates looked confused, and Mineta protested that it sounded like suicide, but Melissa's determination hardened. Standing with her foot on the railing, Melissa thought of the long road that had taken her to years of training that had prepared her for hard things. She remembered the encouraging words of the flame hero on a past mission and resolved to act. She declared that this was what heroes did and then leapt into the air, denting the deck and railing as she launched. As Melissa flew, the villains looked up and launched long-range attacks. Water and projectiles streaked past, but she remained calm. She raised her fingers and unleashed a full power flick that sent a focused pressure wave into the water below, creating a sudden void in the surface. The water rushed together, forcing the villains into a tight cluster. Mineta watched with envy, remembering why he had come to UA. He had wanted to become a cool hero so girls would like him. Seeing Melissa in action made him realize that heroes were admired because they were genuinely capable, not the other way around. With that in mind, he began hurling the ball from his head into the water. The villains collided with the ball and with each other until they were stuck together in a large clump at the center of the lake. Sway immediately leaped into action and pulled both of her classmates out of the danger zone. Sway praised them, noting that they had survived the shipwreck zone. With that, the power players headed toward the front gate, knowing a challenge unlike any they had faced before awaited them. They would have to go beyond their limits to succeed. Back at the front gate, the remaining students felt helpless as 13 struggled with the portal villain, who revealed his name as Kurojiri. Eri considered using her pause ability to stop him but could not get close. Kurojiri's portals were displacing 13's black hole effect and preventing anyone from advancing. Eri's years of combat training sharpened her focus. She scanned the battlefield and recognized the danger. 13 and the enemy were locked in a perilous hold that could break in any direction. Kurojiri taunted 13, arguing that her experience was in rescue rather than combat and insinuating that all she could do was hold him. Then he challenged her ability to do anything more. A portal opened suddenly behind 13, the back of her suit was torn and SE into the void, and she collapsed with a cry as Kurojiri used his portals to redirect the force of her black hole power against her. The villain then advanced toward the other students, daring them to respond. A nearby explosion interrupted him, and the villain was tackled from behind. Eri watched in astonishment as Bakugo and Kirishima returned. Bakugo sat atop the villain, his semi-mist form now solid, his hand gripping a piece of armor around the villain's neck, while Kirishima restrained the lower half. Bakugo explained that the mist the villain used was not invulnerability but a partial conversion of his body. An armored plate had been hiding that weakness. Well-placed attacks could reach him. When the villain tried to break free, Bakugo pressed the neck plate and set off controlled explosions, warning the villain not to move or face immediate consequences. The villain submitted and admitted capture, apologizing to an unseen master. Bakugo then ordered Eri to snap out of her shock and use her rewind power to heal 13. His blunt command broke Eri from her stunned state, and she ran to 13. Eri found 13 badly hurt and barely conscious. Her suit had been torn and her back suffered a severe injury. Uraraka stood nearby, clearly horrified. Eri drew on her experience assisting in emergency rooms and braced herself for the effort required. She knew this would consume most of her power, and that reinforcements might not arrive quickly. Every second counted. Eri activated her ability. The damage to 13 was undone and her wounds closed, but the strain caused 13 to lose consciousness. Eri checked her pulse and confirmed it was steady. 13 would recover after a short PRD of rest while her mind processed the trauma. Aizawa was farther into the facility, holding his own against the larger group of villains. Two figures lingered to the side. A gaunt young man covered in hands and a hulking figure with dark skin and a bird-like beak, watching the brawl. Aizawa's erasure and fighting skill let him neutralize most of the minor threats quickly, and he wondered why such low-level combatants had been deployed. The earlier hint that the villains intended to kill All Might suggested a more dangerous threat lay among them. Aizawa suspected the large bird-like figure. After finishing the last of the minor attackers, the hand-covered villain stepped forward, grabbed Aizawa's elbow, and taunted him about his hair and the way his quirk activated. Aizawa recoiled. His arm felt weak and the elbow had been badly damaged, showing the severity of the attack. The hand-covered villain, Shigaraki, smiled beneath his mask and told Aizawa that he should know he was about to die. Shigaraki declared that he had won and ordered Nomu to crush Aizawa. The hulking villain stepped forward and quickly overwhelmed Aizawa. Even with his quirk erased, Aizawa was pinned and badly wounded. The sounds of heavy impacts echoed through the dome. He lay on the ground, bleeding and unable to fight back. Aizawa turned his head and saw Melissa, Azui, and Mineta hiding in the shallow end of the indoor lake. A cold chill ran down his damaged back at the sight of his students in danger. Shigaraki's expression sharpened as he identified them and ordered Nomu to attack the students as well. Melissa sprang into action. She channeled energy into her right arm and closed the distance to Nomu, delivering a powerful punch that sent waves of air pressure through the dome and kicked up a cloud of dust. For a moment she thought she had finished the creature, but when the dust settled, Nomu was still standing, apparently unscathed because of an ability to absorb shocks. Shigaraki taunted that Nomu could absorb such impacts. Nomu grabbed Melissa's outstretched arm and lifted her into the air. Panic surged through her as she struggled against the grip, believing she might not survive at 15. Then ice formed at incredible speed across the floor and climbed up Nomu's right side, freezing his grip and covering his legs and arm. Izuku called out for Melissa to get clear. Melissa poured one for all energy through her body and forced her arm free. The frozen hold broke away from Nomu's limb, and she pulled herself to safety. Izuku unleashed an attack he called Max Blue, a concentrated beam of blue-white fire that struck Nomu. The attack scorched and froze large sections of Nomu's body, leaving a devastating breach through his torso. Nomu stood shaken and partially frozen. Izuku landed a few feet in front of Nomu, his hands still glowing with blue fire. Shoka arrived nearby, chilling the air into frost. The three teens stood together, having dealt a heavy blow and feeling more confident. Shigaraki was unfazed, insisting Nomu could not be stopped so easily, and ordered the creature to finish them. In a startling move, Nomu detached his head from his body in a sudden maneuver. The separated head struck the ground and Nomu's hand went limp. Melissa and the others reacted with shock and confusion. Within moments Nomu regenerated. New tissue and limbs formed rapidly from the neck until the creature was standing on fresh legs with new hands, fully restored. Shigaraki explained that Nomu possessed rapid regeneration in addition to shock absorption and super strength. Shoka and the others realized Nomu had multiple quirks, a dangerous and unusual combination. Nomu charged again. Shoka froze the creature's legs, but Nomu tore himself free and kept coming. Melissa remembered her teacher and moved to where Azui and Mineta were helping Aizawa. She instructed them to take Aizawa to the front gate and get Eri to tend to him. Azui and Mineta lifted Aizawa and hurried away from the battle toward the gate. The exchange continued in the dome. Nomu battered at the teens, and Izuku took a crushing hit that sent him flying with the force of the impact. He worried that his ribs might be injured and that Nomu's strength could rival All Might's. Despite injuries, the group continued to pummel, freeze, and burn at the creature, but Nomu would not stay down. At the front gate, Azui and Mineta called urgently for Eri. She rushed outside and saw Aizawa severely hurt. His limbs were badly damaged and limp, he had a head wound, and one eye appeared seriously injured, potentially affecting his abilities. Horror and childhood memories flooded Eri, but she recalled her father's words about the duty to act. Determined, she steadied herself, noting that her horn had shrunk to a fraction of its usual size and that she did not have as much energy as before. She summoned what she had and activated her power. A soft, glimmering energy surrounded Aizawa as his wounds began to close, his bones realigning, and his injuries knitting back together. Before the final damage to his limbs and eye could be fully restored, Eri's strength was exhausted and she fainted. Azui checked Aizawa and found a steady pulse and even breathing. His limbs were still damaged, but they were properly positioned and he was out of immediate danger. Back in the dome, the three teens kept attacking Nomu with everything they had, but the creature refused to be defeated. No matter how much they burned him, punched him, or froze him, the beast just kept coming. All three had taken serious hits. Izuku's ribs were cracked and a deep cut ran along his arm. Melissa bore bruises and lacerations, and her support items were failing after so many powerful blows. Shoka had only a few cuts, thanks to her ice power keeping her at a safer distance. They exchanged looks and understood they could not keep fighting the same way. They needed a new plan. Nomu renewed his assault. Izuku gave Melissa a look to buy a moment, and she nodded before launching herself at Nomu with her most powerful barrage of punches yet. Izuku flew toward Shoka and told her they had to change tactics. Shoka agreed and asked if he had any ideas. Izuku said he would have to use that move. Shoka's eyes widened and worry creased her face. She warned him that the move could kill him. Izuku insisted they had no choice if they wanted to stop the creature and save everyone. Shoka pointed out that heroes were not supposed to kill villains, but Izuku countered that he could not let them die if there was something he could do. She saw the resolve in his eyes, the same look he got when he thought of his father, and realized he understood the cost but had decided nonetheless. She resolved to do everything she could to keep him alive. Shoka agreed to create an ice wall around Izuku and the creature to direct his power upward and out of the facility. Izuku acknowledged her with a steady nod and a reassuring smile that promised he intended to come back. Then he flew at full speed toward Nomu. He coated his right arm in fire until it glowed bright blue and swelled with condensed power. In under a second he reached the struggle between Melissa and Nomu, moved behind the beast, and launched his sun fist technique. Izuku smashed his blazing punch into Nomu's back. The creature recoiled, howling as searing flames licked its surface. Izuku then grabbed Nomu around the waist and hauled him back away from Melissa. Melissa looked confused. Shoka slid in and unleashed a torrent of ice that froze into perfectly formed crystals and built a towering wall around Izuku and Nomu, several feet thick. She hoped it would contain Izuku's power. Inside the ice wall, Nomu's injuries were already knitting back together, but Izuku knew he had to act quickly. He drew down into the dormant core of his quirk and let the deeper power wake. His entire body became enveloped in fire that flared brighter and brighter until it was almost blinding. The flames shifted from dark blue to a brilliant white blue and his eyes glowed the same color. Heat swirled and the air grew superheated and hazy. Nomu charged and slammed into him again and again, but most of the force was absorbed by the fiery mantle surrounding Izuku. The creature's strikes came back singed and damaged by the intense heat. Izuku warned that burns healed slower than ordinary cuts and, gathering every ounce of power, wrapped his arms around Nomu's waist and unleashed everything. The heat and flames surged upward in a blinding column that punched through the facility's dome and bathed the interior in a fierce blue-white light. At the entrance, Bakugo, Kirishima, and the other students shielded their eyes and stared in awe. Kirishima wondered aloud what the light could be. Bakugo, alarmed, recognized it as Izuku and feared the worst. Another student explained that Izuku had gone critical, meaning he had unleashed his entire power at once, a move far greater than his usual bursts and dangerous to both user and target. They questioned why he would use such a thing and guessed he must have had no other choice against the monstrous opponent. They hoped he would be okay. The light grew so bright the students had to look away as it seemed to fill the dome. Kurojirai took advantage of the distraction. As Bakugo and Kirishima's grips loosened, the shadowy man summoned his power and slipped free. Back at the battle, the column of fire still roared. Shoka poured all her strength into holding the ice wall in place. It was agonizing. Izuku's power had grown immensely and keeping it contained felt like trying to hold back a tidal wave with a broom. She could not let up. If she failed, everyone would be in danger. She dug deeper and reinforced the ice. On the other side of the barrier, Shigaraki stared at the erupting blaze with palpable loathing and frustration. He ranted that these students should not be so strong and that the situation was not unfolding the way he wanted. Kurojirai urged retreat, but before they could escape through a portal, something struck them both hard in the gut and they collapsed. Melissa stood over them, battered but resolute. Blue energy arcs streamed from her damaged gauntlets, wrapping tight around the two villains and hardening into red steel-like cords. She was glad the prototype restraint devices had not been damaged. Her father had included them at her request, and it looked like they had come in handy after all. Melissa told the intruders they did not get to come here, attack everyone, and leave, and that there was a jail cell with their name on it. She watched the fire raging and, with a private thought, told herself she had done what she could and hoped Izuku would return to them. Inside the ice wall, Nomu had been neutralized long ago. Izuku stood trying to contain the massive fire he had unleashed. He tried to push it down, but it only grew stronger, and he wondered silently if this was his limit. A voice in his head urged him to come back and reminded him of a promise. It was Shoka's voice. He remembered the promise, steeled his resolve, and realized that fear had been feeding the flame. He calmed his mind and focused on control, lowering the intensity of his inner fire until it quieted and returned to normal. Everyone watched as the blue light faded and wondered what would happen next. The front door then flew open and All Might entered, loudly announcing his presence. Uraraka urged All Might to get to the floor quickly because something was happening. The pink-cheeked girl quickly brought him up to speed on the situation. Bakugo scolded All Might for taking so long and explained what the blue light had been. The other students were baffled when they heard the truth. They all knew Midoriya was powerful, but this display was on another level. All Might chastised himself inwardly for staying in the faculty lounge while his colleagues and students suffered, calling it unforgivable. He shook himself out of those thoughts and rushed to the floor of the dome. When he arrived, he saw Melissa hauling two unconscious villains toward Shoka Todoroki, who was slumped on the floor and exhausted. A massive ice wall was dissolving in front of them. All Might called out to Melissa and Todoroki. Melissa reacted with relief and gratitude at All Might's arrival, struggling to find words about Izuku and the villains. All Might placed his hands comfortingly on her shoulders and reassured her that everything would be fine. Melissa's fear and uncertainty eased. He turned to Todoroki and moved to help her to her feet, but she waved him off. She explained that when she used her power at full strength it amplified the cold around her, and anyone touching her right now might be harmed. The large man sensed the seriousness and handled his approach carefully. All Might noticed someone missing and asked where Midoriya was. Todoroki pointed to the last of the collapsing ice wall. It crashed to the ground with a boom, and the indoor lake was now completely frozen. All Might reflected that Todoroki had altered the terrain inside the facility, Her power was astonishing and, with more training, she would be unstoppable. He looked up and saw a large section of the USJ dome destroyed. Strangely, there was no debris, and he realized that a portion of the dome seemed to have been vaporized. The display of power was uncontrolled. Without Todoroki's containment, the whole place could have been devastated. If Midoriya gained control, he might surpass even the greatest heroes. With the last of the ice wall down, a bright blue point of light glowed in the center of the area. Izuku stood surrounded by a small dome of heat that distorted his image. A glowing blue aura encased his body and his eyes shone cobalt. All Might wanted to check on the boy, but his instincts warned against approaching. He asked Todoroki if Izuku was all right. Todoroki said Izuku should be okay, but she warned that it would be dangerous to go near him. He was likely still extremely hot and anyone who got too close would be harmed. She told All Might to go help others while she took care of Izuku, and he nodded before sprinting toward other areas to search for villains and students in need. Melissa, concerned, asked Todoroki if she could manage, noting that holding back that inferno had taken a lot out of her. Todoroki acknowledged that she was exhausted and close to passing out, but she resolved to keep going because Izuku needed help. Izuku would cool down eventually, but the situation posed great risk. Many classmates and emergency workers did not yet understand how dangerous he was in that state. Todoroki considered her options and decided to act with the methods she knew from past experience. She asked Melissa to pretend the event had not happened in order to avoid panic and protect Izuku. Todoroki approached Izuku, who stood still as if in a trance after a critical exertion. The air grew unnaturally hot as she drew near. A normal person would have been seriously harmed. Her cold aura canceled out much of the heat, but she moved quickly because she was near exhaustion. She took his hands and focused her remaining cold into him, and his flame aura died down. The air cooled almost instantly, and a large cloud of steam and fog formed in the middle of the facility. After a brief moment, they separated and rested, both winded. Izuku's eyes were still glowing dark blue. As the last of the flame died, he raised his head and 4 blue spheres shot out of his eyes and flew away. Shoka stared in surprise. She had never seen that happen before. After that, Izuku lowered his head and his eyes returned to their normal blue. His vision seemed clear, and he smiled at her. Shoka smiled back. Both teens then fell to the ground, exhausted and out of energy. All Might swept through the facility, subduing villains wherever they appeared. The students breathed easier at his arrival. Before long, the other staff members and Principal Nizu arrived, and the League of Villains incursion was effectively ended. The police were called to take the villains into custody and loaded them onto transports for interrogation. Emergency services attended to injured students. Most had only minor wounds. Melissa was taken to be treated by Recovery Girl. Eri, Mr. Aizawa, 13, Izuku, and Shoka were taken to the hospital for observation. Outside the training facility, students and staff waited as the police secured the scene. Principal Nizu stood before Class 1A with his head lowered and apologized to the children, admitting that the day's events had happened because of their own lack of foresight and promising that changes would be made to better protect them. A man in a trench coat and matching hat approached Nizu and introduced himself as Detective Tsukachi, saying he would lead the investigation and requesting the principal's full cooperation. Nizu agreed and assured the detective that he could conduct a thorough investigation and that Nizu would address anyone who interfered. Uraraka's voice trembled with worry as she asked about the teachers and classmates. The detective opened his notepad and relayed what he had been told. The teachers were receiving care and would be fine. 13 was stable and being looked after. Aizawa had been in more serious condition but was now stable under Recovery Girl's care. The detective explained that Eri, Aizawa, and Shoka had suffered exhaustion and were recovering. Melissa Shield's injuries were minor though numerous, and the most serious case was Izuku Midoriya, who was still unconscious and had been taken to the central hospital for closer examination. Uraraka exhaled with relief, but she worried aloud for Midoriya and said Todoroki would be crushed by the news. Bakugo stepped forward and assured everyone that after expelling such a massive amount of fire, Midoriya would likely remain unconscious for a few days and probably wake up confused about what had happened. Uraraka asked if he was sure, and Bakugo affirmed that this was common after such an outburst. She relaxed somewhat but then looked at Bakugo with mock indignation and demanded to know why he had called her that. The police interviewed all students and staff they could reach and took every captured villain into custody, with special precautions for Shigaraki and Kurogiri. All suspects were transported to jail for questioning, though officials did not expect all of them to provide useful information. The principal and UA teachers prepared for days of apologies and explanations to concerned parents, most of whom were relieved their children had survived and did not hold grudges. The next day, Principal Nizu convened a meeting in his office with All Might, Endeavor, and the hero Icy Hot, Toya Todoroki. Nizu thanked them for making time in their busy schedules. Toya bowed and expressed appreciation for being called. Nizu asked about Izuku's condition. Endeavor reported that Izuku remained unconscious but that all signs pointed to him recovering by the following day. Nizu nodded with relief and then asked about Shoka. Endeavor said she was fine and had been cleared for release after a good night's sleep. Toya added that his daughter had immediately gone to Izuku's bedside and had stayed there with their mother and Inko. Nizu felt relieved to hear that his most injured students were doing well. The thought of having failed to protect them had weighed heavily on him. Nizu then reminded the group of the more troubling outcome of the battle. A giant villain called Nomu had been killed. The heroes exchanged concerned looks and asked what the police had determined about the incident. The detective had concluded that no charges would be pressed, finding that Midoriya's actions fell within the bounds of self-defense. The Safety Commission decided to credit All Might with the victory for the sake of public optics, and All Might, ashamed that he had arrived after the battle ended, accepted that decision if it would spare Midoriya unwanted media attention during his training. All Might noted that reports from students and Aizawa suggested Nomu had exhibited multiple quirks, which was troubling. Endeavor observed that individuals with compound quirks were becoming more common and pointed to examples in his own family and Izuku. Toya agreed and suggested that the villain might have had a quirk that absorbed kinetic energy and converted it into greater strength and speed. Nizu admitted he had considered these possibilities and added that he could not help but wonder if someone they all thought of might be involved, though none spoke his name aloud. All Might quietly hoped that would not be the case. Nizu agreed and expressed regret that Nomu had been killed during the confrontation. Alan noted that they could have examined the body for clues. The principal replied that there were remains, though how useful they would be was unclear, and added that the leaders of the attack they had captured were being held in lockup awaiting transport to Tartarus while the police continued interrogations with little to show so far. Toya then asked, with a firm but respectful tone, why the principal had called him and Endeavor off the streets. The principal answered that he wanted to speak with both of them about an important upcoming event. Across the Pacific, news of the USJ attack had begun to leak into the United States. The information was fragmented and incomplete, but anyone connected and perceptive could piece together the truth. Alan sat in a beach chair, wearing a green and gold hero costume. His brown eyes were rimmed with deep circles that gave him the appearance of wearing a mask. He scrolled through news reports on his laptop while a large ornate doorway decorated with lions and eagles stood behind him. A playful animated avatar appeared on his screen, and an alert blared. Alan sighed and asked who it was. The avatar scolded him to play along. Alan replied that he was not paid to play games. The avatar asked where his students were. Alan answered that they were in training. The avatar then turned to the news articles and observed that Alan was researching the attack on UA. Alan noted that most stories were more sensational than factual, and that many claimed the attack had been stopped by students, which he found impossible. The avatar insisted that the students had indeed been responsible and brought up several images for Alan to examine. Alan studied the photos and identified them as images of UA's USJ facility, the place where rescue operations were trained. He observed that the dome's roof had been severely damaged and that the edges looked as if they had been hit with extreme heat. The avatar mentioned that the Hero Public Safety Commission of Japan was attributing the damage to All Might, suggesting he had battled a villain and sent him through the roof with enough force to melt some supports. Alan countered that the damage suggested vaporization at the edges rather than melting from impact, and that such vaporization would require sustained extreme heat. He concluded that only 2 people he knew of could generate that level of heat in Japan: Endeavor and his eldest son, whom he referred to by his nickname. The Avatar, through its animation, communicated that reports placed both of those heroes elsewhere at the time. From various sources, the Avatar had determined that UA's Class 1A had been involved in the attack. Alan reacted with concern at the idea that freshman heroes were responsible. The Avatar displayed the class roster and asked if any names stood out. Alan studied the list until one name struck him: Izuku Midoriya. He remembered an international hero from Japan with the same last name, Hisashi Midoriya, known by the hero name Night Sun, who had been a powerful fire user and a friend of his. Night Sun had once said he wished he could see his son more often. The Avatar suggested that Izuku Midoriya might have been the one who damaged the dome and defeated the villain. Alan pointed out a troubling detail: the level of heat needed to vaporize the roof would likely have killed everyone nearby, yet reports listed only the villain's death while all the students and other attackers survived. The Avatar highlighted the name Shoka Todoroki on the roster and noted that she was Endeavor's youngest child and Toya's little sister. Alan wondered if she had redirected or controlled the heat. The Avatar explained that her powers were ice-based, not fire-based, and surmised that she had contained the heat and fire with her ice. Alan acknowledged that containing that much heat would make her one of the most powerful ice users in the world. The Avatar responded with an enthusiastic animation and noted that such power could pose a challenge to their students. Alan understood where the principal was headed. The Academy's reputation had been built on unconventional ideas, and the principal did not pursue plans he did not expect to work. Alan agreed to the plan and asked what the next steps would be. The Avatar indicated that the principal was already handling the details and would be in contact once arrangements were made. The screen returned to the news articles. Alan, unfazed, reflected that situations like this were why he held his position. They kept him engaged. Meanwhile, Izuku Midoriya sat in her son's hospital room with Shoka Todoroki and Rei Todoroki, watching over Izuku. The doctors had him hooked up to several monitors and reported that his vitals were stable. Shoka sat on the right side of the bed, holding Izuku's hand. He had been unconscious for nearly 3 days and could wake at any time. The doctors had found no broken bones or internal injuries, but they still did not understand why he remained unconscious. Shoka reached up and moved Izuku's hair out of his face. He was rather plain-looking, but Shoka really liked his face. It was honest, caring, and loyal, and his smile always made her smile inside. Whatever he lacked in looks, he more than made up for in character. It also didn't hurt that he seemed like the most wonderful person on the planet. Shoka hoped the blue teen would wake up soon. Moments like this reminded her how important Izuku was in her life. He was not only her boyfriend but also one of her best friends. Not being able to talk to him, see him smile, or have him hold her was absolute torture. Most people could not see past Shoka's icy exterior, but Rei Todoroki knew her daughter and could tell how worried she was. Rei walked over and placed her hand gently on her daughter's shoulder and reassured her that he would be all right. Shoka managed a small smile and admitted that, while her mind knew he would wake up, a part of her pictured darker outcomes and could not help worrying. Inko comforted her, explaining that worry for the people they cared about was an unfortunate part of life. Rei agreed and added that one of the hardest parts of their roles was making sure their loved ones did not take unnecessary risks. Their words put Shoka at ease. At that moment Izuku's eyes shot open and he sat bolt upright in the hospital bed, calling out urgently about fire. The sudden movement startled the 3 women, but their fear quickly turned to joy as they recognized him. Inko moved closer and told him he was safe. Izuku's gaze was wild at first, then landed on his mother and shifted to Shoka, whose presence brought him fully back to himself. Shoka could not hold back. She left her chair and wrapped Izuku in a fierce hug, letting him know she was there. He blinked and asked how long he had been out, and Inko explained it had been about 3 days. A team of doctors and nurses then came in to check him over, asking questions and confirming that his responses were steady before leaving. Izuku wondered aloud about the fate of Nomu. Shoka answered that the creature had been reduced almost completely to ash, with only a burned husk remaining that could not regenerate after its head was destroyed. Izuku accepted this explanation and then asked what had happened to the remains. Shoka said the police had taken the body for examination, though she did not know what insights they could glean from it. A horrible thought crossed Izuku's face as he worried whether the police would take action against him. Inko reassured him that the principal had informed them the police were declining to press charges and had ruled Nomu's death to be self-defense. His relief was palpable. He was glad he would not be facing legal consequences, though he knew he would act the same way again if necessary. Rei looked at them both and understood the unspoken emotions between the teens. She suggested to Inko that they go look into the release paperwork, and the two women left the room together, smiling. Left alone, Izuku and Shoka sat in silence for a long time, taking each other in and unsure what to say after everything that had happened at USJ. Finally, Izuku managed a simple greeting, and Shoka answered in kind. When words failed them again, Izuku remarked that the kiss they had shared had been meaningful. Shoka reacted with a quick, amused punch to his shoulder and let him know she had been embarrassed to do such a thing in public. He teased that a hug would have been enough, and she flustered, explaining she had wanted to be sure he calmed down quickly and did not harm anyone. Izuku made a playful accusation that was clearly a joke, and Shoka quickly denied having done anything inappropriate. The brief exchange eased the tension and brought a small, fond smile to both their faces. Shoka admitted she had been very worried about him, and Izuku took her hand and promised that he would always come back to her. Warmth spread through her chest at his words. She told herself not to ruin the moment with anger. Instead, she hugged him again, and he felt the coolness of her presence settle over him like a comforting cloak. Izuku sighed, and Shoka's concern resurfaced. He confided that the experience had reminded him how much he still needed to improve. He explained that while unleashing a large amount of power could be decisive, it also caused too much collateral damage. He could not rely on others always being there to cover for him. He needed to learn better control and new ways to apply his ability. Shoka was reminded of why she had fallen for him. He wanted to be the greatest hero and, despite his recklessness, always thought about how to get better. She believed in him and told him so, squeezing his hand. Izuku smiled as he felt her resolve and the reassuring presence of her icy aura, comforted by her faith in him. Izuku thanked Shoka. The two teens sat close together in the room when the door slid open and Melissa Shield and Eri Aizawa appeared in the hallway, feeling awkward about having walked in. Eri Aizawa greeted Todoroki and Midoriya. The pair started and turned to the door in shock. Izuku and Shoka both returned the greeting. Meanwhile, Nizu's meeting with All Might, Endeavor, and Toya, also known as Icy Hot, continued. Nizu asked for their thoughts and the three men nodded in agreement. Toya told the principal that he knew several local heroes who would be eager to help, and Nizu approved the idea. At that moment Nizu's phone began blaring loudly with a ringtone that proclaimed it was rad time. All Might and the other heroes gave the mouse man a puzzled look, wondering about his choice of ringtone. Nizu noted that the ringtone was not his and answered the call with curiosity. The voice on the line expressed disappointment at no longer being able to surprise anyone and greeted Nizu, remarking that it had been a long time. Nizu dryly responded that he would say the same once the caller left his phone, identifying the caller as Headmaster Kulex. Kulex apologized. Nizu set the phone on his desk. The blue light surrounding the device gathered and resolved into the shape of a short, round man. Wearing oversized white-rimmed sunglasses and clothing so bright it almost hurt to look at. His skin was a dark cerulean and his smile revealed teeth nearly as white as his shirt. Kulex explained that he had been concerned by news of the attack and had come to check on the sister academy's safety. Nizu thanked him and assured him that everything was fine, noting that a phone call would have sufficed. The three visiting heroes watched the exchange. All Might and Endeavor recognized the guest, while Toya remained in the dark. Toya asked his father who the peculiar visitor was. Endeavor explained that the man was Headmaster Kulex, the founder, owner, and operator of OP Academy. Toya reacted with wide eyes at the idea that OP Academy was the most prestigious hero program in America, the birthplace of much of the country's hero training. Endeavor added that UA had long been considered one of the greatest hero programs worldwide, but about 15 years earlier Kulex had founded OP Academy using many of Nizu's educational reforms, though some of its policies were unusual even for a hero school. All Might agreed and noted that despite his unorthodox methods, Kulex's academy had produced some of the most powerful heroes in the world, some nearly rivaling All Might in his prime. Toya, judging Kulex by his appearance, questioned how impressive the man could be. All Might advised him not to be fooled by appearances and affirmed that Kulex remained one of the most powerful people alive. After the polite conversation, Nizu asked Kulex the real reason for his visit. Kulex said he had come to discuss the upcoming sports festival and assumed UA was still planning to hold it. Nizu confirmed that it was. Kulex explained that OP Academy was preparing its own annual tournament and proposed combining the two events. Nizu considered the suggestion and asked for Kulex's reasoning. Kulex introduced the singularity theory, the idea that quirks have grown stronger with each generation and might eventually become difficult to control. He argued that whether one believed the theory or not, today's students were demonstrably more powerful than those of the past, and if the trend continued, the current system might not be adequate. Kulex said he had founded his school to address those concerns and to train students who truly understood their powers and were fit to be heroes. Nizu agreed, saying that the same impulse had led him to establish UA. Kulex then laid out a format. Both schools would hold their usual events to select finalists from each grade, narrowing each school's roster down to 8 contestants per grade. The 8 finalists from each school would then face off until a winner emerged, and that winner would bring honor to their school. Nizu recognized that the proposal would decisively answer the question of which program was best. Kulex challenged Nizu to put UA's reputation on the line. Nizu stood, affirmed that he taught his students to meet challenges head-on and would not back down, and accepted the challenge. Kulex applauded and laughed, declaring the arrangement rad. Kulex requested that Izuku Midoriya and Shoka Todoroki be placed among the finalists for the first years and that his own Big Three receive the same consideration. All Might interrupted to ask if there was any reason for naming those students in particular. Kulex explained that he wanted his students to face the strongest competitors UA had. It would not be a true competition otherwise. The blue man turned toward Endeavor and asked about Izuku and Shoto. Endeavor replied that he suspected those two had been heavily involved in the USJ incident and that they might have been responsible for much of the structural damage to the dome rather than All Might, as the Safety Commission had claimed. Kulex suggested that if Izuku and Shoto were indeed that powerful, they would be needed to counter his students, otherwise UA's team would be overwhelmed. He finished with a faint, confident chuckle. Toya listened quietly. He did not know Headmaster Kulex, but it was clear the man understood more than he appeared to. The Hero Public Safety Commission guarded much information closely. Most of what Kulex stated should only have been known to police, UA senior staff, high-ranking heroes, and commission officials. If Kulex had deduced it independently, Toya agreed with All Might that the man was dangerous despite his outward demeanor. Nizu reached into his desk, produced a piece of paper, and scribbled a brief note before holding it up to Kulex. Nizu informed Kulex that he would agree to the request but had his own condition. Those students should be included among Kulex's final 8 competitors. Kulex reviewed the page, smiled, and accepted. He warned that including those students would make Nizu's chances of winning slim, but Nizu insisted that UA should not claim a reputation it could not defend. Kulex agreed and said his support staff would be in contact to set up the event, advising everyone to train their students hard. With that, he withdrew back into Nizu's phone. Toya commented on how strange the man had been, and Nizu confirmed that Kulex should not be underestimated. All Might, surprised, asked if this had been wise, and Toya asked for clarification about Kulex's organization. All Might explained that OP was a top hero program in America, similar to UA, and that while many of its students pursued public hero careers, a number also became strategic reserves. A week had passed since the USJ attack. Nizu had given the Hero Corps students time off to recuperate and used the break to improve campus security and prepare for the upcoming event. The stadiums received new protective measures to shield spectators from powerful quirks. Based on what Nizu had learned, OP students could execute attacks on the level of Izuku's solar flare against a Nomu. There was no rest for the headmaster. Everything was progressing smoothly. The hero students were due back on campus today, and Nizu hoped the announcement would excite them as much as it did him. At the Midoriya house, Izuku dressed for the day in patched up but neat clothes and tried on the new school uniform his mother had bought after his recent growth spurt. He studied himself in the mirror and admitted inwardly that being taller felt oddly the same as before, though he was now an inch taller than Kaken, which pleased him. He had expected confidence to come with height, but he remained the same person, just requiring longer pants. He decided to keep those thoughts to himself and not make light of Shoka's own hard transition after her growth spurt. He felt it best to be considerate and not comment on her difficulties. With that practical resolve, he finished dressing and headed downstairs. His mother, Inko, asked if he was ready to return to school and whether he had everything. She expressed her love and pride in a warm, simple exchange that left Izuku quietly moved. He managed a calm exterior despite feeling emotional inside. On the way to the train station, Izuku encountered Bakugo and teased him about being an inch taller. Bakugo grew annoyed and grabbed Izuku's ear, pulling him along toward the station with a brusque, possessive motion that left Izuku complaining about the discomfort. Their banter continued as they boarded the train and made their way to UA. Arriving at the campus, the boys found the barrier unexpectedly free of reporters. As they walked onto the grounds, Izuku asked Bakugo if he was truly all right, wondering if there had been any side effects from recent events. Bakugo gave his usual intense reaction and dismissed the concern with a gruff reassurance, though something still seemed on his mind. Bakugo hesitated, considering whether to tell his friend what had been happening. At first Izuku figured it wasn't worth bringing up, but he decided to tell Bakugo because he did not want his friend to worry and slack off in training. Izuku explained that his explosions had gotten stronger. Bakugo asked how they had changed. Izuku answered that at first he thought they were weaker, but they had been detonating more rapidly and with more force, and it had been a challenge to regain control. Bakugo asked whether the recoil was worse. Bakugo already knew about Izuku's weakness. His quirk allowed him to create explosions using the sweat from his hands, which behaved like a volatile substance, and the recoil struck his arms hard. The more powerful the blast, the worse the recoil, and using a large blast unaided caused intense strain in his arms. Izuku said that at first it had been worse, but now the recoil was hardly noticeable. Izuku exhaled in relief and wondered if the others were okay. Bakugo said he did not know about Uraraka, but Kirishima would not stop talking about how much stronger he felt. Izuku nodded. If Bakugo, Kirishima, and Eri were having side effects, it was probably safe to assume Uraraka was too. He planned to talk to her before class. A few minutes later Shoka arrived. As she made her way to the classroom she ran into Uraraka. Shoka greeted Uraraka and asked how she was. Uraraka smiled and returned the greeting, addressing Shoka by name and asking how she was. Shoka replied that she was fine, and Uraraka gave a strange look, remembering how literal Shoka could be. Uraraka reminded herself to be direct and precise with Shoka to avoid talking in circles. Uraraka asked whether Shoka's injuries were better and whether she felt any pain or discomfort. Shoka, cool and composed, said she had only a few minor cuts and bruises from the USJ incident and that Recovery Girl had healed her up after she woke. Uraraka asked about Midoriya, explaining that she had gone to the hospital but had been told nothing since she was not family. Shoka smiled and said that Izuku was fine. He had been unconscious for 3 days but was up and back to normal now. Uraraka brightened with relief. Shoka reflected that it probably would have been a good idea to text everyone when Izuku woke and apologized for not doing so. Uraraka waved her hand and reassured her that it was all right, saying she understood how worried Shoka had been. Shoka promised to try to be more thoughtful in the future. The two girls smiled and walked toward the classroom together. On the way, Uraraka mentioned that Bakugo had said it was normal for Izuku to pass out after a big attack. Shoka agreed that this was true in the short term, though Izuku usually tried his best not to overuse his power. Uraraka enthused that the attack had been amazing, comparing it to a volcanic eruption or a solar flare. Shoka admitted that while the attack was a spectacular sight, it did little good if a villain was able to dodge it or was immune. Uraraka praised Shoka's ice wall and noted that holding back so much heat seemed almost inhuman. Shoka observed that both she and Izuku had been blessed with powerful quirks but still had a long way to go in learning to apply that power properly, Being powerful was no good if a hero harmed everyone around them. Uraraka agreed. As they reached the classroom door, a chorus of excited voices spilled out. Shoka could hear Kirishima, Kaminari, Ashido, and Mineta. Ashido and Mineta were overly emotional about Izuku being okay, while Kirishima and Kaminari were talking about how jealous they were of his powerful attack. Shoka opened the door to find the whole class gathered around Izuku, relieved and happy to see he was all right. She made a mental note to keep everyone informed if Izuku went critical again. Shoka found it a little strange that so many people had become attached to Izuku so quickly, then reminded herself that he had a way of putting people at ease and drawing them in. He had done that with Bakugo and with her. She thought there were few people more different than those two. Through the crowd, Izuku spotted Shoka and Uraraka and broke free to make his way over. Izuku smiled and greeted Shoka. She smiled back. He then turned to Uraraka with concern and asked how she was doing. Uraraka seemed surprised and said that she should be asking him the same question. Izuku laughed and reassured her that he was fine, apologizing if she had been worried. He then addressed the group and acknowledged that he probably should have told them about his critical drawback, apologizing if it had scared anyone. The class responded that they understood and appreciated his concern and apology. Izuku thanked them and explained that he had not planned to use that move unless absolutely necessary, since it drained him and left him defenseless afterward. Kirishima approached and clapped Izuku heartily on the back, telling him he should learn to use the move more freely. If Izuku could do it on command, no one could stop him. Izuku thanked Kirishima but said he wanted to stop villains, not kill them. Kirishima sheepishly acknowledged the point and apologized. Izuku smiled and then turned back to Uraraka to check again on her condition. Uraraka thought for a moment and said that, now that Izuku mentioned it, her motion sickness had not been as harsh. Lately, Izuku asked what she meant by motion sickness. Uraraka explained that her quirk, zero gravity, allowed her to make things weightless, but if she overused it she got terrible motion sickness that made her vomit. She described it as producing rainbows. Izuku was glad to hear that her symptoms had eased, even if the imagery made him wince a little inside. Izuku was relieved to hear that none of his classmates affected by the orbs were suffering lasting harm. His thoughts, however, drifted to Eri. Uraraka moved off to speak with some of the other girls, leaving Izuku alone with Shoka. The girl with the azure eyes noticed the pensive look on her boyfriend's face and became concerned. Shoka asked in a flat tone what he was thinking about. Izuku answered that he was thinking about Aizawa. Shoka asked whether he meant their friend or their teacher, and when he clarified that he meant Eri Aizawa, she teased him to make a girl jealous. The teasing snapped Izuku out of his reverie. He assured Shoka that she had nothing to worry about and that she was the only girl for him, and that his real worry was about the strange light orbs. Shoka's gaze softened when she realized his concern was for others. She understood that Izuku's power was immense and that he feared hurting those close to him. Even though he had not known Eri, Uraraka, and Kirishima for long, he did not want to harm anyone, especially fellow hopefuls. At that moment the classroom door opened and Eri and Melissa stood in the doorway. Izuku felt a rush of relief to see both girls looking fine, and he was overjoyed to see that Eri's horn had returned to nearly full size. Apparently their worries had been unnecessary. Izuku had feared she had lost her quirk and could hardly bear the thought. Before Izuku could approach, Mina Ashido beat him to it, excitedly pointing out that Eri's horn appeared to be back to full size and that they had worried for nothing. Eri smiled and admitted that the second horn had been a shock. The students looked closely and noticed a small but pronounced bump on Eri's left side in addition to the horn on the right. Mina celebrated and joked to Kirishima that they had another member for the Horn Buddies. Izuku finally spoke up to ask if Eri was alright. Eri confirmed that her power was back but acting up a little. When Izuku asked what that meant, Eri checked the time, wore a concerned expression, and said she would explain later, then urged everyone to take their seats because it was almost time for the bell. Ida agreed and reminded the class that Mr. Aizawa would be displeased if they were not seated before the bell. Everyone settled into their seats. Mina Ashido leaned back and chatted with Sway about which teacher might be taking class that day. Sway speculated that Mr. Aizawa was still in the hospital. Mina wondered aloud who they had arranged as a substitute, then lost her balance and would have fallen if Sway had not caught her chair. The door began to slide open, and a charged silence fell over the room as everyone waited to see who would enter. When the door opened, the class gasped. Mr. Aizawa stood in the doorway wearing his usual black outfit and binding cloth, but his face, arms, and legs were wrapped in bandages and casts, giving him a heavily bandaged appearance. His voice, as flat and unemotional as ever, offered a greeting and assurance that he was okay. Sway responded bluntly that it was good news to see him all right, while Mina reacted with obvious worry and asked whether that was what he meant by okay. Aizawa dismissed concerns about his condition as unimportant and warned the students that their fight was not over. The class reacted with wide eyes and anxious murmurs at that statement. After a pause, Aizawa announced that the UA Sports Festival was coming. He explained that after Quirks appeared, many professional sports had lost public interest, and the sports festival had become the main venue for serious competition. He emphasized that it was held once a year, widely broadcast, and a rare opportunity that hero hopefuls could not afford to waste. Excitement rippled through the room, with Uraraka especially enthusiastic, until Aizawa cleared his throat and reminded them he was not finished. He detailed changes to this year's festival. In-person attendance would be limited for security reasons following the USJ incident, pro-heroes and increased police presence would protect attendees, and the event would span 2 days. The announcement drew shocked reactions. Aizawa then revealed that UA had been challenged to a tournament by OP Academy. Izuku shot up in his seat and exclaimed that OP Academy was the #1 hero program in America and the birthplace of famous heroes. Aizawa affirmed the fact and told Izuku to sit down. He continued by explaining that UA had long been the leading institution in hero education, attracting top talent from many countries, but that OP Academy had recently risen to challenge UA's status and had produced some of the most powerful American heroes, including the country's current #1, a former OP Academy student. Momo raised her hand and asked why an overseas program would want to challenge UA. Aizawa explained that OP Academy's headmaster, a former hero named Kolex, believed the challenge would sharpen his students' skills and foster good relations between the schools, a point Aizawa did not disagree with. Kirishima then voiced his own thoughts on the matter. A student asked how the sports festival would work. Aizawa explained that the festival would proceed as usual but with a different purpose. It would select 8 competitors from each grade level, and those winners would then fight for the honor of the school on the second day. He added that each of their students would face off against a student from OP. The winners of each match would advance, and the final victor would not only be crowned the overall winner but would secure victory for their school. Everyone nodded. The plan was straightforward. Izuku, however, felt serious unease. He knew Japan had All Might, the most powerful hero, but America had a greater number of strong Quirk users. While none could match All Might in pure power, several came close, and the blue-haired teen wondered how powerful OP's students might be. Heroes from the States often seem to operate on a different level. Aizawa's next words confirmed their fears. He instructed everyone to train harder than ever to be ready for the challenge and warned that OP's incoming freshmen were stronger than previous classes, some of them comparable to second years. He reminded them that they did not know their opponents' quirks, so they would be fighting blind. The image of giant, powerful opponents ran through many students' minds. Some lower-tier students began to sweat and tremble. The rest of the day continued normally, morning academics and afternoon hero training. The students were told that hero training would function as a free PRD so they could focus on personal growth for the sports festival and the tournament against OP. At the end of the day, Class 1A gathered in the classroom. Aizawa reminded them to be diligent in both studies and training, and they promised to do so before he dismissed them. Several students left slowly. Izuku was finishing notes when Aizawa called out for Midoriya and Todoroki to hang back. Bakugo, exiting with Kirishima, heard the summons and wondered what it meant. Midoriya and Todoroki stood before their bandage teacher, both curious. Aizawa said he wanted to check how they were doing and asked if they had any problems recovering from the USJ incident. Shoka replied that she had no problems. Izuku admitted that he had been unconscious for 3 days but said he was otherwise back to full strength. Aizawa said he was glad and added that there was something unique about the upcoming OP tournament. He explained that he planned to tell the rest of the class the next day but wanted to speak with the two of them first because it involved them directly. He informed them that Headmaster Quirk had asked for the two of them to be placed among the final 8 for the tournament. Shoka remained composed but curious. Izuku reacted with outright shock and took a moment to recover. When he steadied himself, he asked why Quirk wanted them in the finals. Aizawa explained that the Safety Commission had covered up their involvement in the USJ incident. Publicly, they were considered victims of a villain attack. He said Quirk had deduced the truth about what happened at USJ and had placed them at the center of the event. Shoka asked whether they should be worried. Aizawa looked her in the eye and reassured them that, while Quirk could be unpredictable, he was a good man and a teacher who would not threaten the careers and lives of young heroes. The two students felt relief at that description and grew more curious about Quirk. Aizawa continued that Quirk had requested they be in the finals so his first years could face UA's best. Since Principal Nizu had agreed, Midoriya and Todoroki would not take part in the normal sports festival activities and instead had to be at their best to face OP students. Shoka asked if OP students were really that formidable. Aizawa explained that OP, like UA, was a hero course but had a distinctive focus. Quirk had founded his academy to prepare for the coming of the Quirk singularity. Both students shivered at that phrase. Aizawa indicated that Quirks were clearly growing stronger and more complex and warned that many OP students had overpowering quirks and would not necessarily hold back, even if there were rules. They promised to train harder over the coming days. Aizawa nodded and dismissed them. Later, as they walked home, Izuku mulled things over, rubbing his chin in thought. Shoka smiled and asked him what was wrong. Izuku said he had been thinking about researching their opponents to gather background information. Shoka agreed it was not a bad idea and urged him to take notes. She mentioned that her mother would be upset if they were late for dinner and reminded him that her mother enjoyed his visits. Izuku admitted he loved her cooking almost as much as Shoka's. Shoka teased him as a charmer. Izuku opened the door for Shoka, and she bowed her head slightly in thanks. As the two stepped out, Bakugo stood in the doorway. He exuded barely contained fury, eyes flashing and jaw clenched, radiating sheer frustration. Shoka looked at him with curiosity. Shoka leaned over to Izuku and whispered that Bakugo's face looked more menacing than usual and that she feared he might break his teeth. Izuku replied in a not-so-hushed whisper that it was Bakugo's, about to nuke someone, expression and that he must have overheard their conversation with Mr. Aizawa. Bakugo exploded into the hallway, accusing them of receiving special treatment and demanding to know how they could get ahead of him before the fight began. Izuku gestured for Bakugo to calm down and told him they had nothing to do with it. Bakugo barked that he would make sure to fight his way through everyone until he reached them in the finals, then left in a stormy hurry. Izuku rubbed the back of his head and commented that Bakugo's reaction had been intense. Shoka gave a knowing look and said his outburst had been loud but not unexpected. A worried student asked if the others would react the same way. Before Shoka could answer, Kirishima called out that everyone would be pumped. The group turned toward the voice and recognized him from when he had exited with Bakugo. He must have hung back and overheard their conversation with Aizawa. Shoka asked Kirishima if he really thought so. Kirishima gave them a big thumbs up and explained that, while a few classmates might be jealous, most would understand. He admitted that seeing Izuku and Shoka's powerful displays at USJ had made him feel small by comparison. His own quirk felt insignificant next to Izuku's massive blast and Todoroki's ice wall. He clenched his fist in frustration and shut his eyes, his resolve clearly shaken. Izuku stepped forward and placed a hand on Kirishima's shoulder, telling him not to judge his power against theirs because it wasn't a fair comparison. Kirishima's eyes filled with tears when Izuku confirmed that he truly meant it, and he brightened up, thanking Izuku before walking away with a smile. Izuku had wanted to ask about any changes Kirishima might be experiencing from the orb, but he decided it was not the time. Shoka suggested they tell everyone before the next day so the class could release their energy early. Izuku agreed, noting that it would take some time to contact everyone. Shoka retrieved her phone, explained that Mina Ishido would spread the word fast, and typed a concise message that relayed everything Aizawa had told them and why the decision had been made. Izuku raised an eyebrow at the choice of recipient, But Shoka insisted Mina was the fastest way to get the news out. She finished the message with a plea to keep it quiet and sent it. Within moments, the class group chat lit up with gossip. Shoka put her phone away and reminded Izuku they should get going or they would be late for dinner. Izuku agreed, and the two left the school together. They held hands briefly, her cool grip contrasted with his warm one, and both smiled at the small, comforting contact. The next day, Aizawa informed the class that Izuku and Shoka would be advanced to the finals. He explained the situation and asked for understanding. The reaction was mixed. Many classmates accepted the decision, recognizing how strong the pair were, and some were relieved they would not have to face them in early rounds. Others were clearly envious. One particular student sulked in a corner all day. Bakugo continued to fume, visibly seething at the announcement. The following weeks flew by as Class 1A trained harder than ever. Izuku concentrated on mastering his power output and made steady progress, though he was still far from being able to push himself to the limit at will. He also helped his classmates with training, offering observations and suggestions that they found useful. Everyone knew they would need to be at their best for the fights ahead. As the sports festival drew near, nervous energy filled the school. During one lunch PRD, Izuku, Shoka, Eri, Melissa, Kirishima, and Bakugo sat together. The group watched Izuku closely, and Bakugo had a strange, unreadable expression. Melissa leaned toward Shoka across the table. Melissa asked what that face meant. Shoka took a slurp of her soba noodles and said she had no idea. Melissa and Eri looked surprised. A classmate pointed out that, since he was Shoka's boyfriend, she should recognize his expressions. Shoka explained that Izuku was an interesting person who often came up with new and surprising things to keep her on her toes. Bakugo grew annoyed and, to push the conversation along, delivered a sharp smack to the back of Izuku's head. Izuku winced and rubbed the spot, asking why Kaken had done that. Bakugo snapped that Izuku's odd expression was ruining their lunch and demanded to know why he was so distracted. Shoka shook her head, thinking the jab had been unnecessary. She would have approached the matter more gently. Izuku, still rubbing his head, replied that it was because of the OP students. Shoka reminded him that he had been researching them and asked what he had discovered. Izuku said he had watched the grade-level tournaments the night before and agreed with Mr. Aizawa's concerns those students had some incredible quirks. Kirishima, curious, asked for details. Izuku focused on the freshman tournament and described a competitor who could fashion weapons from darkness and another who could summon snow figures to fight. Bakugo pressed for the results and Izuku produced a notebook from his backpack. He laid it on the table and explained that it contained the finalists, the 8 they would face with names, descriptions of their quirks, and sketches. Each of them read the pages in turn. Kirishima wondered aloud why that tournament had been held ahead of UA's sports festival. Bakugo guessed it was because the final event was being hosted at UA and that it probably took time to get permission for such powerful students to travel internationally. Melissa agreed, noting how long it had taken for her to receive authorization to travel to Japan to attend UA. If those finalists were as powerful as described, she surmised, a lot of bureaucracy must have been involved. The notebook, however, listed only 5 names. The ice class student asked Izuku where the other 3 names were. Izuku shrugged and said the last 3 had not been shown, likely because they were chosen to proceed in uncertainty, much like some of the recommended students. That meant they had no idea what those missing opponents could do. A thoughtful silence fell over the group as they absorbed the news the challenge would be tougher than they had first thought. Eri broke the quiet, observing that they had their work cut out for them. Shoka nodded and then turned to Eri with curiosity about the sports festival. She still could not believe Eri was not taking part. Bakugo commented with thinly veiled surprise and used an old nickname, but Eri frowned and reminded him not to call her that. She confirmed that Mr. Aizawa and the principal had advised against her participating while her quirk remained unstable. Melissa offered a supportive look and asked how Eri felt about it. Eri admitted she was disappointed but agreed with her father that her power was too dangerous to use without proper control. She resolved, quietly determined, that she would work harder to regain control and pursue her dream. Izuku felt a pang of guilt, thinking that if his own quirk had not been acting up, Eri might not have lost control. At the same time, he felt encouraged by her resolve. Bakugo grunted that it was probably for the best and teased that Eri would not stand a chance against him. Eri scowled but decided not to argue. It was not worth it. A loud voice then interrupted the group, announcing Todoroki's name. Everyone turned and saw a tall, energetic boy with olive-toned skin and a close-cropped haircut grinning from ear to ear. Shoka recognized him and called out his name. The newcomer, Inasa Yorashi, explained that he had met Shoka at the recommendation exam and that he had been recommended into Class B. He saluted dramatically and then turned to Izuku. Yorashi asked if this was the student who had come up after the test, and Shoka introduced Izuku as her boyfriend. Yorashi stepped closer, studying Izuku with an intense look and remarking that Izuku had a lot of passion in his eyes. Izuku felt uneasy for a moment at the intensity, but Yorashi's face brightened and he said that he loved that quality. A smiling teen said that all heroes should have passion and grit in their eyes. Then he bid everyone an energetic goodbye and wished them well in the sports festival. Izuku watched the boy leave and remarked inwardly that the boy was something else. Shoka added coldly that he was a little much. Izuku said he had been going to call him high-strung. Shoka replied that she had thought so at first, but that he was all right. Shoka then took Izuku's hand under the table. Her cool presence sent a sudden chill up his arm. She leaned close and told him softly that there was no need to worry, because he was the only guy for her. Izuku smiled. He trusted Shoka, and it felt nice to hear. At the OP training grounds, a different scene unfolded. Alan Walker and Kulex sat in a control room watching a simulated city on a screen. Several large training robots were engaging a massive creature that leaped from building to building with ease and moved so fast it was hard to track. The beast destroyed several of the robots and then overwhelmed the rest with sheer force. Kulex clapped and congratulated Alan, noting that the boy seemed to have gained control. Alan groaned and said the boy still had a ways to go before truly mastering the power, though he admitted he was impressed by the rapid improvement. Kulex praised the boy's background, and Alan cautioned that good genes did not always guarantee good outcomes. Alan reported that his other students were ready, and Kulex asked about class. Alan relayed that Quartz had said they were ready and eager for the challenge. Walker felt pleased. Holding the school tournament early had been risky, but necessary. Coordinating travel and permissions for 10 powerful Quirk users to move between countries had been difficult, and Kulex's special international hero license had made it possible. The early selection gave both classes more time to prepare. The school tournament itself had concluded quickly. The selected students had finished their fights without exposing too much of their abilities. UA's students would see hints of the powers but not their full extent, and the automatic finalists would remain a mystery to any opposition. Everything looked promising. A few days later, the students of 1A found themselves at the sports festival. The day was full of events, an obstacle course, a cavalry battle, and a foam sword tournament. Several notable moments occurred. Hitoshi Shinso managed to stand out and drew the attention of both Aizawa and the principal. The class met Mei Hatsum and found her eccentric in equal measure. Ida suffered humiliation in the finals at the hands of a pink-haired competitor. Bakugo and Yorashi proved dominant in multiple events. The perpetually cheerful wind user tested Bakugo's patience. After his loss, Ida received a call about his brother and told Izuku and Shoka that his brother had been fatally injured by a villain. He left before the finalists were announced to be with his family. The events narrowed the competitors down to 6. The finalists who would go on to the OP tournament alongside Izuku and Shoka were Bakugo, Uraraka, Tokoyami, Yorashi, and Kirishima. That night, Shoka accepted an invitation to spend the night at the Midoriya house. It was closer to school than the Todoroki residence, and Inko wanted to celebrate the two making the finals. Both teens felt it was a touch early to celebrate, but neither could refuse Inko's gentle insistence. After a pleasant dinner, Izuku and Shoka settled on the sofa. Izuku wore a gray t-shirt and loose pants. Shoka wore a light blue tank top and gray sweatpants. Shoka asked Izuku what he wanted to show her. Izuku explained that he had pulled up Matube, the internet streaming site that had broadcast the OP Academy tournament, and suggested they watch it together to study their future opponents. Shoka, with a playful annoyance, pointed out that he had a beautiful girl alone in his house and proposed watching a fighting tournament instead of taking advantage of the situation. Izuku replied that his mother was in the next room and reminded her of the expectations she had set for how he should behave when they were alone. He added that he had no interest in provoking any consequences she had implied. Shoka looked at him with cool eyes for a long moment, then smiled and told him she did not say it enough but that he was a really good boyfriend. Izuku responded that she could say it more often. Shoka playfully tapped his shoulder, leaned over, and offered him a brief, affectionate kiss. She then rested her head on his shoulder. They relaxed together and Izuku started the video. In the other room, Inko fought back tears of pride, touched by how considerate her son had become and wondering in the quiet when they might see grandchildren, far off as that future seemed. The next morning, mid-morning, the finalists gathered in the UA Stadium locker room. Tension and nervous energy filled the space as all 8 sat waiting in gym uniforms. The rules matched the sports festival: no hero costumes or support items without permission to keep the competition fair. When the call finally came, the finalists rose and made their way toward the field entrance. They walked down the hallway in silence, each focused on the moment ahead. The tension was getting to them all. More than that was their curiosity. They had each watched the coming opponents on television, but how those opponents would act and sound remained unknown, and that uncertainty made them all even more nervous. As the 8 entered the arena, the announcer Mike introduced the group individually with his usual energy. Mike announced the first as the explosive prodigy Katsuki Bakugo. He introduced the next as Eijiro Kirishima, noting that although he was only a high schooler, he was very manly. Mike described Ochako Uraraka as small, cheerful, and able to lift others. He identified Inesa Yurashi as the sole representative from Class 1B and a breath of fresh air. He named Melissa Shield as the blonde with a strong right hook. He noted that Fumikage Tokoyami's power and personality were as dark as night. Mike added that the last 2 slots had been filled by 2 very powerful students who had yet to perform but would not disappoint. He introduced the penultimate as Shoka Todoroki, who was cool to the touch and expected to collect the wins. He introduced the last as Izuku Midoriya, suggesting he was about to set the competition on fire. The crowd cheered for each in turn. The group stood on the right side of the concrete fighting ring. A few people murmured that Shoka was Endeavor's daughter. Quite a few wondered about Izuku. They did not think he looked very special. Mike then announced that it was time for the opposition. A giant gateway appeared on the left side of the ring, shaped like a pair of large green double doors. The doors slid open to reveal a swirling golden portal. 11 shadowy figures walked out of the portal and the doors closed behind them. The stadium fell silent as the UA students stared down their new opponents. The 16 teens stared each other down. The tension was thick enough to make the audience hold their breath. No one dared to blink and miss what would happen next. The UA students glared nervously at the OP students, wondering what would come of this meeting. The OP group wore orange and white gym uniforms that suggested their school colors, while UA's were red, white, and blue. Izuku noted that none of the OP students wore support items, which implied they might not need them. If the impressions from the tournament were accurate, he could see why. A short girl with bright purple hair and matching eyes smiled and greeted everyone in a perky tone, introducing herself cheerfully as Bianca. The UA students were surprised. They had expected a more intimidating presence, but Bianca radiated politeness and warmth. Ed, a darker-skinned boy, immediately told Bianca that they were supposed to be intimidating and that she had undermined their image. Bianca apologized and made a placating gesture to her teammates. A tall, gray-eyed blonde with a stormy expression stepped forward to reassure her that her actions would speak for her. Bianca brightened again and thanked him. Ed complained to the tall boy that those comments were not helping, and Jim, the tall boy with a sturdy, metallic-looking gray skin tone, just shook his head and smiled. Izuku took in details, noting Ed's short, lean build and candy-apple red eyes. He wondered about Ed's background and heritage. Ed looked the UA girls over, his attention lingering on Shoka, Uraraka, and Melissa. He made a clumsy, flirtatious move toward Uraraka that made Izuku uneasy. Before anything could escalate, Anna, a taller blonde with her hair tied back in a ponytail and an expression that rarely changed, intervened. In an anime-style, swift move, she struck Ed on the back of the head to stop him, delivering a clear warning without causing harm. Ed rubbed his aching head and asked why Anna was so hard on him. Anna replied that his flirtations were inappropriate and that they were guests in this country. His propositions were neither welcome nor funny. Izuku, watching the exchange, admitted relief that the meeting had not turned hostile but found the situation concerning. The tall, white-haired UA student observed Anna closely and concluded that the blonde took no lip from anyone and likely served as the group's de facto big sister. Both Izuku and Shoka noticed small earpiece devices on the OP students' ears. Melissa explained that those were instant translators supplied by OP so the language barrier would not interfere with the event. The two nodded, understanding the rationale. Mike, the announcer, then introduced the OP team one by one. The OP students straightened and took on a more formal posture, which Izuku assumed might be part of their training, perhaps influenced by disciplined teamwork or even military-style drilling. Mike presented Bianca Snow as the team's snow general. Bianca stepped forward with a cheerful smile and a slender, athletic build that belied her capability. Her friendliness did not make her any less formidable. Mike introduced Jim Thomes as a powerful, steady presence. Jim pumped his fist and grinned. His movements were precise, his body strong and well-trained. Ed Garcia was described as bold and dynamic. He stepped forward with an infectious smile and energetic manner that seemed ready to burst. Kyle Stark was introduced next as an alpha-type athlete. He had medium-length brown hair, an agile parkour-like build, sharp yellow eyes, and wore an eye patch. He appeared bored or uninterested in the fanfare. Anna Charles was named as the team's mastermind. She bowed respectfully, showed no unnecessary expression, and then resumed her place. Izuku remembered her from the tournament, where she had defeated opponents with efficient hand-to-hand techniques without relying on any visible power. He made a mental note to keep an eye on her. Peter Johnson was presented next, with Mike noting that his power could overwhelm opponents like a sudden, unstoppable force. The man standing nearby had a lean, surfer-like frame and sea-green eyes that conveyed steady determination. Mike then named Knight. When the announcer pointed out that Knight had no last name listed, the dark teen called back in a low, clear voice that his name was simply Knight, and he preferred it that way. The clarification became part of his mysterious image. Knight stood quiet and composed. His dark skin and equally dark hair contrasted with bright orange eyes that glowed like a harvest moon, and his presence reminded everyone of a classmate who wielded shadows. The assortment of personalities on the OP team, from cheerful to stoic, from explosive to composed, made it clear that their strengths complemented one another. The introductions concluded and the two groups readied themselves for the next stage of the event. If not for the bird head and Knight's obsidian complexion, the two could have been twins. Present Mike announced that finally, Angel Liberty was quick-witted and quick-footed. The girl had long dark purple hair and yellow eyes. Her skin was a dark mocha tone. She was rounder than the other girls but had very strong legs and a serious smirk that dared anyone to speak up. The crowd cheered. Many of them did not know what to think about this group. They had as little idea about them as the UA students did. They were about to learn firsthand. Aizawa sat next to present Mike, wondering why he had let Mike talk him into being part of this. The grumpy man was now free of his bandages thanks to Recovery Girl. He was interested to see how his students fared and planned to watch carefully for changes that might be needed in their training after the tournament. Aizawa announced that the referee for this event would once again be Midnight. Midnight entered the ring with a confident stride. Her presence and costume seemed more suited to a stage performance than a school event, and many of the UA and OP students exchanged uneasy glances. Midnight announced that they would now find out the order of the matches. She snapped her whip and the names of all the students appeared on the jumbotron hanging over the field. She snapped the whip again and the names began to shuffle. After a moment, the tournament bracket was revealed. 1. Eijiro Kirishima vs. Jim Thomas. 2. Melissa Shield vs. Kale Stark. 3. Shoka Todoroki vs. Bianca Snow. 4. Inesa Yorashi vs. Angel Liberty. 5. Katsuki Bakugo vs. Knight. 6. Ochako Uraraka vs. Ed Garcia. 7. Fumikage Tokoyami vs. Anna Charles. 8. Izuku Midoriya vs. Peter Johnson. Izuku looked over at the tall guy with sea-green eyes and thought that facing him first was rotten luck. Peter caught Izuku looking at him and returned the stare with a determined, fierce expression. At that moment Izuku felt a heavy pressure on his shoulder, as if he were sitting at the bottom of the sea. Midnight announced that they would take a short break while the ring was finalized for the matches, allowing guests a chance to rest from their trip. Those in the first match were invited to go to the locker rooms to prepare. The rest were to take their seats in the boxes provided. With that, the groups left the ring. Izuku turned to Shoka and let out a deep breath, telling her that it had been nerve-wracking. The cool girl nodded in agreement. Peter Johnson and a short, round blue man approached them. Peter looked at Izuku with the same determined expression and stated matter-of-factly that the boy was Izuku Midoriya. Izuku confirmed that he was. Peter said he had heard rumors about Izuku's abilities, and Izuku acknowledged that some had said that. Peter expressed that he was looking forward to seeing it for himself and offered good luck with a friendly smile and an outstretched hand. Headmaster Kulex intervened, explaining that handshakes were considered bad manners in this country and that one should bow slightly at the waist to show respect. Peter looked baffled for a moment, then understood and bowed, apologizing for the mistake. He then apologized to Headmaster Kulex for his short-sightedness. Shoka listened closely. Kulex's name caught her attention. This was the man who had requested that she and Izuku be placed in the finals. She remained composed but attentive. Kulex reassured Peter that there was no harm done and mentioned that Anna might have more to say about it later. He then stepped up to Izuku, his eyes hidden behind white sunglasses but his curiosity clear, and remarked that Izuku was the new son, which left Izuku stunned and brought a vision of his father rushing back. Izuku, shaken, demanded to know how Kulex knew that name. Kulex smiled cheerfully and said it was a long story, but he needed to see his students first. He asked Izuku and Shoka to meet him in the locker room on the far side of the stadium after the first rounds and promised to explain everything then. Kulex turned to Peter and told him they should check on the others. Peter nodded and they left the ring together. Izuku stood with his mouth open and a glazed look in his eyes. Shoka had seen him in many states but never like this. She wondered what had shaken him so deeply. A memory surfaced of a conversation when they were small, when Izuku had described the vision of his father that had come with his power. She remembered consoling him then and believing him, and she understood now. Shoka placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder and asked if what Kulex had said was true. Izuku nodded silently. She took his hand and led him out of the arena, worried he might remain rooted there otherwise. Shoka led Izuku into the tunnels under the stadium. After a few minutes, Izuku regained his emotional bearings, and the white-haired girl felt relieved. Izuku's dark blue eyes were full of concern. Shoka could see that his mind was running through every possibility. Shoka understood all too well. His father's death had shaped so much of who Izuku was. The how, who, and circumstances remained unknown. The Hero Commission refused to disclose details, citing a restrictive ruling. It never made sense to Shoka, and she hated it for Izuku's sake. Now they had met someone who might have answers. She could only imagine how overwhelming that possibility was for him. Maybe he could finally learn something about that dark chapter. Still, Shoka worried that the information might bring back the sorrow that had shadowed Izuku for so long. She remembered how he had cried on his birthdays when he was young, and while he had gradually recovered, she did not want to see him suffer like that again. As the trio made their way down the tunnel back to the stadium seats, they paused when they noticed Bakugo and Kirishima approaching. Bakugo was berating Kirishima loudly, demanding that he focus on his match. Bakugo noticed Izuku's face change from angry to perplexed and asked what was wrong. Izuku took a deep breath and explained what had just happened with Headmaster Kulex. Bakugo listened intently, his expression shifting from pure anger to a more inquisitive version of it. When Izuku finished, Bakugo said that Kulex knew about the new son and noted that Izuku's father had worked in the States a lot. Izuku agreed and added that, if his memory served, Kulex had still been active as a pro-hero at the time. Bakugo asked to be present when Izuku spoke with the blue-haired man, insisting he wanted to make sure there was no trickery. Izuku smiled and thanked him for the support, and Bakugo snapped that it had nothing to do with emotional support. He merely wanted to ensure the man in sunglasses was not trying to pull a fast one. Shoka exhaled in frustration. She expected that kind of reaction but still found herself surprised every time. It was comforting to know Bakugo cared for Izuku as much as she did. Kirishima, who had been listening, admitted he had no idea what they were talking about. It struck the three of them that they had not told the rest of Class 1A about Izuku's vision when he gained his powers, which explained Kirishima's confusion. Bakugo quickly told Kirishima not to be told, but after some back and forth the truth came out. Izuku recounted his vision in full. Kirishima listened intently and, when the story ended, stared blankly for several moments before tears formed in his eyes. He told Izuku that it was the manliest story he had ever heard, and Bakugo looked predictably annoyed that he had warned them this reaction would happen. Kirishima then suggested that Izuku consider the hero name New Sunday. Shoka and Bakugo smiled at the idea. Shoka explained that they had told Izuku the same thing because his warmth and optimism fit the name. Bakugo added that Izuku's power could also overwhelm opponents with explosive force. Izuku considered the suggestion but decided that was a matter for another time. Then, placing his hand on Kirishima's shoulder, he urged Kirishima to give his match everything he had and show the crowd how hard he had worked. Kirishima pumped his fist and headed to the locker room to prepare. Izuku, Shoka, and Bakugo went to the stadium box to watch the event with the rest of the class. On the walk, Shoka told Izuku that Bakugo's advice applied to him as well. He needed to focus on the match and not become so caught up in learning about his father that he neglected the challenge at hand. Bakugo agreed and warned that Peter Johnson carried a dangerous presence. His performance at the overseas school tournament might have only been the beginning. Bakugo suspected the man was at least as strong as Izuku, if not stronger. Shoka bristled at being called the Ice Queen, but chose to focus. The snow-themed opponent would be tough. Cheerful as she was, she still felt like a threat. They arrived at the box and found the class seated in various groups. Momo and Jairu were off to one side. Shoji, Cody, Tokoyami, and Weejoy sat together. Mina and Hagakure were chatting energetically. Siro, Kaminari, and Mineta spoke in hushed tones nearby. Aoyama sat alone. Toward the front, Melissa, Uraraka, and Azui were watching the field. Uraraka waved them over to sit with her, and Izuku and Shoka moved down to the seats. Bakugo took a seat behind Izuku. Eri was nowhere to be seen. The three assumed she would still be helping Recovery Girl with the injured, as she had during the sports festival. She still had not been cleared to use her powers, but she was taking the opportunity to observe Recovery Girl in action. A short while later, the ring had been prepared and all safety checks had been completed. Midnight snapped her whip and announced that it was time for the matches to begin. She formed an energy field in front of the crowd made of interlocking triangles that became transparent once it was complete, explaining that the new Mach 14 tutelage field would protect the audience from the powerful quirks on display. Mike took the loudspeaker and told the crowd that they had them covered and to sit back and enjoy the show. A large man with a square head and gray, rocky skin entered the arena, formed a chair out of cement next to the ring, and took a seat, introducing himself as Cementos and saying he would break things up if it got rough. Mike then amplified the excitement, rallying the crowd and pumping them up for the event. The announcers introduced the first combatants. Jim Thomes and Kirishima stood in the ring opposite each other as pyrotechnics sent fire into the air from the corners. Kirishima cracked his knuckles in anticipation while Jim smiled at the spiky redhead. The announcer described Jim Thomes and his quirk, Cross Guard. The ability allowed Jim to create up to 8 powers of his choosing. He had to wait for a circular mark on his hand to activate before crafting each power, and once a power was made it could not be changed. At that moment, Jim had created 3 such powers. After the crowd quieted, the two fighters approached each other in the center of the ring. Midnight laid out the rules, stating that a match would end when a fighter could not move, was knocked out of the ring, or was too injured to continue. Midnight and Cementos would watch closely and were both capable of ending the match if either fighter was in danger. With that explained, Midnight instructed the pair to return to their corners and get ready. As Kirishima turned to his corner, Jim wished him good luck and told him not to hold back. Kirishima gave Jim a thumbs up and replied that he did not plan to hold back. The two boys squared up and took fighting stances, bracing themselves. Kirishima raised his hands and noticed his opponent doing the same. He saw cross-shaped marks on both their hands, for circles connected by two lines. On Jim's right hand, 3 of the circles were white, and Kirishima briefly wondered if they were tattoos. Midnight signaled for the match to begin. Kirishima prepared to defend, but Jim vanished and reappeared in front of him in an instant. Jim's right hand rose and he delivered a powerful punch to Kirishima's face. The impact echoed through the stadium and sent Kirishima tumbling backward. He was nearly knocked out of the ring but recovered, hardened his hand, and grabbed the edge of the ring to stop himself. Righting himself and taking a few deep breaths, Kirishima tried to assess his opponent, wondering if Jim possessed super strength or speed. Jim rubbed his fist and commented that it had hurt, then observed that Kirishima had hardened his face before the blow landed. If he had not, Kirishima would have been knocked out. Kirishima, caught off guard by the analysis, asked whether Jim had super strength. Jim admitted that he was strong but said that strength was not his quirk. He had been testing Kirishima and declared that Kirishima had passed. Jim continued, deducing from Kirishima's stance and defenses that he had been employing a slugger-style strategy, intending to absorb damage until his opponent tired. He warned that sticking to that plan would cost Kirishima the fight. Jim then extended his right hand and a large mace materialized. It was a simple, heavy-looking weapon engraved with strange symbols, but he wielded it as if it were light. Jim warned Kirishima to watch out and charged. Kirishima hardened his body and the mace strike stopped against him, but Jim followed with a rapid series of heavy blows. The impacts rang out like cannon fire across the field. Kirishima absorbed each hit with resolve, though the power behind them was greater than he had expected. Jim halted his assault mid-swing and taunted Kirishima to attack. Kirishima retorted that it was easy for Jim to say, given his speed. Jim suggested that Kirishima's problem might be mental rather than physical. Kirishima insisted that he was mentally focused and fully in the game. As Jim stroked his chin thoughtfully, he suddenly realized his mace was gone. Kirishima noticed that Jim's hands were empty, and a shadow began to grow over him. The shadow expanded rapidly, and Kirishima looked up in alarm to see a massive metal sphere descending toward the ring, an enormous object at least 20 feet across. The sphere was now falling toward Kirishima at terminal velocity. The orb struck the ring where Kirishima stood, and for a moment it looked as if he was finished. In the stands, the whole of Class 1A reacted in shock. Uraraka voiced her disbelief, asking where that giant wrecking ball had come from. Shoka, thinking for a moment, said she believed the ball was the mace Thomas had been using. Melissa confirmed Shoka's observation and explained that Thomas's power appeared to let him manifest the mace and control its size and shape at will. Uraraka admitted she was confused because the sphere did not resemble the weapon he had been using. Shoka, impassive but watching carefully, pointed out that the sphere still showed a handle on top and suggested Thomas had thrown the mace when Kirishima wasn't looking, let it gain speed, and had then enlarged the mace head. Melissa agreed that it was a dangerous, remotely controlled attack that could have taken both fighters. Izuku, who had been silent, observed firmly that Jim Thomas seemed to be trying to help Kirishima. Shoka nodded in agreement but said she did not know why. Back in the ring, Jim watched his massive mace head. It appeared to have struck his opponent with great force, yet he did not appear worried. Midnight was about to call the match when the mace head toppled. Kirishima stood there, his skin a solid mass of hardened stone with a few cracks, otherwise unharmed. Kirishima shouted in pain and indignation, saying that the attack could have killed him. Jim smiled slightly and reassured him that he had never been in danger. Kirishima protested that there was no way Jim could have known that, and Jim, with a stern expression, told him he was stronger than he thought. Kirishima looked embarrassed and complained that his power was ordinary and only defensive, making his skin harder the more it was struck. Jim shook his head and said Kirishima's power was more useful than he gave it credit for and, combined with his strength, could make him a formidable hero. Jim asked whether Kirishima had noticed the weight of the mace, and Kirishima realized that it had felt like a freight train on his shoulders. Jim explained that the mace could change size while its weight remained the same and that training with such a weapon had helped make him so strong. He pointed out that surviving an impact at terminal velocity with barely a scratch and lifting the mace off himself was impressive. Kirishima asked why Jim was helping him. Jim replied that they were both hero students from different countries but with the same goal of getting stronger, and that they should help one another. He also said he wanted a really good fight and thought Kirishima could provide one. Kirishima beamed and called him the manliest, and Jim asked him to come at him with everything he had. Both boys took fighting stances and prepared to go all out. Jim charged at Kirishima, raising his mace high as he approached. He brought the weapon down with full force as the rocky teen hardened his arms. The mace rang loudly on impact, its clang echoing through the stadium. As a second strike descended, Kirishima raised his right hand to block, grabbed the handle of the silver mace with his left, jerked it aside, and countered with a powerful right-hand strike. Kirishima's hardened fist connected against Jim's ribs and left Jim staggered and winded. Jim leapt back several feet to recover. After several shaky breaths, he smiled and said that was exactly the kind of fight he wanted and that he would not have to hold back much longer. He charged again, and the exchange intensified. 2 hits from Jim, a response from Kirishima, some blows landing and others narrowly missing in a fast, intense back and forth. In the stands, Peter Johnson asked Anna Charles for her opinion of the match. Anna, after a long pause, observed that Jim was holding back. Peter agreed that if Jim had gone all out the match would already be over. Anna noted that Jim would have to fight again later and was probably also assessing what UA could do. Peter suggested it was more likely Jim was trying to help Kirishima, and Bianca Snow piped up between them to agree. Peter reacted with mild annoyance to Bianca's high energy, but Anna addressed Bianca calmly and asked why Jim would bother when they were there to win. Bianca answered that Jim thrived on challenge and wanted both to be pushed and to push others to be their best, especially aspiring heroes. Anna conceded that it made sense and reminded them that Jim still needed to consider the tournament. He was the one most likely to reach the finals. Peter looked wounded at Anna's assessment, and Anna gave him a rare smile, assuring him she thought he was the best while acknowledging the matchup against Izuku Midoriya was too close to call from the information she had. Bianca smiled at the couple and then, growing serious, noted that Izuku Midoriya was the son of Night Sun. A commentator observed that if he was half the fighter his father had been, Peter would have his work cut out. Peter understood the challenge. When he had shaken Izuku Midoriya's hand, he had felt the power radiating from him, like standing beside a blast furnace that somehow felt comforting. In the UA box, Class 1A watched as intently as their opposition counterparts. They were all rooting for their red-headed classmate and amazed at his performance. Uraraka said that Kirishima was doing amazing and struck a muscle pose. Izuku was quiet as he studied the match, noting that while Uraraka was not wrong, something else about their opponent unsettled him. Shoka read the lines in her boyfriend's face and asked what was the matter. Izuku explained that Kirishima was doing well, but the speed and force of the other boys' blows felt off. Shoka agreed that she had noticed the same thing and suggested the opponent could have finished Kirishima at the start of the match with one quick blow. It looked like the gray-skinned fighter was holding back to help Kirishima. The blue-haired student wondered whether it was part of a larger plan. Shoka shook her head and said she did not think so, that the other boy seemed like the sort of person who empowered those around him and that he reminded her of Izuku. Bakugo leaned forward, used his usual nicknames, agreed that the other kid was powerful and supportive, and then vowed to defeat them all. Izuku shook his head at the outburst, acknowledging the sentiment even if he disliked the harsh words. In the ring, the battle had shifted. Kirishima had been pushed onto the defensive as his opponent increased his intensity, striking faster and harder. The rocky teen worried that his stamina would give out and that he was beginning to feel each strike through his hardened skin. If things continued, he knew he would lose. He wanted to attack, but his opponent was too quick and strong to stand still and be hit. A memory came to Kirishima of a training discussion with Izuku and Bakugo. He recalled Izuku telling him to be more offensive in combat training and Bakugo agreeing that when Kirishima's quirk was active his punches could be devastating to most opponents. Kirishima had protested that his power felt ordinary compared to flashy quirks, and Izuku had placed a hand on his shoulder to show solidarity, explaining that it was not the quirk but how it was used and offering notes on different applications. Kirishima had been grateful. Back in the present, Kirishima resolved to try the move they had talked about. He had not perfected it, but if he did nothing the match would end. He planted his foot hard, cracking the concrete of the ring, and focused everything he had into his quirk. His skin hardened and took on a stony texture, causing his opponent to take a step back, uneasy at the change. Kirishima welcomed the brief respite and went all in, his skin growing even more solid. Kirishima shouted that he was unbreakable as he committed to the attack. Jim, the gray-skinned youth, smiled at the display, recognizing that his opponent still had more to give. He considered changing tactics but decided against revealing all of his own abilities so early. Instead, he prepared to escalate. Jim sent a thought into his mace and the ball at the end sprouted spikes. He warned Kirishima to get ready and then charged. He swung the spiked weapon and struck repeatedly, each impact ringing through the stadium with a loud clang. The audience felt the intensity of the exchange. Kirishima did not retreat. He advanced, allowing the blows to slide off his hardened form while pressing forward. Both fighters abandoned defense and poured everything into their strikes, each trying to outlast the other. The match became a relentless, high-energy exchange, reminiscent of fast-paced action from an anime, where hits landed with thunderous sound but no graphic damage was shown. After a few tense moments, Kirishima saw his opening. Jim's breathing was ragged from the effort. Kirishima knew his unbreakable state would not last forever and that this was the moment to finish. As Jim raised his mace for a powerful overhand swing, Kirishima moved with surprising speed. He caught the attack mid-swing with his left hand, leaving Jim stunned. Kirishima then gathered all remaining strength into his right hand and delivered a decisive blow. The impact sent Jim's weapon away and the momentum of the fight shifted. A neutral pause followed as the outcome became clear. Kirishima shouted a battle cry and threw a decisive punch that sent Jim flying through the air. Kirishima's hardened form sighed and a wash of steam fell away as his rocky coating returned to normal. His unbreakable had run out. The crowd and Midnight watched Jim Thomas arc toward the barrier and assumed the match was over. Jim recovered his balance mid-flight and activated his quirk. His mace folded into a pair of metal bracers, and when he extended his arm, a chain shot out with a hooked spike on the end. The spike latched onto the ring, Jim yanked, swung back into the ring, and landed with a parkour roll, finishing on his feet. The move had the crisp, kinetic feel of anime choreography rather than brutality. The audience fell silent. Kirishima was stunned for a beat before he found his voice. Kirishima, visibly shaking from exhaustion, admitted that he had given everything and it still had not been enough. His eyes grew heavy, he swayed, and he collapsed forward. Jim caught him before he hit the mat and held him up, smiling and telling him to take it easy. Jim then informed Midnight that the match was over and that Kirishima had given it his all. Midnight checked Kirishima's vitals, found no serious injuries, and performed her duty as referee. Midnight declared that Kirishima was unable to continue and announced Jim Thomas as the winner, giving the first match to OP Academy. The stadium screen advanced Jim's name to the second round. Present Mike roared his approval and urged the crowd to applaud the competitors. The crowd erupted, many rising in ovation and shouting admiration for Kirishima's effort. Midnight called for medical drones, which arrived and carried the unconscious teen away while Jim followed to receive treatment. In the stands, Izuku and his classmates from Class 1A reacted in various ways. Izuku had expected a strong showing from Jim. His performance matched the level seen in the OP school tournament. Bakugo, watching Izuku closely, asked what he thought and used his usual nickname for him. Izuku observed that Jim's quirk, a weapon that transforms and answers his command, was unique and difficult to counter, and he sensed there was more beneath the surface. Shoka listened and agreed that something about Jim was unusual but insisted she did not think he was malicious. He seemed like a genuinely good person. Izuku added that Jim projected a heroic presence similar to All Might's but different in its own way. Bakugo and Shoka both privately felt that Jim resembled Izuku in his intense passion for hero work and in a drive to uplift others. Shoka suggested they check on Kirishima, and Izuku and Bakugo agreed, knowing their rocky classmate would need encouragement after such a match. Before they left, Izuku wished Melissa good luck in her upcoming match. Melissa smiled and thanked him. Bakugo warned Melissa to stay sharp, suggesting her opponent might be even more dangerous than Jim. Melissa nodded and headed to the locker room while Izuku, Shoka, and Bakugo went to Recovery Girl's temporary station. At Recovery Girl's station they found a handwritten sign on the door and entered to see Aizawa on duty. Eri confirmed they were there for Kirishima and said he was fine despite the beating. He had no physical damage but had passed out, and Recovery Girl insisted he needed rest, so no visitors were allowed. The trio accepted that and asked Eri to tell Kirishima they had stopped by and to pass along that he had done a good job and should not be too hard on himself. Eri agreed she would let him know when he woke up, and the three left and returned to their box. In OP Academy's recovery room, Jim sat with the school nurse, whose hero name was Princess. She was a slight woman with long white hair and golden eyes, wearing a yellow and black costume. She scanned him with a gentle glow of healing energy and assured him he had no injuries but was drained. Jim declined immediate replenishment, saying he would rest and be ready for the next fight, but accepted a protein bar Princess suggested he take. The office door opened and Bianca Snow and Anna Charles entered. Bianca looked worried while Anna kept a stern, impassive expression. Bianca asked if Jim was okay. Jim smiled and reassured her that he was fine. Anna remarked that Jim had taken his time with his opponent, and Jim acknowledged that was deliberate. Anna warned him that the next round would be harder and reminded him that the UA students were not to be underestimated. Jim nodded in acknowledgement. Jim asked who he would be facing in the next round. Anna replied that she was not a fortune teller. Jim pressed her for ideas. He met Anna's eyes and they exchanged a tense stare while Bianca felt caught in a confrontation more intense than the one she had just witnessed. Anna finally conceded that Jim would most likely face Melissa Shield. Bianca reacted by suggesting that Anna thought little of Kyle's chances. Anna answered that Kyle had a chance, but a small one. From Melissa's performance at the sports festival she sensed there was more to the opponent's power than just strength and speed, an element she could not identify. A deep baritone voice then remarked that the comment was hurtful. The group turned to see a tall young man standing in the shadows with spiky brown hair and an eye patch over his left eye, his frame lean and athletic like a distance runner. Anna asked how he had managed to get into the room. Kyle gave Anna a serious look and implied that she should figure it out. She did not like the evasive answer but did not press him, knowing he rarely gave straight responses. Jim asked whether Kyle really thought he did not stand a chance against his opponent. Kyle clarified that he had not said that. Melissa was simply an unknown quantity he could not compute. Jim could win, but without more information Kyle could not responsibly claim to improve his odds. Jim dismissed the analysis and declared he would defeat Melissa regardless of her powers. Jim rubbed his chin and asked if Kyle was sure. Kyle nodded and predicted that pain was coming. He then turned and walked out of the room. Melissa was in the UA locker room preparing for her match. As she focused her mind on the upcoming bout, a memory of a conversation with All Might from a few weeks earlier came into focus. All Might had summoned Melissa to the teacher's lounge during class and had looked unusually serious. Melissa had asked if everything was all right. All Might had reminded her that the sports festival was coming up and that the winners would move on to a tournament against students from OP Academy. He had emphasized how important the sports festival was, how it was broadcast across Japan, and how any pro hero would be watching for the next big star. He had pointed dramatically at her and insisted that this year the spotlight should be hers, that she should show the public that she was the next symbol of peace. Melissa had felt surprised and asked how she could do that. All Might had told her to use the competition to prove she was present and ready. She had understood the reference to his catchphrase, though she had also noted that other competitors Izuku, Shoka, Bakugo, Uraraka, Ida, and students from Class 1B would be formidable. All Might had seen her worry and announced he would increase her one-for-all training, explaining that she commanded the power well but had room to grow before reaching its full potential. Melissa had promised to work harder, and All Might had replied that they would also adjust her schedule to accommodate the extra training. The memory ended and Melissa returned to the present. She walked to the table in the center of the locker room and opened the support item case. Inside were her new full gauntlets and boots. Her father had taken her notes into account and had the pieces constructed from the alloy she had requested, with integrated nanotechnology to allow them to shrink for storage. She handled a boot, appreciating how the design made putting them on and taking them off much easier while remaining sturdy enough to deflect blows. Melissa removed her shoes and slipped on the boots before strapping on the gauntlets. She pressed 2 buttons on the arm pieces and the support items activated, covering her arms and legs. She tested a few kicks and punches and smiled in approval at the sleekness of the design. They looked like normal costume boots and gloves but were reinforced with metal and polymers. The items had been finished in pink to match her preference, and she thought they would complement her hero suit. She felt relieved that she had signed the permission slips to use them. An announcement called Melissa and her opponent to the ring. Repairs from the previous match had been completed. Melissa and Kyle Stark stood facing each other in the ring as the crowd erupted. Her friends cheered the loudest, which lifted her spirits. Kyle, however, remained unmoved. He wore a patch over his left eye that suggested a support item rather than an injury. Kyle's quirk, Pack Attack, allowed him to create multiple energy wolves to follow his commands. The larger the wolves he summoned, the fewer he could form. At full stretch he could call up to 10 normal-sized wolves or 2 much larger ones. The eye patch was a support device to help him control that power. Removing it could allow his ability to overwhelm him. Melissa assumed a fighting stance, ready to take the offensive. Kyle stood motionless with a blank expression, completely unguarded, which made him vulnerable to a swift opening attack. Melissa wondered whether his stillness was a deliberate tactic. If it was part of a plan, it seemed counterintuitive. Midnight snapped her whip and announced that the match would begin. Melissa wondered why Kyle did not show any defensive posture, certain that he must know how fast she could move. Melissa knew she had to take the opening. The young hero activated her power, invoking all for one full cowl at 5%, and a cloak of pink energy surrounded her. She had mastered the technique during her preparations for this event. All Might had intensified her training as he promised. It had only been a few weeks, but the results were clear. At first she could only use the power at 5%. However, thanks to her mentor's more rigorous program, she could now push it as high as 25%. She charged at her opponent and closed the distance in a flash. Just as she reached him, he moved aside at the last moment. Melissa stumbled and fell in surprise, then quickly regained her balance and parkour rolled back to her feet. Catching her breath, Melissa tried to work out how he had evaded her. It was not luck. If he had not moved then, her strike would have landed. Was it his power? How had he done that? The questions rushed through her like a storm. She slapped her cheeks to steady herself. She did not have enough information about the boy's abilities to judge them. His power let him create wolves, but combat skill was not determined solely by a quirk. Mr. Aizawa's ability did not boost his stats, yet. He had stood toe-to-toe with villains during USJ. The same was true for Izuku and Bakugo, both of whom paired ranged quirks with surprising speed and strength. Melissa knew she could not afford to underestimate Stark. She renewed her assault, launching a flurry of punches and kicks, but each strike was anticipated and avoided. Resolute, she pivoted mid-attack and delivered a leg sweep aimed at the tall brown-haired boy. He leaped over it, exactly as she had hoped. She whirled and landed a powerful punch to his midsection. Because he had been airborne, there was no time to dodge. He flew across the ring. As he tumbled, a wolf manifested behind him and helped break his fall. He recovered with a slight stumble. The dark-eyed boy stood catching his breath for several moments. He then complimented Melissa on her skill in a deep, steady baritone, calling her a really good fighter. Melissa felt the sound of his voice more than heard it. It suited his rugged appearance but still felt unexpectedly mature. Melissa acknowledged the compliment with uncertainty, feeling that he was holding something back. Stark cracked his neck with a loud, dramatic pop that sounded like a scene from an action anime, yet he appeared unfazed. He declared that they were warmed up and ready to get serious. At that moment his dark eye flared neon yellow and an aura of matching energy formed around him. From that energy emerged 5 glowing wolves the size of German shepherds, their eyes burning the same eerie yellow. The beasts howled in unison, and the sound sent a shiver through the crowd. If not for her training and experience, Melissa might have faltered. Stark gestured and the wolves rushed forward. Melissa met the charge, keeping her focus on him. She realized he was a fighting general-type army-style powers were rare but offered unique advantages. Most users of such abilities sent copies forward while staying back themselves. Stark, however, was fighting on the front lines with his increased numbers. The wolves closed in. Melissa used every ounce of speed to stay safe, but one clamped down on her leg. She winced as the pressure tightened like a vice, yet she noticed the teeth did not break the skin. She was grateful for armored boots. Thinking quickly, she struck the wolf, which yelped and dissipated into a cloud of yellow light. The remaining wolves descended, and she dispatched them with practiced efficiency. Using the cover of the glowing dust, Stark moved behind Melissa to counterattack. She turned in time to see the incoming strike. He named the attack Wolf Beam and unleashed a powerful stream of energy formed from his wolves, the tip shaped like a wolf's head. It was fast and struck her in the same spot she had hit him earlier, knocking the breath from her and forcing her to her knee. As Melissa recovered, she asked how he managed such versatility. Stark explained that, as a child, he had thought his power was limited only summoning wolves, but a mentor had shown him its usefulness and taught him to expand how he used it. He summoned 3 new wolves, each different. One was lean and red, built for speed. Another was metallic gray and solid, like a small tank that could batter through obstacles. The third was pure white, similar to the red one but noticeably stronger-jawed. Melissa realized he could alter the size and shape of his projections at will, which explained why the bite that had grabbed her had not drawn blood. He could blunt fangs and change jaw structure to control the effect. To emphasize the point, Stark formed a pair of pistols in his hands, revolver-like but with muzzle shapes resembling wolf heads. Melissa assessed the situation, recognizing that he was not merely a summoner. He could freely shape and weaponize his conjurations, a level of control unusual even among students. For now, he had only 3 wolves, but his versatility made him a formidable opponent. Melissa wondered if making more complex shapes limited the number of wolves he could create. Stark leveled his left pistol, and the red and white wolves surged forward while a large gray one took position in front of his master. Melissa refocused as the wolves closed in. The red wolf darted around her and she just managed to evade it. It matched her speed. The white wolf joined the assault and both circled her in a blur of red and white, making it hard for her eyes to focus. The 2 wolves managed to grab hold of her. The red wolf seized her left arm while the white one took her ankle. A sudden, powerful impact struck her right shoulder, like Stark's wolf-shaped energy but sharper and more concentrated. Melissa realized the wolves were faster and more aggressive than before. She twisted and pivoted to break free, moving across the ring towards Stark. He unleashed a hail of bullets in her direction. As one passed, she thought she saw the imprint of a grinning wolf on it. The white wolf snapped at her arm and pulled her down while the red wolf surged to overwhelm her. Melissa jabbed a quick punch to the canine's snout. It recoiled but did not vanish. She followed with a harder strike and the red wolf dissolved into drifting yellow motes of light. The remaining wolf tightened its hold. Melissa swung hard and the white wolf also dissipated into the same luminous dust. Only Stark and the gray, tank-like wolf remained. She did not give him time to form more constructs. Increasing her OFA output to 10%, she closed the distance and landed several heavy blows on the massive metallic canine until it collapsed. She then turned back to Stark. Stark noticed her increased speed and recognized that running was no longer viable. He converted his guns into glove-like weapons etched with a wolf head motif, signaling a shift to hand-to-hand combat. They traded dodges and counters for several minutes. At the decisive moment, Stark's guard opened. Melissa brought her full force into a blow to his midsection, knocking the breath out of him and sending him crashing to the floor. Midnight began the count. Stark lay on the ground, catching his breath and reassessing Melissa. He acknowledged inwardly that she was far stronger than he had expected, not an ordinary power user almost like him. He then rose slowly, his voice gravelly as he asked if her name was Melissa Shield. Melissa confirmed that it was. Stark's laughter more a rasped sound than pain filled the air. He declared that she was a truly worthy opponent and admitted he had not expected to face someone of her caliber so early. He explained that he had been saving a particular move. For the legacy, the son of Night Sun. Melissa was taken aback. She knew that her uncle Aizawa and the principal held Night Sun in high regard, but she was surprised anyone outside that circle would name him. Stark continued, saying that if he held back against Melissa he would lose his chance to face Night Sun's son. He removed his eye patch and announced that he would reveal his full power. A condensed yellow aura gathered on his skin, and he bent over as if feeling the strain. Melissa understood that the match had just escalated. Stark had been testing her up to this point. Now he was serious. Her training urged her to attack while he was exposed, but curiosity froze her. She wanted to see what power lay behind the patch. In the stands, All Might sat in the facility section, his expression guarded as he watched his successor. He noted that Stark was no ordinary quirk user. His profile listed a single quirk, but manifesting it in multiple forms and now transforming was rare. All Might conceded that Melissa faced a difficult challenge. Todoroki appeared behind him with a warm smile. She introduced herself as a former student and said she had come to see her daughter and the young man she hoped would become her son-in-law fight. She would not have missed it. All Might reacted with polite surprise at her son-in-law remark, pointing out that both were only 15 and much could change before graduation. Ray patted him on the shoulder and said she simply recognized love when she saw it. All Might asked where the rest of her family was. Ray explained that Enji and Toya were on patrol in the stadium, Fuyumi was at work, and Natsuo had wanted to come but had to help a friend. She added that Natsuo apparently had a new girlfriend he had not introduced to the family yet. All Might reflected on Ray's sharp wit and noted how she had been formidable in her prime as the hero Ice Angel, a woman villains had often underestimated to their regret. He saw the same spirit and grit in young Shoka. The number one hero turned back to the match and reflected that Melissa was stepping into a harsh world. He thought she would have to stay ahead not only of villains but of other heroes as well, and that many young people were being born with powerful quirks these days. He considered Midoriya and Todoroki as examples and wondered how Melissa would respond now that she faced an opponent who used his quirk more effectively. In the ring, Stark stood in the arena cloaked in an eerie yellow light, completely obscured from sight. Even though it was early in the morning, the arena suddenly felt very dark. His shape warped before everyone's eyes. He grew several inches, his form beefed up, his fingers became pointed, and his face elongated into a canine muzzle. Melissa watched in awe. It seemed like it took a long time, but in reality only a few moments passed, a true testament to his speed. When the yellow aura cleared, Stark stood about a foot taller, his legs, chest, and arms layered with new muscle. He still retained a distance runner build but looked slightly more imposing. His hands now bore claws black, shiny, and dulled at the tips, and his face and arms were covered in a neat layer of gray fur. His mouth, nose, and ears had shifted into canine features with a long muzzle and prominent teeth, though the tips were dulled. He was serious, but he did not appear intent on drawing blood. Stark stared at Melissa with glowing yellow eyes and pitch-black scara, giving him an ominous presence. Melissa remembered the story of the three little pigs from her childhood and thought this must be what the big bad wolf looked like. Stark took several deep gasps as the last of the yellow energy cleared his fur. He then communicated telepathically to Melissa, asking what she thought and addressing her as Shield. Melissa remained silent for a few moments before responding calmly that she was impressed and asking whether he could create more wolf clones in this state. Stark's eyes registered surprise, his muzzle remaining set as he explained that this form infused his power into himself. Normally his ability diffused yellow energy into lesser forms using an eye patch, but he could not use pack tactics in this state. From that point on, the contest would be one of physicality. Melissa felt relief at the answer, though she knew she was far from safe. She took a ready stance and increased her output. If Stark went all out, she could do no less. She activated one for all full cowling at 20%, and her electric pink aura intensified. Her expression grew serious as she pushed off with her right foot at incredible speed. The force of the takeoff left a foot-shaped mark in the ring. The OFA user became a blur, zipping around her opponent to create confusion. The wolf form youth stood unmoving the whole time, not blinking or flinching. Concern flickered across Melissa's face, but she launched an attack anyway, powering up a right cross and zooming in to strike. Stark's clawed hand intercepted the blow, and he countered with a powerful kick to her gut that sent her flying. Melissa was shocked by the impact but quickly recovered. She unleashed a mighty punch that generated a pressure wave and stopped her from leaving the ring, landing with a parkour roll. Stark closed in immediately and struck her with an open palm to the abdomen. The blow nearly took the wind out of her, but she had feinted back just enough to avoid its full force. Stark considered how well trained she was. He thought her style almost mirrored All Might's and wondered how far that would carry her. He increased his speed and began easily dodging her attacks, ducking under and leaping over her punches and kicks. Melissa's frustration grew. She remembered a conversation with Shoka to calm herself. She had asked Shoka if it was hard being the daughter of the number 2 pro hero. Shoka reminded her not to forget that she was also the sister of the number 6 hero, Toya, and reflected that people often expected her to be like her family. That could make it challenging to be herself, but Shoka explained that seeing Izuku's situation had helped her appreciate her own luck in having her father and brother as role models. Izuku had longed for a father to guide him, an opportunity he never had. Shoka said she was glad her family was still there for her. It made things harder, but it was a burden she could bear. That recollection calmed Melissa and melted away her mounting frustration. She refocused on the fight and analyzed Stark. His new form was extremely fast and showed no sign of fatigue, suggesting enhanced endurance. His strikes were powerful but not overwhelmingly so. His lean build indicated a form optimized for speed and stamina rather than raw power. If she let the match drag on, Stark would likely gain the advantage. Matching his speed was difficult but possible. Melissa realized she had one option left: push her 1 for all usage to 25%. She knew she could only maintain that level for a few minutes. If Stark had an unknown reserve, this would be her last gambit. She would be exhausted and he would be declared the winner. Melissa looked up into the stands and saw her uncle, and a silent exchange passed between them. Stark gave Melissa the slightest head nod. She understood that meant she had to go beyond, plus ultra. Melissa pushed her power to the max. The electric aura around her began to release large arcs of energy. The determined girl hoped her support gear held up. Stark sniffed the air and felt the fur along his neck bristle. This form not only enhanced his strength and speed, but sharpened his senses as well. The change in the air was similar to when Melissa increased her power output. It felt stronger now. Stark suspected she had turned up the juice. He worried for a moment. He had managed to keep up with her last power increase, but he was at his limit. He could not call out more power without risking losing control and letting his wolf side take over. If that happened, he and S.H.I.E.L.D. would be in trouble. That was not how a hero should act. Still, he resolved to give everything he had left in this state. If S.H.I.E.L.D. won, then she would be worthy to face him. The two fighters charged. They exchanged blows at such rapid speed that the audience only saw flashes. Melissa did her best to dodge, but she was not yet used to moving at that velocity. Her eyes struggled to adjust, and many of Stark's strikes connected. He seemed to have better control of his speed. As the exchange continued, Melissa adjusted to the rhythm and began to anticipate his attacks. She smiled slightly and started to push Stark back. Stark grew concerned. Melissa's speed kept increasing, and he could go no faster. If this kept up, he was likely to lose. He would have to use that final option. Melissa struck, and Stark moved just enough to avoid the worst of it, but the pressure wave knocked him off balance and sent him tumbling. He flopped across the ring, the world spinning, then shook himself back to focus and grabbed a fistful of the ring's edge to stop his fall. Both stood, breathing hard and drenched in sweat from the extreme effort. Neither expected to have to go this hard so early. A wolfish grin spread across Stark's face, and Melissa felt unease at the sight. The last time he had smiled like that, he had revealed his unusual form. She wondered what he might have left. She hoped not much. She was running on empty. If she pushed 1 for all any higher, she feared damaging her body and her gear. She noted that her gauntlets and boots were holding up, but their instructions warned they could only take a handful of full-power strikes. That estimate had not been stress-tested, and Melissa did not want to unleash everything until she had to. Stark observed that Melissa looked as worn out as he felt. Melissa caught her breath and acknowledged that the match had been harder than she expected, and she told him he was the real deal. Stark returned the compliment and admitted he was not sure the audience had enjoyed their fast-paced exchange, since they had likely only seen flashes. Stark proposed they give the crowd a proper finish by ending with one big attack, putting everything into it. Melissa hesitated, wondering if it was a ploy, but Stark sensed her trepidation and made it clear he was not trying to trick her. He simply wanted to finish with a bang. Melissa considered his relentlessness and the noble spirit she sensed within him. His method of attack had been relentless but not vicious, and she felt he had been holding back like she had. This last request was probably all he had left. She smiled at the wolfish teen and agreed to one last attack. Stark nodded in return. Stark placed his hands before him, eyes steady with absolute focus. His canine appearance began to dissolve as the yellow energy that had formed his fur, claws, and ears flowed into his palms, coalescing into a bright, glowing orb that resembled a small, eerie sun. Melissa watched, impressed by his skill. He was powerful, maybe as powerful as she was in that moment, and his understanding of his abilities' applications exceeded hers. Melissa realized she had no single signature finisher. Full cowl was a support technique, not a decisive blow. Then she remembered the California Smash, a lesser-known move developed by All Might in partnership with her father. She had adopted it and decided it could work here, though she would need to put more into it. She channeled 25% of her power into her right fist. Her electric pink aura condensed around her arm, and she felt her muscles strain to contain the energy. Fatigue tugged at the rest of her body. She had power inside her, but her body was not yet capable of using it to the fullest. Melissa knew she still had a long way to go before she could truly be the symbol of peace. Stark completed his preparations and poured everything he had into the attack. He looked into the stands and saw his friend Jim Thomas with a serious expression. The boy gave Stark a knowing nod. Stark returned the smile and committed to the strike. One way or another, it would end here. The tension built, and the audience felt another major moment approaching. Stark unleashed his technique, shouting its name as a giant wave of yellow energy burst from the orb in his hands. The energy formed into a glowing wolf head that shot toward Melissa while emitting a powerful, resonant howl. Melissa did not flinch at the sight of the attack. Melissa charged forward to meet the attack with her own strike. She unleashed her signature move, California Smash, and a giant pressure wave blasted out from her fist. The two attacks clashed for a long minute, crackling and popping as they met and sending bursts of energy toward the stands. The audience panicked and many tried to flee, but the arena's energy barrier held and deflected the projectiles, keeping everyone safe. The crowd gradually calmed and retook their seats. The clash of power continued and the opposing wave began to push forward. Melissa was forced back about a foot and felt the energy about to overtake her, but she refused to be defeated this early. She gritted her teeth and surged ahead. Her empowered fist cut through the wave cleanly. Stark tried to channel more power to counter, but his reserves had run dry. The pressure wave overtook him, sending him flying backward into the energy field in a brilliant, non-graphic burst that filled the ring with light and dust. After a few minutes the light faded, but the ring remained shrouded in dust. Slowly the debris settled and Melissa stood in the center, eyes fierce with determination. Breathing ragged from the effort, her vision blurred, and she fainted. Midnight, who had jumped to the floor to take cover during the blast, re-entered the ring. The veteran hero raised her hand to command attention and declared the match over, naming Melissa Shield the winner. The crowd roared as Midnight signaled for medbots. The bots carried both Melissa and Stark out for medical attention while remarking on how fragile humans could be.